My name is Lord J, and I'm the manager for the Outlaw Free Fire team. Most of the challenges we faced leading to the finals was that, the network issues in Nigeria is terrible. So most of the locations that all the players were having some kind of network glitches. And that has been a major problem, but thankfully, we're here. My team have proven to be one of the best. We have that confidence. I'm sure that we're going to actually dominate. So our morale is always high. So the primary strategy is just focus. Well, we play more of a passive and aggressive role. So we know when to push and when not to push. Every team is unique in their own way. We cannot actually predict what's going to happen. But if we were to choose a major opponent or a team that's going to give us problem, I would say it's going to be the Outlaw Syndicates or the Cade Esports team. These are the two major teams that we are always watching out for in most of our games.
My name is Farouk Mazo and I'm representing Nigeria. There are two guys that I'm looking forward to playing, and one of them is John, known as Skill Africa, and the other one is Adefola. It's a new experience for me because they are bringing in a lot of new teams, so we appreciate them for that, obviously, but we are here to win and we're going to try our best to do just that. Like I do every tournament, grind before the tournament, put in the work. So I know if I put in the work, I should be able to beat everybody that is here to play the tournament. So if I play well, I play well, and I'm sure I'm going to win.
My name is Muslim Uthman. I'm representing Nigeria from the Abuja qualifiers. My expectation is to make it to the final. It'll be good for me to lift a trophy. I mean, I've been playing competitive for at least 4 or 5 years, but it's not been a smooth ride. So making it this far has been an achievement in itself. My experience so far with Cade has been one of respect. They've treated us nicely and I appreciate what they're doing here.
Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Oumbe Lionel et mon nom de gamer c'est Cade Esports et je viens du Cameroun. Donc c'est ma première fois, j'ai pu me qualifier pour le top 8 et c'est ma première fois de venir ici au Nigeria, première fois de participer à l'événement Cash. J'ai vu les différentes publicités sur Instagram, mais je pense que ça sera un très bon événement.
I'm AJ, also known as Draboy. I'm presenting Outlaws for AFC and also Nigeria as well.
My name is Tikuli Gabriel, but I go by name Dexter. I'm presenting the esports team Doomsday at the Cage 24 tournaments.
Well, I'll say I feel important. Well, to me, the most important player I want to beat is my next opponent.
Well, I've learned that you have to take every match step by step. You don't just go ahead and feel that you're the best.
My name is Wina, and my game name is also Wina. I play for top-rated offenders. It has been very competitive actually. It has been tough, but at least we made it to the finals. So one of our major players are like Cade Esports and some other players, but Cade Esports is our ops. My players are very, very active. I have one of the best rusher in my team and sniper, so I feel our dynamics is going to at least make us first or second.
My name is Ifeoluwa Olubemi Joseph, and I play for Top Cricket Supreme. Obviously, in tournaments, there are always going to be challenges. For us being top cricket, we always overcome any challenges, any odds start up against us, and we make the odds be in our favor. We've made a lot of plans and strategies which we are going to be showing our enemies in the tournament, and I just hope everything works out on that day and we live up to what we've been planning for.
My name is Paul. My game name is Capone. I am a member of Cade Esports. It has been a great achievement, especially for our team members, because we have actually put a lot into the tournament, despite the difficulty of coming online to play. So I think it's a great feat for us to reach the finals of the Cade Esports tournament. Okay, so as a team, we all know that there has to be ups and downs and disagreements. So there was a time during the qualifiers when we were trying to balance out the availability of players, which caused a heated argument between the team members. So I think, and it's extended for close like 3 days, trying to settle things out. So I think it's actually normal for teammates to argue. So I think that's actually one of the things, cause of the desperation to win. So I think it's actually a great thing.
But it worked well for you guys.
Yes, it worked well because we were able to understand each other, and now we have gotten over it. We are a known team, and everyone is used to our gameplay. We play all out rushing, so we are going to stick with that for now. And in case of camping for points, we are also going to adhere to that so as to play safe and not to eliminate early in the game. I feel we are one of the best teams. We won the last biggest tournament, so I feel it's not actually a hard thing for us to do as long as we just stick to our play and we don't make any mistake. So yes, we have a very high chance to win, and we don't have too many threats on our way.
My name is Chunde, in-game name Ace. I play Free Fire and I'm from Nigeria. My team name is Phoenix Reborn. So far, the journey to the finals has been quite good, and it is easy because yes, we've made finals multiple times in different tournaments, so this is not new. Definitely practicing some new strategies. We are planning to pull out end zone games and different tactics this season, and we believe yes, this will work out for us very fine. There was a game during the semi-finals, before we qualified to finals. We were at the losing edge, then suddenly my teammate, Vlad, he pulled a 1v4 on an opponent's team, which was quite nice because at that moment, we've lost hope that now we won't be qualifying, but he managed to pull a 1v4, which is quite nice.
My name is Sheikh Mansour. Gamer tag is Shakestar. I'm from Abuja, Nigeria, and I'm playing Street Fighter 6. Mainly Chooks. The Cameroon guy seems promising. So yeah, I mean it's tournaments, so you're a different person when you're playing tournaments because of the pressure and all that. So I'm looking forward to play anybody honestly, because so that I can get that pressure experience. Well, you know, as a gamer normally we don't sleep at night. So I'm trying to fix that so that I'll be fresh and ready to play in the morning, which is when the tournament is set to be played. So yeah, I just want to have a fresh mind and do my best. Whatever the result is, as long as I do my best, I'll be fine with the outcome.
My name is Danny. I'm the team captain of Cade Esports. When we played the qualifier stage, the stage leading to the finals, and our first game, we are the kill leaders of the lobby, but we didn't get to play. We came out 5th. We played the second game, we died first, and at that point we were not sure we were going to make it to the finals. But after the last 2 games, I mean, the third game we took third, the last game we now got to Booyah, and even the streamer was shocked because that was the period we just actually started esports. So we were all in different teams, but then we tried to make our own, and we came into the finals on our first tournament. So that's a big W. I'm looking forward to competing against the team that actually brought me into esports, which is top-rated Supreme and top-rated Offenders.
Okay. Yeah, we are hoping for the best for your team. Let's see how you perform tomorrow at the Cage tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, have a nice day.
My name is Lion. I'm the in-game leader. The name of my team is Rage Gaming, and we're participating in Cade 24. It means a lot to us, given how much we put into the game over the past year, and you know, we're open to prove a point in the competition. So it's like a statement win, because after the carry first qualifiers, we played finishing second, and you know, coming back here and winning this and beating the same team that you know put us out, we mean a lot to us. So yeah.
Samuel. I'm playing for the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. Well, I met some players that actually made my heart beat, like skipped a bit. But I'm hoping to like do a comeback and be like, I'm hoping to be the top winner. Let's just say top winner.
Okay, good.
All I can say is being an honor because mostly I play with my guys and I just do feel like
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh, back to honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Ekabo, Akwaba, welcome to another thrilling chapter of the National E-Soccer League. We welcome you to another crazy journey. We are basically your tour guides. My name is Slimo, of course, all the way from Ghana. I'm doing this with FC expert, play with Tommy Day right beside me. And you can see from his face already, excited for what is to come.
Yeah, I can't lie, I'm excited for today's one. Today's one is actually going to be like a continuation from what happened last week. We also did the riot that Farouk ran last week. I mean, we were not expecting that outcome, but Farouk being Farouk, stood on top, and now we're going to have some crazy matchups today. I think there are going to be some surprises in the points today because
already
we have some funny matches. I'm telling you, like
it sure has potential to go crazy.
Yeah.
But this is into week 4. But it looks like the weeks have gone by really quickly. We just started week 1. We got into week 2, week 3,
week 4.
All of a sudden, week 4 is here. Like,
how many weeks you have to go though?
I mean, this is the penultimate week. So next week is going to be the last week for week 5. So we are going to have crazy back-to-back action. This is for sure the one that captivates everything, the National E-Soccer League. Like we said, 16 of the very best players here in Nigeria when it comes to the FC scene. If you've been following everything that happens with the standings, you know what's going down right now. But of course, we need to abreast you with time just for you to know what is going down within the National E-Soccer League. It's been a pleasure to do this with you for the past 3 weeks, and we hope the next 2 weeks are also full of joy. Let's get into the standings a little bit. I'll start from bottom. So, you know, we'll build up to the top. So, at the bottom 2, Simply Uzo and Bright still yet to pick up a point. Is that surprising to you?
To be honest, yes. I mean, I knew that there were some disparities between some of the players, but I was not expecting disparities to be this big.
Yeah.
You pick up 0 points from how many matches? 8 matches. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's actually wild. And they've lost all 8 matches as well, which is very surprising. Blaze are currently with 4 points. Imagine still keeps being the most disappointing player in all of them.
I wouldn't say disappointing. I would say it's just
he's faced tougher games.
I mean, like
out of all of the players, you could say he's already played Farouk. I believe he's played Fola as well.
He's played Fola. So I think Imaji has played tougher games. I think it was just the start. The start really put him in this place because to beat those people is not easy. So I wouldn't say Imaji is like disappointing.
So you're banking on Imaji to go on like a 5-game winning streak.
If he wins his next 2 games, it's going to be top 8. Yeah, it's going to be
Well,
so.
we'll see if that does happen. We are doing a little bit of mathematics for Imaji, but Anif is also lurking around with 7 points. Mr. Oga on 9 points. He has actually changed the fortunes a little bit. When he did start poorly in match week 1, he has changed the way things are being said about him. Game with Josh, somebody who's been under a lot of scrutiny lately, but of course he's been in the conversations as well. He's currently on 9 points. Rhymes, after that blistering start, seems like there is a little bit of a reality check settling in on 9th position with 10 points. Mitchell, I think Mitchell and Imaji, they were kind of in the same bracket as to them starting their games against difficult opponents. Because in match week 1, he had a torrid time of playing Rufai. He's played all of the big boys. But now, after him getting like a run of form, he's won like 3 straight and then 1 draw. It has pushed him into 8th place.
I would say Mitchell has had the same run as Imaji because I feel like Imaji
has been tougher.
Imaji has played the top 3. He has played the top 3 by eyesight, like, and that's crazy. And Mitch is still yet to face Killer Freak. He's still yet to face Farouk. You understand? So we'll still see how well it does against those 2 formidable opponents.
Well,
so let's see how it goes.
Tommy Day is very positive about some of these players. We'll see if the positivity falls through everybody. Then Anderson comes in at 7th position, still my underdog, still my dark horse to go on and do big things. And then, of course, the top half of the table, Adefola, after that big defeat against Farouk Manto, everybody expecting him to bounce back. You're expecting something big from Fola today. He's got no easy games today as well.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I do realize that when it comes to league setting, it's not like tournaments. League has to do with momentum. When you lose, it's quite easy to drop for that point. So as much as I know he has the skill to be up there in first 3, in a league setting like this, you have given other people because I think Adefola had a struggle with game with Josh. He also had struggle playing Mitch. So
and even Imaji struggled in the first half. So he got a red card.
Setbacks kind of put every other opponent to the mindset of, oh, I can beat him. If he could drag with game with Josh, I just need to be more. So like he removes the fear factor that they have for you. And one of the key notes in playing a tournament like this is don't go into the match being afraid of your opponent. Do not respect your opponent. And Adefola, to some extent, has lost that respect. So
that
now,
fear that he used to put in.
Yeah. So like that's why people are going up with him like, I can take this guy. So I think that might affect him, but let's see how he does.
Well, we'll see what Adefola does. Boyd is someone who people haven't been speaking of, but it's actually on 16 points in 5th place. Baji Jr., one of the top players around, just drawn 1 and lost 1 in 4th place. Rufai will be in action later on today on 19 points as well. And of course, the top 2 who are still going toe-to-toe, haven't dropped a single game. Our beating players, Farouk Manzo at the top and then Killer Freak in 2nd place. The National E-Soccer League has truly been a serious blessing. Cade Esports, they've poured everything into it. But in match week 4, we've got some juicy ones like Tommy Day said already. I'm looking at some of the games already and it looks very interesting. Rufai Boyd, that's 2 of the top 8 players going against each other. And we all know of Rufai. He's played very well against almost everybody.
But there's a key note you need to understand. So I've seen Boyd for the past 3 years. I watched Boyd from 2022. He was arguably the best player in 2022 in Nigeria. I know there's something about Boyd, and because I know the way most of them play, because most of them are my friends offline, I play a lot of them. So this match, as much as I respect Rufai and what he has done, Boyd is one opponent you don't want to face because of the way he attacks. He's the only one that attacks that way. He throws caution into the wind, doesn't care about defending. His modus operandi is, I don't care how much you score me, I just want to outscore you. So Boyd doesn't mind beating you 2019 as long as I win. So Rufai is kind of like someone that likes to attack, and I don't think you're going to beat Boyd in an attacking game. You need to be good defensively, and Rufai really defensively, I'm not sure it's that good because he concedes a lot. So, but let's see how that turns out.
Well, that's Tommy Day's 2 cents on the game. You can drop yours in the comments what you think that game will end. Rhymes and Bright will also be in action. Killer Freak and Game with Josh. You know what? Coming in today, I didn't expect that this game will create a lot of buzz. Yeah. And then speaking to people around, it seems like there is a little bit of a hidden agenda.
Yeah, Game with Josh, I think in the interview, I wish we had the clip somewhere. Game with Josh once said, because he was asked during the interview, who do you think the most overrated player is? And he said, without being apologetic about it, he said Killer Freak is the most overrated player in Nigeria.
That takes some serious guts.
And I think that must have triggered Killer Freak because when Killer Freak heard he was playing Game with Josh, the first thing he said is, nice one. Like he was like, nice one.
Wow.
Like he's been looking forward to it. So yeah.
I like when we do stuff like that. I remember a tournament back in Ghana, the VGA grid, we also asked people who the most overrated player was, and a lot of them said big ups, and he ended up being kind of humiliated in the tournament a little bit. So maybe that same fate for Killer Freak, but we don't know. We cross our fingers with that one. Into the next round, Anderson versus Budgie Jr. today.
That's going to be a tough
That's
one.
also a really juicy one.
50-50 right there.
That should be very interesting. Blaze will take on Adefola. Mr. Oga, after his resistance, can he do it again? The big boys against Farouk.
Oga Farouk, they do have an history. They have a history though. Oga has once beat Farouk in the integral semi-finals. So I think Oga is going to go into this match without being afraid. I've done it before. Probably I can do it again. Yeah. But let's see how that goes.
And when players do play with confidence, we can see a different side of them. Imaji and Simply Uzo. Imaji going into games like this, these are the ones that he's supposed to be picking up points from. But I mean, Simply Uzo on the other hand will also be looking at Imaji and saying, you've not been playing your best. Maybe I can pick up points from you as well. Killer Freak in his other game today. So these are the second round of the fixtures. Killer Freak will take on Bright. Game with Josh. He's got some two really great games. He's actually playing Killer Freak and Mitchell. Today I do believe that they are getting ready for our first matchup, which could be game with Josh and then Mitchell. Rhymes will take on Boyd. I mean, Boyd, if all things go well, he could still push for a top 5 finish.
Yeah.
But looking at today's games, he's playing Rhymes and Rufai. Those are not easy at all.
He can easily lose the two, but knowing Boyd, I cannot bet against him. I can't bet against Boyd. There's something about Boyd in tournaments. And there's an interesting fact about Boyd that nobody knows. Boyd has actually never lost to a tournament playing for La.
Wow.
On any level, whether semi-finals or finals. He has that record. He's the only one who's done that, and that's why you should be afraid of Boyd. You should be scared playing Boyd.
Now they put a little bit of fear into everybody without the 2 cents that Tommy they just dropped on Boyd. And if we also take on Budgie Jr. for the second round of the fixtures. I mean, it looks mouth-watering already. We've served you back-to-back action. And for the last round, to finish it off, Anderson Farouk.
Farouk's got to be careful with this one, though. He should be. I had a conversation with Anderson backstage, and he made a statement, and it was like, I know Farouk is arguably better, but today, I just have to play my best game, and I can beat him. I'm like, you're not even going for a draw. I said, yeah, I can beat him.
Wow.
Wow.
I'd love to know what was running through Anderson's head actually before he played Killer Freak. If it was this same mentality that he took into Killer Freak, or it is him playing that draw with Killer Freak that has
gave him the confidence
to be able to now speak like this when he's playing against Farouk. So that's something to look forward to. Blaze and then Simply Uzo should also be a fun one. Mr. Oga taking on Imaji. That should be another one. But if you're following the Cade Esports channel on Instagram, you know we've previewed the biggest game probably of the day. Rufai taking on Fola. That's back-to-back match weeks in which we've previewed Fola as being in the big games. And in the first one, he didn't really do so well. What do you think he's doing differently?
It's actually a funny matchup because Rufai and Adefola play in the same pro clubs team, and Adefola is kind of like his manager, his boss. So I saw a little bit of a joke. They were playing on backstage saying, look, if you beat me, I'm sacking you from my team. So I don't know what's going to happen, but Rufai is Rufai. He took some points off Farouk, and I don't think he's going to go into that match thinking, oh, I know you're better. Nah, he's going to go in thinking, I can beat you. If you lost to Mitch and I beat Mitch, I can beat you.
There's a reason why Rufai is currently 10 on the league log. So, but for one of our highlighted games, Rufai will play Boyd pretty soon. Both of them have been crazy good already. Rufai has only just lost once. That loss against Killer Freak. I remember that game pretty well. I think 4-2 or 4-3. That game ended. And then, of course, Boyd has lost 2 games. The goal difference is actually very identical. 40 goals to 37. That win probabilities, I think, is too low for Boyd. It should be much closer.
So the reason why I would say why most people will pick Rufai is because he's new. And the momentum he's built is why this percentage. But based on my own past experiences with Boyd, this percentage is quite low for Boyd. Boyd is not someone you want to mess with in tournament. I think maybe arguably 45% will have been okay, but 39 quite low.
Very low.
If Rufai then goes on to massacre him, then I stand corrected. Then.
Well, we get to see. And then, of course, like I told you, Rufai top 3 in the league so far. Boyd also top 5. So 2 top 5 players going head-to-head. And also our other games scheduled for today. Rhymes, after those impressive 3 wins within the first 2 game weeks, hasn't really had the best of performances later on. But then Bright's also one of those that hasn't been able to get a win. He's already only scored 17 goals, 34 goals to Rhymes. I think this time the win probability kind of makes sense a little bit.
Yeah, this one makes sense because, I mean, Bright hasn't picked up a point. Rhymes did well against Killer Freak. Now, losing doesn't mean you didn't do well, so that's fair enough. I think the percentage is fair enough. But this matchup right here, this is going to be the highlight of the day because of the preview video of when Game just said Killer Freak is overrated. But this 88% to 12, I mean, Game just did give Fola a tough time. I don't think this. I think we should see PT Game Josh a little bit, like 25, 30 there about. But then Killer Freak is Killer Freak because nah, man, easy. Killer Freak is Killer Freak.
I mean, that game, I didn't think there would be so much spice around it, but it seems like the build-up could be amazing. We'll certainly bring that one to you live. Also, Anif and Mitchell will be doing battle. They're actually closer than a lot of people thought. 2 wins to Anif, 3 wins for Mitchell already in the league. 32 goals to Anif, 41 to Mitchell. The win probability also as close as ever. Anif also starting slowly, now has built himself into 12th position. Mitchell, after some round of games, is currently in 8th position. This could be another banger. Anything today actually could also drop out of the top half because he's playing Baji Jr. and Farouk. Anything could happen between those 2 games, but this game against Baji Jr., he'll play this game before the Farouk game.
I think it's a 50-50.
You think it's 50-50?
I think it's a 50-50.
Well, we'll get to see if it does end up being 50-50. But Anderson has actually scored more goals than Baji. Yeah. It's Baji's defending that has carried him through the whole of the tournament. That's why he's still in a top 4 position. Blaze and Fola will also be doing battle. Blaze is also one of those surprising ones that actually against Killer Freak, he did play well. And he quite surprised a lot of people. Some people thought, you know, it was going to be like a simple walkover for Killer Freak, but he indeed put up a big performance. You need a big performance against an Adefola who's hungry for points, who feels like a wounded lion at this point. Adefola with 5 wins, 3 losses, and that's quite surprising to say Adefola has lost 3 strong games. But the caliber of opponents that he faced, you kind of understand it a little bit. 35 goals to Adefola, 24 to Blaze. I think the win probability also, you know, it tallies a little bit. Blaze currently 14th position. Fola still managing the 6th position as we speak. So that's all for the build-up. Well, that Mr. Oga Farouk game, you also put into really good perspective as to what we should look forward to.
I'm telling you, I've played this game a long time to know that when you've beaten someone before, it affects the way you think. There's this, I can't beat you.
He's in your head.
He's in my head. It's a dangerous thing to have. And that's why I'm not going to entirely write Mr. Oga off. Now, skill for skill, based on past experiences, I think Farouk is clear. But when it comes to tournament setting and this person has this mentality, anything can happen. But Farouk is Farouk, man.
Well, anything indeed can happen. And when you speak of getting into people's head, I think I know a lot about getting into people's head. And someone from Cade Esports, I'm sure he knows about me getting into his head. We'll get to that conversation later on. Farouk with 7 wins, no losses. One of our undefeated players in the whole of the tournament. We'll be looking forward to seeing how he does in that game as well against Mr. Oga. Speaking of guys who still haven't been able to pick up a point, there is simply Uzo who'll be looking to change the fortunes today. I saw him earlier on outside. He looked like a calm, composed guy, not under pressure at all. And then he's hoping that today might be the start of better things. Speaking of trying to restart and, of course, revamp your whole league process, Imagi has got to be one of them. Just 1 win in 6 games. If you had told me this would have happened after 6 games in the league, there was no way I was believing you. But Imagi currently just on 1 win, 5 losses, 25 goals, win probability heavily in his favor. He's currently on 13th position. I'm sure that's something he'd be looking to change pretty soon. The build-up already looking juicy. The players getting ready and set up. Still nothing changes. Everything that we used in the past weeks, we're currently still using them 9-minute halves. They're still using the 12 million coin budget. I know there's footies around and all, so we might be seeing changes of teams. Have you used a couple of cards that
I think I've tried Matuidi. I think Matuidi is the best CDM in the game currently. It's so automated. I've seen some of the teams that they set up. I heard some of the players saying that some of them packed Thuram yesterday from Champs, and Thuram is currently 1.2, which is still within the budget. So we might be seeing new right backs in the game or centre backs because he can play both positions. So, but if new footies team, they do look crazy.
I also saw like a centre back Saliba card that looked very good as well.
Yeah, but then he doesn't have Bruiser Plus, so I don't think many of them will be using it because if you're going to be playing this game, you do actually need a centre back with Bruiser Plus. It's a very important.
You think that's the best play style for all of the defenders?
For the defenders, Bruiser Plus?
Would you?
No.
Because I prefer like anticipate. Oh?
No. I currently with the way the game works, I think the best play style plus for a center back is intercept plus because of the first time through balls. You really need that intercept plus because you cannot track all the runs. You need automated interceptions and everything. So I think it's the most important right now. Followed by anticipate and Bruiser plus.
Well, we're speaking a lot more about defending, but we are ready to go. The ship has sailed for match week 4. Day 1 looks to be want to give us a lot of thrills and a lot of excitement to enjoy National E-Soccer League. We'll start off game with Josh taking on Mitchell. We hope that this one will produce the levels that we get to see at the very top. And of course, as we do begin the games, we'll start off with introducing my co-caster for the whole of the tournament. It's been a pleasure doing this with him, and I'm glad he's right beside me as well. Manny, welcome to the board.
What's up, Sly? What's up, Nigeria? Hope you guys are having a great time. It was just so good having you and Tommy try to analyze some of these players and what you think their game plan will be today, because we are going right into dying embers of this competition. I was looking at the leaderboard.
Can you believe 3 weeks have just gone by just like that?
I mean, they say time flies when you're having so much fun.
Indeed.
Time flies when you're having so much fun. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, we're already in game week. We have played 8 games, and each of these players are going to be playing 16. So we have the next 2 weeks to round that up.
So we are directly at the halfway mark as we speak. And game with Josh and Mitchell will be looking to possibly climb up the rankings. Game with Josh is in that orange and the black shorts, I do believe. And then Mitchell is in the green and black. And this one means a lot to them. Like I said, Mitchell has kind of been on a run a little bit of late, so he'll be looking to continue in that same direction. Josh, though, he's been at the middle of some point of controversy, because apparently when there was the interviews going on before the league started, they had asked him who was the most overrated player, and sources tell me he put Killer Freak in that bracket, and I was very surprised. What's your take on that?
Interesting sources, of course, but my take on that is like it screams confidence, but you have to back it up. You know, knowing.
Well, speaking of backing things up, there is Mitchell, who opened the scoring. The momentum is really important, like Tommy Day said earlier, and he's carried it into this game. 12 minutes in, and he's opened the scoring well.
That was a very good one.
That's not a sign of backing it up from Josh.
Absolutely not a sign of backing it up from Josh. But you know, the beautiful thing, as we've said time and time again with the 9-minute half, is that you have a lot of time, especially if you concede early. If you can get yourself back into it mentally, physically, I mean, even inside the game, scoring goals, if you can get yourself back into it, great for you. You know, but just I think that's also testament to Mitchell's experience, because I mean, in the best 5 minutes or so of the game, it seemed as though Josh was the one dominating proceedings, but he gets himself the goal. He knows how important it is, and yes, he has the advantage.
Well, indeed, surgical finish from Mitchell to open up the scoring. And since then, he has been putting the pressure on, like Mandy covered earlier. He seems to be very poised to start today. We've seen it be a trend for most of these players. When you score that one goal and you rest on your laurels, it can come back to bite you. And it seems like Mitchell does understand the way these things work, and he's looking to put his foot on the pedal. There he goes again with De Bruyne over the top. Is he on to Mbappe? Yes, he is, but the defense recovers.
I think that is part of his game plan today. Probably, you know, he's noticed it in a game which Josh set up in defense. That game with Josh is not particularly paying attention to those first time over the top balls, and I noticed he has done that like 3-4 times now. One was offside. He got this one, and he might just go ahead to pinch Gimme Josh in the ass if he doesn't take very, very good care of that. You know, I was also, while I was hearing you guys talk about the whole conversation about Killer Freak being overrated, it's very tall talk from someone who a lot is expected from. Maybe that's him trying to increase big ups himself, you know. But I don't know if that's a smart strategy. But anyways, he's going to be facing Killer Freak today.
So we'll get to see.
We get to see
if there's any day for you to walk the talk, it is today.
Ooh, that
he almost went 2 goals down.
Absolutely. That's something I've noticed, though, from this particular move. First 20 minutes from game with Josh is he's been able to fix something we spoke about last week of him dragging his fullbacks out of position. He hasn't done that this game week. Even though he's 1 goal down, I think that can help him, because against, I think that was Oga last week, in the first 20 minutes, he had considered from that end. My goodness, he nearly benefited from that defensive howler. I mean, how crazy it is when you have this type of things happening in the game, those bounce backs, those immediate loss after possession. I always hate it personally. It drives me nuts. It's like, how does that make you feel?
Speaking of bounce backs, if you're following EAFC during the week, the new trailer for FC26 has dropped, and some of the pointers were that they are trying to eliminate bounce backs. So if that's anything to go by, then maybe we are in for something great when FC26 drops. But right now, we are enjoying what FC25 has for us, and we just keep our fingers crossed on that one. Hopefully, we get a game that reduces the bounce backs. But in FC 25 and 24, I do believe there have been so many bounce backs. But if you're playing in a tournament like this, you've always got to plan for those things. And when they do happen, you don't have to rage at all. Just keep going, and then maybe some might just fall your way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think it's still an ode to these players, the level at which they perform, in the sense that no matter how much craziness the EAFC 25 throws their path, they're able to quickly recover. I mean, it's like you have to work with these harsh conditions, whatever the case seems to be. But I really love seeing how Mitchell was able to recover in that instance from there. But here is Mitchell still pushing himself down here. Ooh, that was very, very nice. That was very interesting.
Just about north of 20 minutes in, as Mitchell still holding on to that precious lead that he got earlier on. But he has to be knocking on the door of that second goal. And we've seen how important those second goals are. We've seen crazy comebacks actually.
Absolutely.
Someone came back from 4-1 down, 3-1 down.
5-1 near comeback.
Yeah.
We also, so we've been seeing, that's one thing I really want to appreciate Cade Esports and every single person who's been paying so much attention back to back in this competition. Like the way both players, all of them have been doing their best, to hold it down. The players themselves, not give up even when they are down. I want to say big ups to them.
I was looking closely at some of the squads, hoping to see some of those pink items in there. There goes Mitchell.
Terrible defended, we have to admit.
And it's an important second for him. It gets him in the right direction, 30 minutes in. And he's looking comfortable already.
Yes. I mean, this is the way to get yourself into the game. Mitchell knows it, and that's why he was really desperate, sort of, or so to speak, after that first goal to get the second one. That was a little bit of the defensive lack of composure from Josh to not track those runs. You can't do that against somebody of Mitchell's caliber. He will punish you day in, day out. This man who tried to back himself.
Well, punish him, he definitely did. Slotted that one in, and he's out by 2-0. Josh, on the other hand, hasn't been able to hold on to possession at all. It's still been Mitchell controlling all of the affairs, as now Dembele will have the ball with Mitchell in a very promising position. Chance to just build it back into a dangerous area. Elastico comes in that time, Amada's really in the way.
I mean, that reverse Elastico by Mitchell, he loves to use it in those dangerous areas. If you notice, I think it's one of his go-to skill moves in those 18-yard tight spaces. And we have, I think, an update in the game between Rhymes and Bright. I think we can see Rhymes Bobo is the one who is with UFC, if I'm correct. And oh, wow. I think he gets himself that 3. And it's fair to say that the woes continue for Bright Joseph. Oh, this is very cool.
And in a very important position now. With about 5 minutes to go, and we know how this game works, and not just FC 25, I think it's happened in numerous FCs where in the last 5 minutes of every half, they are really important, especially the first half as well.
I agree with
you don't want to be the one conceding going into the half, even if you are leading. So for Mitchell now, it will be very important for him not to concede, or it will give game with just so much momentum.
That is the commentator's
and just like that,
right there.
he hits the nail right on the head, getting a very important goal. Now the game is poised at 2-1, and Mitchell, after all of the great defending, just one lapse in concentration. And game with Josh has made this one a very interesting game to go on now.
I mean, that's the beauty of scoring the goals in FC 25. As soon as the goals go in, the color of the game is changed. Especially we're looking at a dominant first half from Mitch, and all of a sudden it is 2-1, and it seems like game with Josh is going to take this one to the second half. That means he will step into the second half with the momentum in his bag. Now let's see if that will be turned into something. I think he still has some time. All right, the referee says that's enough. But let's see how he's going to go out of the races in the second half. It really, really is interesting to see Game We Just come back. That was a very interesting goal. It wasn't like overly done, but he did the basics and he did it right and he got that goal.
Yeah, very important goal that he got on there as well. Game with Josh is looking to climb up from the bottom half of the table into the top half. Mitchell as well, as he's been on this really great form, is looking to continue in the same fashion. We're speaking about the new Footies program, what they've added to the game. I also saw that petite item. I think it's in the midfield of Josh, I do believe. And he was part of the SBCs that were released recently. I haven't been able to try him out, but of course, it will be an opportunity for us to see whether the petite card is worth completing. If he is worth completing, you can probably check him out from this game and then see if he fits your mode and then your style of play. I also asked Tomide earlier if he's used some of the cards. I also saw a Saliba item, but then according to Tomide, because he doesn't have some of the play styles that he wants, it doesn't really suit the way he wants to play.
Let's get into the comments and then see what we're getting out of it. First, Valentin Kayonde says, Game with Josh playing well. I don't think that's so off what we have seen so far. He hasn't done his best, I'm sure. This isn't the kind of game we saw against somebody like Olga and somebody like Adefola, of course, from Game with Josh. But this is really, really decent. A decent first half. If he maintains his momentum run, he probably might get something out of this one.
I'm seeing actually a wild prediction. Edo Boy believes Mitchell will pick up this one 4-1.
Oh, okay, wow, that's that's very, very intentional. To go all the way straight into 4-1 tells you like these guys are actually backing Mitchell. But whatever it is, you know, like we consistently say on this broadcast, the next goal in the first 10 minutes of the second half, absolutely important. If Game with George gets it, he changes the face of this game. If Mitchell gets it, he might just be running away with this one.
Right wingers in FC25 have been a topic of discussion for so long, and I'm always looking at that position. Who is this player playing at the right wing? And I just saw for Mitchell that he's playing, I do believe it's still on the season, Dembele, because I don't think he was in Footies or Shapeshifter. So it's also very interesting to see. I know Farouk uses Rafinha in the squad. Who is your right winger and who do you prefer to put in that position? There goes Game with Josh. He's in again. Can Mbappe run away from that whole defense? Not on Mamadashvili's watch.
I actually like Olise. I like Olise. And I like Olise because
thing is,
he has this slick move.
I also like Olise's card, but then when the Shapeshifter's item was released, as Josh, all of a sudden, that's a really important equalizer now.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it, the next goal is very, very important, and he came out of the second half with an intent to get himself back into it. There's still so much to play for, of course. Of course, we already know the prediction of 4-1 might not happen. It will not happen again. But Game with Josh has done himself an absolute favor by ensuring he gets this first goal. What he does with the momentum that is going to come from this one now is totally up to him. But Mitchell also is not somebody you're going to be playing in these kind of situations. You have one goal and then you think like, oh, you're done. Mitchell is that kind of guy. He might come up 3 goals, 4 goals. So whatever happens right now for Game with Josh, he has to be very, very intentional. Every pass, every move, every shot is very, very vital.
What Manny is saying can sound like a cliche in your ears, but believe me, if you've played FC at any level, whether it's casual, whether it's in champs, whether it's in rivals, as the ball breaks beautifully for Mitchell, for Josh, he wouldn't be happier about that at all. But Mitchell, that one will feel like a big present to him. Absolutely. After the way the last few minutes have gone, he needed a break, and he certainly got one. That one broke in the perfect way in Mitchell's perspective. And what a start to the second half this one has been. We've already seen 2 interesting goals go away. It's currently 3-2 on the scoreboard if you are keeping tight edges on that one. Mbappe sent into De Bruyne as Mitchell. We're looking to regain a very important 2-goal lead. Milinkovic-Savic still features in a lot of people's defense. Tells you how versatile that guy is, has all of the important play styles in there.
The physicality also absolutely insane. The physicality from Savic is something that you want to have, especially in that depth area. And you can see in that moment for Game with Josh, it proved very, very vital. Very, very interesting. What I've noticed since the beginning of the second half for Mitchell is that he has been going up, you know, in terms of his passing. He has been going with the top balls, not necessarily the first time up throughs, but the up throughs. Very, very interesting. I didn't see that from him in the first half of.
As we get to see the way the ball bounced beautifully into Odegaard's spot. for Mitchell's third goal coming in. There's also one thing that I've noticed, that we spoke of play styles, and I mean, if you've been following FC this year, we started with players just having 1 or 2 play styles. Then, of course, they upgraded it to 3 play styles. Then, all of a sudden, with shapeshifter scheme, we saw players with 4 play styles. People, Footy's item, there have been rumors that some players will be getting 5. Oh. Well, surely they need 5 play styles there. Odegaard, with the second of the game, Mitchell gets a really important 5th goal in this game. The 4th one that will go in, very important. And now it will feel like Game with Josh is about to start all over again.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. But now I think we have to really pay attention to his mental capacity in this type of instances. We know from this angle that Mitchell had the capacity to come back from that one. Even when he scored, Game with Josh scored the equalizer. I said it on here. Mitchell is not the kind of guy you go relax against. He has the capacity to score you. He can even put 4 past you. I say he can put even 3 past you.
Is there sometimes where you see Game with Josh's style of playing, say he's too over-reliant on the over-the-top through balls?
I wouldn't say over-reliant. I would say he doesn't have enough battle experience to manage some of the pressure and the stress. He looks relaxed on the outside, but he doesn't have that battle experience to get that actual composure. Somebody like, I would say, a Kilafik or a Farouk or an Adefola, you also see them have almost the same type of demeanor, but it's different. A demeanor that comes from experience. They have been in these moments over and over again. They've had these battles. They know what to do in those areas, and I think that's what he's lacking right now.
That defensive stance from Mitchell, very brilliant. And always when I'm looking at defending, I'm looking at the way he's covering spaces with all of his switches. And I think that the way he just got back possession of that ball was truly beautiful. We're only 63 minutes in, so there's still a lot of time before Game with Josh has comeback set in his mind. There's the pass into Henry. Can he turn and find the finish, though?
I was expecting him to go for the extra pass from Henry into, I believe that would have been Petit, but he just didn't go for that one. And he might just go ahead to regret that one. But he still has the chance, still has the opportunity. The corner kick falls kindly to Game with Josh on the area. Lauren James out to Vaja Mamadashvili. That short counsel almost deceiving Mitchell.
When you play your corner and it ends up not being as fruitful as you'd want, and then you start playing at the edge of the area, it can sometimes really get confusing because now your players are scattered all over and you don't know where to put the ball. I feel like that was the situation that Game with Josh was in, and that's how come he has conceded possession now, as Mitchell will hold on to it. At this point, Mitchell doesn't need to rush into anything. He's comfortable, he's leading by 2 goals. He can relax and then try to just take time off of the clock. But 67 minutes within a 9 minutes half, I mean, that's a long time to play a game management technique if you are Mitchell, and that's why we see him keep attacking in this game. There goes Game with Josh, and we know a goal could change the appearance of the way this game is looking.
So that experience I was talking about, being in those moments, being able to calm yourself, being able to dominate these proceedings with some composure. You can see that as soon as that second goal went, oh my goodness, that's
nasty. Surely the pick up the bunch from Odegaard, and he's been the star of the show.
Oh my, that is absolutely nasty.
Mitchell has truly risen. And what a finish that was.
Bro, that was a green time effort from absolutely nowhere.
Almost every game week, we feel like we have the crazy Trevellas of them all. And last week, if you've been following the Cade Esports channel on Instagram, they posted the best goals of the week, and we saw something similar to this.
Absolutely.
An insane Trevella, and we got another one for the catalogue.
Absolutely, another one for the catalogue. Okay, I think we moved that. Joshua Rini said Game with Josh, that's beginning of Game with Josh. And Flutter said Game with Josh will win this. You heard it here first. Well, I mean, Flutter, Game with Josh.
If he's going to win this, it's probably going to be one of the biggest comebacks of the National E-Soccer League. He's got 20 minutes to pull up something amazing, but as it currently stands, Mitchell does not look like a player that will be beaten anytime soon. He's made a couple of changes and he opens up Ronaldo. There goes Mitchell.
Ooh, that was so close. I mean, if Game with Josh wants to get anything out of this, whether a draw or win, he needs to start cooking. When you see that celebration or that mode he had against Anife last week, and the way he was cooking, when he went to his kitchen with his apron, but he has about 20 in-game minutes plus whatever it is we get in extra time. Of course, that's not so much of a time against an opponent like
it's
Mitchell.
not impossible, but it's not looking probable at all.
Actually, I agree
with how comfortable Mitchell looks on the attack, and he keeps creating chances at every single turn.
Absolutely.
And that's what Josh is struggling to deal with on the defensive end as we speak. We're about 15 minutes ago before this one ends. We'll also be bringing you the updates from the rhymes and then the bright game. Henry, fake shot a little bit with a short cancel. Can he get the space to operate in, but the defense just closes in on him? And you kind of understand where Josh was coming from with the short cancel, because at one point I felt like he had a space, and then Mitchell closed it down really well. That's why he went for the short cancel. But I
bet you would have gone for that. You would have allowed the Trivela go through. You know, and in this type of situations, you need to have, you know, as much attempt on goal as possible. If you recall, the second goal came from a bounce back. Some things like that could happen again. Bounce backs will happen for you. You know, I love the short cancels, but once I have a direct line on sight,
shooting, you're firing away.
Absolutely.
I like Manny's mentality there, and maybe him and Game with Josh not on the same wavelength. Josh coming in again, he needs one goal to just hold on to something where you know you are gradually losing hope. You need just something to be able to carry you through, and that one there, that might just have been the most important turn of events, as Mitchell is still holding on to his 3-goal lead, which will secure 3 really important points 10 minutes to go. There goes Mitchell again with Ronaldo. This substitution has been very key. He has space to operate from. Roulette into space. Now you almost feel like he's a little bit relaxed on offense. He's not bringing out his best.
I mean, of course, yeah, but he doesn't have to be relaxed. Don't forget, we've spoken about this time and time again. There's a marathon, it's not a race. Therefore, in a marathon, you need the goals. You need to reduce your goal differences. You need to ensure your aggregate is increasing in your advantage. If you could get 8, 5, 10 goals if possible, go ahead, get it. And you never know when you could need it. It could be the difference between top 4 and top 5, you know, something like that. But that's what it is. But there's so much still to play for game with Josh, if I'm being honest. I think he has done his best in this one. The first half proves to be his undoing. I think I've noticed it consistently in his game. The first 10, 15, 20 minutes, he always concedes, and that is not good enough for him. He has to find a way to fix that. That's offside, and he has an opportunity to see if he can reduce for himself, game with Josh, of course, the goal difference.
The margins always tell the story. Coming into this game with Josh, just was 2 points separating him and then Mitchell. Of course, definitely, as this one ends, Mitchell will be adding more points to his tally.
I mean, I could see Killer Freak salivating on what he could do after this one. Now, when giving the talk about Killer Freak being the most overrated player, I don't know. I think personally, he's going to give a game with Josh a dent on his confidence. If he had gotten this win in the back,
or maybe even a draw.
I mean, yeah, a draw. It could have given him that confidence, like, oh, okay, you know what, I just got a draw against somebody like Mitchell.
Well, maybe the confidence might winning even more.
Oh, my goodness.
Mitchell wants to impound on the pressure. He gets another one in, and now game with Josh will be scratching his head till that big game against Killer Free comes later on. 6-2 could be the final scoreline. I said could, because it doesn't look like Mitchell is stopping the goals anytime soon. He goes in again this time. The pass not good enough to beat the defense. And I think that might be our cue that this game has come to a close. But just like he said, Mitchell not resting on his laurels and knowing the importance of scoring goals. He's got 6 of them, which are going to be very crucial. He's gradually climbing up the table.
Absolutely.
He's at the other half of the table now. And low-key, he's making a couple of great moves. Him and Imaji, I put them in the same bracket of they've played some really tough games earlier. They had to go through the difficult encounter. But going into the next session of the season, it feels like they are changing their fortunes a little bit. Mitchell doesn't look too happy, but I'm sure deep down he's happy about the 3 points.
I mean, to him, it's going to be another walk in the park. I mean, someone of his caliber, you expect him to get the 3 points. You, of course, expect game with Josh to ruffle his feather, and it did seem like at the end of the first half that game with Josh was about to do something.
And then into the second half, the first 10 minutes, he actually
oh my goodness, we might just have something on our hands. But Mitchell being able to lock into that his wealth of experience and was able to blow a game with Josh out of the water. The goal difference is, of course, looking good for somebody like Mitchell. Is currently increasing just out as the point tally also. Like we said, I think from the first game week in which Mitchell didn't have any win, we spoke about it. We said, listen, for somebody who has this type of experience, who has been here consistently, he should be very happy that it is a long time. It is a 5-game week type of event. He has the opportunity to come back into it. So I am absolutely not surprised to see Mitchell display this amount.
Yeah, you know, one thing I've been asking myself, even when the league did begin, is for all of the 16 players, what are the realistic targets for everybody? I know if you speak of Killer Freak, Adefola, Farouk, the realistic target for them is win the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Let's say for a guy like Rufai, Baji Jr., Boyd coming in, maybe their realistic target is a top 4, top 6
4
finish.
yeah.
What of a guy like a Mitchell going in? He's already been an international champion because he's played a tournament in Nigeria that featured different countries.
Absolutely, which he won.
If you're in his mind, and I know you know Mitchell really well, what do you think his realistic target for the National Youth Soccer League could be?
I mean, Mitchell on screen might look like someone who is, calm and quiet and maybe a little bit humble, but he is a very confident guy.
He's an ambitious guy as well.
Very, very ambitious. And I'm very, very sure he came into this telling himself, listen, I have to prove something, especially to Adefola, Farouk, and Killer Freak, that I can come here and win all of this. So for him personally, I'm very, very sure that his ultimate goal in this one would have been to win it, or just be in the top 4 somewhere in that conversation. This is also interesting to me because I remember when I spoke to Game with Josh behind the scene during the first 2 game weeks, Game with Josh was targeting a top 8 finish. And that's not to tell you like the difference in these players. We're talking about how it looked like on both axes. And Game with Josh was preparing for a top 8 finish, while Mitchell, of course, was going all the way to the first position.
Well, sometimes it does happen with the mentality and then where you currently are with the game. We go into the comments a little bit. Someone says, game with Josh. That's Williams. Says, game with Josh should throw in the white flag before the match against Killer Freak. Nobody's throwing in the white flag with the National Youth Soccer League. I think everybody's confident enough, and he loves an opportunity to back his stock. Look, if the game ends with Killer Freak winning like 3-1, I think it's still okay. But if he ends in a demolition job to Killer Freak where he goes on a rampant win where we know he can, where he can win like 10-1, then it becomes humiliating for game with Josh. But I know this game might be derailing a little bit, but it's all about the mentality. If he can keep everything intact going into that Killer Freak game, he can go with confidence and maybe pull off a surprise.
I said, as Francisca Anham says, when Killer Freak wins, he should say, this is what you get for messing with me. Francisca seems to be like a consistent fan of Killer Freak.
We appreciate you a lot, Francisca.
Yeah, and Emmanuel said, Killer Freak, please pity this boy for he did not know what he said. And also,
wait, nobody's going to show love to game with Josh. Come on now. I know Killer Freak is that good, but like, come on now.
I'm going to also probably add here that I think if you're also able to look on the other side of it for someone like Game with Josh, this is a perfect opportunity. I mean, you've already lost the first one. Everybody expects you to lose against Killer.
You have nothing to lose, basically.
Absolutely nothing to lose. You came into game week 4 in a match, game before day 1, with a fixture that we'll look at it and be like, okay, if you can get 1 point out of this, then fine. And yes, you have gotten 0 so far, and you have 1 match against Killer Freak. This is the absolute best time to try something different. Try to ruin the mood for both the people online who are watching, the fans, and of course Killer Freak himself. But let's see. Jeffrey Asare Boateng said, we don't sympathize with players who disrespect. No mercy.
That's intense.
Kelvin Boateng said something that I think makes a lot of sense.
He says Killer Freak will try to close the gap
between
himself.
So yeah, absolutely. I think this is also another thing that's going to be playing in the mind of Killer Freak. He's going all in. There's no time to waste. This is not just the gap in points, but the gap in goals. Don't forget, because the goals dried up a little bit for Killer Freak last game week. This game week now, he needs to.
Yeah, I think Farouk is now leading him with about 4-3 goals.
Exactly, and Farouk is still going to score more goals today. Farouk being Farouk, he's just.
Is it guaranteed that he'll score goals today?
The guy is the guy. Like, listen, there are people like you see their play and they'll be like, oh, they might struggle. For example, Adefola has struggled in this competition with scoring goals. Adefola has 35 goals.
And actually preventing goals from going into his net. His defending hasn't been the best.
He hasn't been the best. Neither has his attack been the best either. But listen, Killer Freak and Farouk, this particular competition, they have been scoring goals, with reckless abandon. But let's see.
We'll indeed see with the games coming out soon. I'm seeing a lot of Killer Freak in the comment section. We love the fact that you're showing love for a guy who's been unbeaten so far. I mean, it's rightly so. The guy's pretty good. But we'll be seeing him in action very, very soon, guys. That's just that first game that we brought to your screens. Mitchell taking on Game with Josh. I heard the guys are getting ready for the second round of action. You've got to stay tuned here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. We are going into the next round of action. We're just ramping things up. Like I said, Mandy, myself, Tommy, everybody that you see on your screen speaking about the games, we are just a tour guide, taking you through and navigating you through the National Youth Soccer League, which has been brilliant so far. We have had 3 weeks of excellent action. There's 2 more weeks to go. We're bringing everything to you back to back. So don't go anywhere. Go for a quick commercial break. When we're back, getting into more games for this match week.
Stay tuned.
Whole lot of action and fun going on in the city right now. So I'm glad to be here at Cade 24. It's been amazing so far, and I can't wait to see who's going to be the champion of Cade 24. I mean, it's the maiden edition, so I can't wait to see who's going to be the champion of Cade 24.
So what can Cade do to better integrate
to better integrate PUBG Mobile, I think PUBG Mobile should. PUBG Mobile should be a standalone event. If we're talking esports, PUBG Mobile is an esports title. It's predominantly an esports title, so I think it should have like its own standalone event. Like we have FC24 right now, we have Call of Duty, we have Free Fire, all going down at the same time. Right now, we have FC24 on display, the audience is engaged and we love to see that. But I think PUBG Mobile should be its own standalone tournament because of the fact that the community for PUBG Mobile, it's very, very competitive. And the players want to play in a very, very competitive environment. They want to play to the best of their abilities. They want to play on equal playing ground, a balanced playing field, where nobody has an advantage over the next person. So.
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for La Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I'll say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League So you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the game will definitely be.
Might just whet your appetite, because what is to come next? My oh my, you just cannot begin to imagine the kind of big game that we've got up next. Money, you want to give them a little bit of a gist?
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about absolute craziness versus a relentless attack. Rufai is the guy for drama. Boy doesn't care about drama.
I mean, I just asked him if we have any last minute drama. And he kind of smart, so maybe that's a cue that we'll still have last minute drama.
I saw the smirk on his face. However, he is beginning to enter into what we can say is shark-infested waters. He has to be very careful with those, leaving it late. These are the type of people now who you don't want to leave it late against. Like, take your opportunities. If you take them when you can, take them, lock shop, go home with the key. If you want those 3 points, because somebody like Boyd, not only does he have the temerity, not only does he have the experience, he has the presence. And if you notice, in this competition, he has been coming up steadily, back to back. Every game week, we see Boyd doing something more. He's been flying under the radar a little bit, So I think this is going to serve us mouth-watering craziness. In 90 minutes, I don't know what to expect. I don't have an expectation, but I'm sure goals and craziness is going to happen.
Overload. And you know one crazy thing? For the very first time, all of the 2 games that are happening simultaneously have players featured in the top 7 of the table. We've never had it that all of the 2 games simultaneously have a top 7 player. Speaking of our other games, Anderson versus Patrick Jr.
That one
2 players who have been hot. And we give you the statistics once more. Very identical records. 5 wins for Boyd, 6 wins for Rufai. Rufai has just that 1 loss against Killer Freak. That one was a tight one as well. And then also Boyd losing 2 games. But this is where Tommy Day and I disagreed with the win probability. I think it's way too low for Boyd. What do you think?
Absolutely, I have no idea why.
At least Boyd should be in the high 40s.
Listen, do you know, personally, I'm going to say this, and it's probably going to sound weird, but I think Boyd should be in the 55 region to beat Rufai.
Nah, no way. If because Rufai is in 3rd position, we'll still have to give him the higher probability. And you know what? For those of you in the comments, start dropping your predictions on who you think is going to win. Because it feels like the majority here feel like Rufai could win, but Money has a whole different opinion about it. Well, speaking of guys in the top 7, another game that will be happening concurrently. Budgie Jr. also with 1 loss, by the way. He has an identical record with Rufai. He's also on 4th position. They do have the same number of points. And 1 loss category, you can count Anderson in. He's the draw master at this point. He plays so many draws with 4 wins. And now I feel like this is what the probability should have looked like for the Rufai and Boyd game. I think this is perfect.
Yes, this is perfect to me, because both players have, everything in their repertoire, in their arsenal to do it. You can see for the game between Boyd and Rufai, maybe
Rufai looks like somebody who's releasing a little bit of the tension and
all the tension, all the negative energy is going out. But let's look at the goals scored for both players. If you see, Budgie Jr. has dominated mostly because of his defensive masterclass. He hasn't scored all of the goals. He has 39 goals. But if you see, Anderson had about 48 goals scored. I mean, of course, yes, there was those high margin wins against, I think, Simply Uzo and Game with Josh. Now that also pushed him forward. But if you notice, Budgie Jr. had less goals, more wins. That tells you he focuses and prioritizes seeing out games. Once
he's one of the best defenders so far.
I don't know. That's why he's in top 4. You get what I'm saying? I think he's currently 4th.
Yeah,
position.
He's currently 4th. Yeah, on the same point with Rufai.
Absolutely. So that's for me. I think that's one thing we're going to be seeing, an attack versus defense type of situation in the game between Anderson.
Well, the poll is out now, people. Who do you think wins a featured game on the broadcast? Rufai or Boyd? Drop your predictions now. For other games, Saeed already says Anderson for the win. Anderson against Budgie Jr. Anderson has already pulled a big surprise in that draw with Killer Freak. And I think he also drew with Mitchell.
Yes.
So he has this thing where when he's playing with the best players around, he hasn't dropped points so far. If he can continue on that same format, things will get really interesting.
Do you know what? Yeah, I'm probably going to go against every single person today, personally, because I think Boyd is going to win. And
today Money wants to play the devil's advocate. If we are going this way, Money wants to go that way.
Yeah, no, but the game between Anderson and Boyd and Budgie, I think will end in a draw. Personally, I think will be a draw match, and Boyd is going to have a very, very hard fought win over Rufai.
Wow, look, I get you guys' confidence in Rufai. But 70% of the votes and 25% going to Boyd is quite... You know what? I think we're also to blame a little bit. We haven't had too many broadcasted Boyd games as the main feature. Usually we have it as the game happening concurrently, so they only see the goals as they go in.
Absolutely.
But this is somebody who hasn't dropped so many points. Boyd is a top 7 player going in. I don't think it's that obvious that Rufai is going to win. But like we said, when the action does begin, this is where we answer all of the questions early. And Boyd almost shut some of you up. We're starting this one. Boyd in the pink and the white, Rufai in the all black for our National E-Soccer League next round of action in match week 4.
Imagine the nerves on the player of Rufai quality. If that one had gone in 2 minutes into it, that would have been the first time he's conceding in the first 5 minutes of any game throughout this competition. He's the kind of player who I think prides himself on getting those early goals first. So I think we have never really seen him have to come down. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. We've never really seen Rufai's mentality having to come down from a goal in the early moments of
usually he is the one leading going into positions like those. I just saw a comment. Someone said this game feels like Chelsea versus PSG in the Club World Cup final, and I believe he's trying to tell us Rufai is the PSG going into it, because at the time everybody believed PSG was going to win. Well, we'll see if that script actually goes to pan out here, but this one is certainly a big one. Of course, we'll be keeping you up to date if you're wondering what is happening in the Anderson Budgie Junior game. That also has a lot of importance to it, because it could change positions within the top 7 of the table, and I'm sure everybody will be watching closely. Rating gets it once more. In the first few minutes on that left-hand side, Boyd looks like a very dangerous player.
I think he has benefited from a couple of loose balls down that angle, but he now has to start converting. I mean, talk about Boyd as much as we want. Rufai is also not a mean fit. He's the kind of guy who, once he gets into those crazy positions, he really loses opportunities and chances. He knows how to take those chances. And if Boyd needs to get anything out of this one, for all his positive work done so far so good in the first 10 minutes, he has to score goals.
With Boyd, the one key word you have to look out for is uniqueness. When I was with Tommy Day earlier, he said this guy's attacking style is the most unique he's probably ever seen. And he's also using some unique players in there. I've seen an Item, Cascarino, not a lot of people are using her, Faudi, not a lot of people are using there. So he just wants to be the different guy in there.
Boyd, oh Boyd,
and the uniqueness does pay off. He draws first blood 12 minutes in. We have a goal for everything that he's done, and it's well deserving. In these first 12 minutes, he has been the one who's been huffing and puffing.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we've said this time and again, the second goal is very important, or the lack of it. It's also important to Boyd. How this one plays out in the next couple minutes is important. Boyd has to ensure he doesn't give Rufai the momentum after scoring this one, because once it happens, then there's a change. Oh, he has an opportunity. He has to go for the roulette instead of that quick pass out there.
One thing about the pattern with Boyd's attacking already is he attacks like everybody else, where he's going on the left and he's looking to work it back into the middle. But once he gets into the middle is where it gets confusing. Absolutely. The first one that he got with the goal, he got it into Rating, and then she shot across the goalkeeper. This time, he went back into the middle again. So where do you defend next? It just keeps you guessing the whole of the time. Speaking of Saliba, Tommy Day said we'll not be seeing too many Salibas. Well, there's one. I'll be counting. I'm sure when I get to speak to Tommy Day again, we'll have a chatter about that. But he wasn't convinced that we'll be seeing too much of Saliba because he didn't have the play style that he wanted. But 17 minutes in, Rufai down by a goal. But knowing Rufai, he's not going to rest.
Oh, that was a perfect way to execute the ground shot. That one, even though the goalkeeper accurately guessed where Rufai was going, but that was executed to perfection, and the goalkeeper had no chance, absolutely no chance to get that one.
Well, he is getting confident as the minutes do go by. Rufai, the man who's been pushing Farouk and Killer Freak right at the very top on 19 points, have just dropped one game all league so far, is looking to still keep the pressure at the top. Will it last the business and wins the ball back for him? De Bruyne, the player, look, Rufai's game, being able to mix everything together is just such a joy to watch. And the fact that he's just so versatile, in game looks brilliant. And his versatility, I'm not just speaking of FC. If you know Rufai really well, and you know what, I just got in the loop with this one. I hear he was a very good Fortnite player as well. Where you've got players whose hand-eye coordination with other games are pretty good, it translates everywhere else. I'm not speaking for everybody, but for Rufai, it translates everywhere else. And this guy is truly a sensation going into this one. But Boyd, on the other hand, has had a brilliant campaign so far. If he can match the intensity of Rufai, we surely got a game on our hands.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you about the hand-to-eye coordination. And I think also we can also have to attest this to the gaming IQ, also being able to compete at the highest level on two different type of games, just like the Fortnite and now the FC25. That is telling you that this guy has an crazy level of gaming IQ. And now we see one of that one trying to get in. This time around, the goalkeeper guessed right, and he was poised properly. Rufai will be ruining that chance. He had opportunity to change the direction of that one and punish Boyd, but this time around, Boyd was, I guess I have to say,
well, you can't give the ball away there, and then just a miss kick, which ended up being a tricky situation, but Alisson deals with it pretty well.
Talking about Alisson, we haven't seen much of the Alisson card in this.
Yeah, I think it was just recently released. The footies item Alisson, I think is 98 rated or so. So has really good play style. There goes Rafinha, and you know what? In the normal kickoff setting, if somebody has Rafinha, you're not defending that space because it's on his weaker foot, right?
Absolutely.
He doesn't have a 5-star weak foot. He can't finesse from there. But his ultimate team, you've got to defend all of the angles, and Rufai certainly knows how to utilize all of those. He was just down for a couple of minutes. This is what players like him do. They will always find ways to come back. And 30 minutes in, he's already bounced back.
My goodness, you know, we're talking about our boy's ability to leave you confused on his next moves. And just see that one where Boy took that direct shot from almost 30 yards out, and something I'm sure Rufai was not expecting at all. Here's the chance with Restine. Boy decides to toe poke it into the net, but the goalkeeper, Konate, we have seen that card again and again.
I mean, it's play style footwork plus. So if you're trying to play those kind of low ground shots, sometimes it might work, but this keeper, he's an absolute beast at stopping those, and maybe part of the reasons why Boyd couldn't complete that chance. But here's Rufai once more with Murillo. Just exchanging really important passes in a position where you've always got to be careful with the ball. You don't want to lose it there, all right, there. Just like I said, once he loses it, Boyd is in another position to be able to counter-attack. Messi waiting for the run and finds one perfectly. Can he get the pass in?
That was so close.
I mean, I didn't catch that. I thought I was on.
That was so close, and the ability to get that pass on target with Messi in that moment, I think kudos to Boyd himself for getting that one. But Rufai survives that onslaught. He now has an opportunity which he loses the ball, and Boyd is trying to get himself crawled back into this one. A 2-2 draw for Boyd in this first half will do him a lot of good, especially going into the second.
Boyd has totally opened my eyes to different players, because we are used to seeing the Holics of this world, we are used to seeing the Rafinhas of this world, but in the ultimate team squad, Boyd is using Cascarino, Faldi, Kenny Dalglish. We don't see them too many times. But if you keep giving him an opportunity to get into your box, he will surely punish you. And you see Rufai's look. He's not happy the way he considered that one.
Ground shot after ground shot after ground shot after ground shot. I think this has been a recurring theme for Boyd. If you notice, get the ball on the right side of the post, switch it down to the left, and get the striker to take those ground shots. It has worked to perfection twice now, and let's see if he's going to be able to turn the things around. I thought we were going to get a 2-2 draw in the first half, but I think we have time for something else.
Boyd also playing a very interesting formation with, I think the 4-4-2 was the 4-2-2-2, because it feels like he's playing two attackers with Messi and Dalglish up top. If you look carefully at the shape, while the Messi drops a little bit deeper, we've got word from the Emerson Badji Jr. game, and it will be the man who's currently in fourth position to open things up. It is
red time.
Olise, red time. I mean, and now I understand why you say you like Olise. Red time effort. And Badji Jr. opens the scoring in that one. We'll be keeping close tabs on the goals as they do go in our other hot match. Mind you, this is the first ever time on our broadcast, so we're having two simultaneous games with every single player in the top 7 of the National E-Soccer League, and it's already delivering to the max. 2-2 as it stands in this one. Holik trying to shield up with his body a little bit. There goes Rufai once more. When he gets in the groove, he is truly getting to another level. Rufai that turns things around.
Turned it around to perfection for himself, because what a way to end the first half if you're Rufai than to get yourself into this one by a 3-goal to 2. Of course, there's still time possibly for Boyd to get himself into this one. Is it going to turn for him? Decides to go for the byline and the cutback. was not what we were expecting. I'm sure you were expected to go down.
I mean, down the byline, these days you are spoiled for choice. There's so many things you can do. The advanced way of attacking down the byline is immediately you get down to the byline, because sometimes there can be limited options. You need to make use of the player lock. I think there should have been a player lock.
Absolutely.
There. Move a little bit of chess pieces around, but maybe the adrenaline rushing through his veins to go down to the byline, wanted to immediately pass it. Sometimes it happens to these players. But this one, the first half ending with Rufai picking up a very important goal at the last second of the 45th minute. And then, of course, he will be leading going into the second half. Also, we've got word from the Badji Junior game and NSN game is still 1-0 in favor of Badji Junior. But the way the first half was going is showing us that this is not easy to call. It's not easy to call and say this guy is going to win. That's why I was surprised when I saw the margins when you guys voted in the chat. Khalifa Yakub says they called me a madman, but I voted Boyd to win. So wait, he expected Rufai to win, but then he voted Boyd to win. Is that why you were saying they called you a madman?
He said when he voted Boyd to win, and people called him a madman. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you're a madman. I don't think you're a madman, Khalifa. I think there's a pretty good chance that Boyd can win that game, but you need to change something in the second half.
I mean, every single person who voted overwhelmingly in favor of Boyd probably look at the first and be like, oh, okay, possibly we actually did miss something out. And then I think there's still so much to play for, of course. But we spoke about this one. This one is going to give us so much talking points, so much highlights. We're going to see so much goals. And I think the first half has lived up to the expectation. My, oh my, that Trivela, absolutely. Let's say when you're playing somebody as intense as Boyd, you have to expect all these moves. And that's one thing that makes him very, very deadly to defend against in terms of attack. Here's
we've got where there's more drama in the other one. Badji currently up by 2-1, but not for long, as Graham Hansen turning it around. Anderson has so much in the bag of tricks that he's got as he levels things up 2-2. Is that onside? Ronaldo.
That should be offside, yes.
Yeah, definitely offside. I felt like that one. The run was made a little bit earlier on. I mean, if through the weekend, when we saw EA drop the trailer, we've got to see who's going to be on the cover of FC26. Of course, Ultimate Edition, we got where that's going to be the legend, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and he will be an icon going into FC26. We got to see who will be on the cover of the Standard Edition. We get to see another duo, Musiala and Bellingham. They're both in the under 20 national team for England and all of that. But some of the key pointers that they did a reference was we'll see a total change in gameplay, and you almost feel like what they are saying. And they also said, one of the directors said, he played SC25 and played the new 26. This is the biggest difference in 2 iterations of gameplays that we've seen.
Oh my goodness.
So maybe we might have a complete change of everything. So one thing that will give us hope to those watching, and maybe you're at home watching, you're seeing, how can I be like Killer Freak? How can I be like Farouk? And I'm also sending this message to somebody in the studios right here. I'm not mentioning names. I want to be like Killer Freak. I want to be like Farouk. I want to beat them. FC26 will actually give you a chance because there's a total change in gameplay. Maybe that might be your time to shine. But right now, FC25, of course, they're still with the car.
Absolutely. Listen, Sly, I know who the sorts are targeted at, but I do not know if he has the capacity to do it FC26. But I believe that we have a whole year to see that one happen. But it's like talking about FC26 having the biggest iteration. I'm very, very particularly pleased because I think for the longest time I've been talking about I've been losing a little bit of passion playing this one. It just so it just seems like it has left the game for the casuals and seemed to be something more for the pros alone. But with this one, I'm very, very excited, and I think we have updates in the game between Badji Junior and NSC.
Oh, how is he scoring these?
It's that Olise card, I tell you, I absolutely love.
That's mental. How is he scoring from there? And it wasn't a Trivela. It wasn't a finesse. It felt like a random shot.
Yeah, I mean,
but immediately you retime it, you have a chance.
Absolutely, he felt like a hybrid, and that wicked
that's just mental. Badji Junior, the rate at which he scores some of these goals, I'm sure his goal-to-game ratio is truly insane. His XG is always very important. If he has like 5 chances created, there are like 3 goals following.
You know he's going to get at least 4 on target. And if your goalkeeper saves 1 or 2 of them, your goalkeeper did absolutely his best. But Badji Junior getting the lead in that one, 3-2 in the game.
Identical score lines in our simultaneous games as they do happen. All of this for the National E-Soccer League brought to you by Cade Esports. We are currently live inside Lagos, Nigeria Game Evolution Studios, where we are bringing this one to you live. So if you still do want to check out everything during the weekend, what the goals of the week look like, if you look at the recap, want to see what the tables do look like, head on to Cade Esports on Instagram. And of course, you will get all of everything up to date as we go into the last bits of this game.
Listen, I'm just looking at these two players go toe-to-toe with each other. The attack to defense ratio, the switching of the cursors from Boyd, and the movement of the game from Rufai. Absolute crazy stuff, mental stuff. If you're just a casual watching this, I mean, how are you not entertained by these guys? You know, going toe-to-toe, trying to match each other's mindset, trying to match each other for strategy and tactics. Absolutely insane from these players, man. These guys are absolutely giving their best, and that's one of the big.
I need to have a serious conversation with Boyd. Almost 8 players that he's using in there, not a lot of people are using. I'm just seeing a Tchouaméni item in defense. I think it's a shapeshifter item, but that is truly insane. This guy's using everything different from everybody. It's truly in. Dalglish,
we thought he was on.
I mean, we were let us stray because the animation didn't show that it was going to be offside. Well, the Tchouaméni card, actually a footage item that has been released lately into the system. So it's also one to look at, but I mean, I raised my house with Boyd now. I think he's Mr. Unique. Everything about him is different. The way he plays, the kind of squad that he uses. You said you didn't see a lot of Alisson's. Well, you've seen Alisson, you've seen Cascarino, you've seen Rayton, you've seen Dalglish, you've seen Fowdy. Like, everything about this guy is different. And that uniqueness always just brings in a little bit of unpredictability into his game. That through ball into Rayton, is that on though? Well, it is deemed to be on, but Babji Jr. looking to get some separation, and I do believe he has. Turning with Griezmann, still in the face of the action. That's just a lovely, lovely finish. He's now 4-2 up.
4-2 up, and he seems to be very comfortable taking that one into the second half. As you can see in that one, that was the first half of the game. Still so much to play for. I think we're going to have some response from NSC definitely before we end that one.
But that does Baji a lot of good. If you take into account how good NSN is and the ambitions that Baji Jr. has got. Because I remember, I think in match week 2, after all of the games, Tommy and I were here with Baji and we're speaking to him about where he sees himself. And he says, it feels like he's right under the top 3. And the way he's playing, it clearly shows it. And you know what, he might even sneak into that top 3 if he gets a win there. Because if Rufai is not able to hold on to this lead, then Baji Jr. might be able to leapfrog him. But there's still a lot of time to go. 15 minutes in, maybe Rufai seals this one. But at this point, he's got a little bit of defending to do. With Petit on the wing. That's one thing with shapeshifter and footies items. You can have a player like Petit, who naturally he's built like a brick wall. He's already strong, and they give him offensive abilities.
Absolutely.
And now when you're in a tussle with him, he's going to push you over. You win some of the duels, and that is where it causes so many problems. And it's just a nightmare to play against such attackers.
I agree with you, absolutely. And you can see how Boyd was trying to combine Petit on that left wing for deadly purposes and intent. This one is offside for Rufai. Now we're talking about Rufai and late drama. We know we are right into that moment.
We're just tiptoeing around late drama,
into
people.
Rufai time.
13 minutes to go. We know with Rufai, there is something to come. Boyd holding on to it now. We're rated. He knows he's getting to that crunch time where he'll need goals. Ball roll into space. There's Messi. First time we see him actually try the Trivela from distance, as he's unsuccessful with it. Still has possession of the ball. Says never say never. He's still going to try with it. That's attitude. There goes Dalglish. And he's well defended by.
I love the fact that Rufai has quickly picked up on that strategy by Boyd in that moment, and he quickly switched to cover that ground shot. That would have definitely been headed for the bottom corner of the post. That tells you the pace at which both players are thinking. All of a sudden, for no reason, for the past 10 minutes, Boyd tried and attempted Trivelas from the left wing, and all of a sudden he went to the right, switched back to the left, attempted a good ground shot. But Rufai, kudos to him. He was quickly zoned in to know what was going on.
Yeah, you've got to be logged in situations like this, or it could come back to bite you. Milinkovic-Savic. There goes Boyd again, who keeps the pressure on. And in the last few minutes, he has been doing that so far. But Rufai gets to win back possession. Now, nobody can seem to hold on to it for a couple of minutes as we're getting into crunch time. And you know who loves crunch time? It's the man in the dreadlocks, Rufai. He knows how to manage games. He knows how to operate in late game situations. Rating. Milinkovic-Savic just now be given the license to go further forward, by the way. There goes Yamal. The pass in. We knew there was last-minute drama to come.
Oh boy, both players giving their all, but this time around, it is Boyd who has what we might have as the final say in this one.
Is that the final say, though? Is that the final say, though? Putellas, Rufai, seems to want to say, nah, give me something to say about this game. De Bruyne, Ronaldo, just watch this off the post.
My goodness, that was very, very poised for us to see. For us to see a cross-time winner from Rufai, but now he's back.
The fact that we're able to see it coming from a mile away, that with Rufai games will have last-minute drama, tells you how clutch this guy has been.
Oh my goodness! Boy! Oh, you can see what it means to him. You can see that celebration. Oh my, he might this time around switch it to a boy time. Or he tells you it's mental. He tells you he had to come back from one goal down, and now he has the lead. But my goodness, he did it very, very basic. Take the ball up to Milinkovic-Savic. He went for the knockdown, and I think that was Vieira was able to bury that one deep into the bottom corner. My goodness, can you manage this one to ensure that Rufai doesn't have the final say?
Wow, Khalid said he predicted Boyd to win, and people called him a madman. Well, you can't call him a madman now. He's on the verge of doing something crazy. He's on the verge of giving Rufai his second loss in the whole of the tournament. Well, it's got around 1 minute to hold on to it. Can't he, though? Game management looking like it's perfect for him. Dumfries with the ball. Rufai throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it and still unable to get back possession of the ball. Allison, is that the right place to dance with it? Well, he'll get rid of the ball now. Dumfries into Lamine Yamal. What perfect technique to hold on to. He's just a few seconds away. And for sure now, he will put a lead on this game. What a performance.
What 90 minutes we told you guys that once it gets into crunch time, it is Rufai time. However, Boyd was able to hijack that one, and he did it in Rufai time. Maybe he might just switch it to a Boyd time. But what a 90 minutes, a perfect display of mental grit and locked-inness from Boyd himself. You know, when we started this one, I called it. I said this was going to be a win for Boyd.
Manny kept giving the hint that he feels like Boyd might pick this one.
I have no idea, but I think, like you rightly said, the fact that we haven't seen Boyd on the broadcast a lot might probably have swayed opinions in favor of Tico that said, Boyd, I wasn't familiar with your game, sorry.
Well, I like the first comment. Ken FIFA says if Boyd didn't get those 2 losses, he's a serious contender. Well,
and I think also one of those losses was due to a walkover, if I'm correct. Probably have to get that.
Yeah, one of those weeks where
he was not.
He wasn't available. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's in.
So he's basically just lost 1 game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's insane. Tico then says, sorry, Boyd, I wasn't familiar with your game. Not a lot of people were familiar with their game, by the way. You're not the only one in the wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Can FIFA say, good God, Boyd, wow. And Khalif goes back
to Tico. I need an apology. They tried to call you a madman. Now they'll have to come back and buy their words, but it was indeed amazing. Ken FIFA, the game management was superb. I think it's been the best
3 minutes. Yes, for 3 minutes.
Because we've seen so many situations where players have held on to the ball and it's come back to bite them. Farouk tried to hold on to the ball against Rufai, it didn't work. Anderson tried to hold it against Kelafik, it didn't work. We've seen so many situations, but this is actually the first time where someone has held on to the ball
for
and
Rufai
threw the full press and still couldn't win it back.
Absolutely. You know, I saw the press going full throttle from Rufai. But listen, it wasn't just the fact that it was a game management, it was a defensive game management. We all saw some of these other players try to take it offensive.
Yeah, Farouk especially.
Lose the ball in the at the wrong place of the pitch, and then they were punished by Rufai. But this time around, I think Boyd was able to say, oh no, I figured out your game. I'm familiar with what you're trying to do.
He kept pointing.
He kept pointing.
Like he knew
what you're trying to do. It's a mental game. And my Boyd edge too clean. That's from KKFC.
Well, if you're indeed enjoying all of the action, consider liking the stream. Really does help us with YouTube's algorithm. If you are not following Cade Esports and Game Info across all social media platforms, what are you doing, people? The home of the very best from Nigeria, the National E-Soccer League, giving us perfection. Already the poll is out for our next game, the one that we've been speaking of. Killer Free Game with Josh. Will there be some surprises? Will there be formalities? Well, we'll find out pretty soon.
Listen, it's like I think at this point you guys need to come and sit down and before you vote, you guys need to ask me for what will happen because I think so far so good today. I think I'm in a pole position. Well, I don't know. Depending on what happens in the game between Ernest and of course and Bajino, that one I did predict a draw just because I saw Ernest do something.
I don't like the predictions that I've seen with the Killer Freak game. As Sisana says, Killer Freak is going to win over 7.5. That's insane. That's
crazy.
That's insane to even think of. But you know what? The guy actually scores goals. So I mean, I'm not mad at you if you think he can actually get 7 goals against.
It is insane to think about, but it's not something that is impossible to imagine. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys because we've seen this guy do it. And we know he has the capacity. Now, what we need to know is Game we just lost himself to stop that defense. We don't know, but we're going to find out.
Well, we are heading into the last 5 minutes of this one as well, where Badji Jr. up by 6 goals to 4. And I did mention that if Rufai went on to lose, which he did lose, and Badji Jr. wins, he leapfrogs him. And now he does because both of them are on 19 points. Badji Jr. will now head into 3rd position if he keeps up the way he's doing. He's leading by 6 goals to 4 with just about 4 minutes to close this one. I told you with this being the first ever time where a game is going on simultaneously with all of the players being in the top 7, there will be changes in the top half of the leaderboard. There are so many changes now. Anderson also on the verge of losing for the 2nd time in this one. Wow.
Talk about a 6-pointer game and we will have to point you to this one because this definitely changes the array of things at the top. But kudos to Badji, flying in underrated, not making so much of a fuss, doing the job and doing it well. Here's a chance for NSC to probably reduce his tally. Can he get this one? Ball rolls in. And my goodness, he slots that one into the bottom corner of the net. Now I think it is Badji Junior's time to start his own level of game management. He has to ensure he doesn't lose this one and give. This is a perfect opportunity for him to leapfrog Rufai, so he has to ensure he doesn't
I don't think there's time on NSN's hands. Clearly, as that game also comes to a close, a huge 3 points for Badji Junior.
That was actually very insane, walking the ball over the throwing line before the 91st.
I mean, I think he knew that the seconds are already there now. So.
Slide. I don't know. It might be because I have trust issues, but I'm not going to do that. And Killer Freak, I beg, I'm on my knees. That's on 14 Excel. Khalif Yakubs just said he got this in a Farouk stream.
Wow, Josh, it's time to back the talk. It's time to back the talk. In the next game, of course, we'll bring you Killer Freak versus Josh. See code that says we need a public apology if he gets demolished by Killer Freak.
So now I'm going to say this. What happens if, by the slimmest of chances, if the unimaginable happens? No, I need to know, guys. Let me know in the chat.
There will be absolute pandemonium in the chat because nobody will believe that.
Chat, T-coded, I think, who's that? 14 Excel, every single person who is, of course, making sense, pushing for Killer Freak. What would happen if by the craziest chances, the slimmest of ways of chances, whatever it is you want to call it, Game we just actually wins?
That's something that I'd love to see what happens. But speaking of what's happening, things are happening around, and we'll be bringing you all of the updates as and when we can. But there's the major shift in the leaderboard. Badji Jr. leapfrogs into 3rd position. Rufai, after losing, will drop down. All of these are more coming up, so we'll go for a quick spin around. We're back with more after this.
The anime, the tournament was competitive and fun, so it was a very good experience, and I know 2025 Cade 25 is going to be awesome. I can't wait to be there, and you guys, if you haven't subscribed to Cade 25, check to Cade Esports, check them on all platforms, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, they're there. Cade 25 is coming very soon. I hope to see you guys there.
As you can see, my hands are full. I'm excited, I'm happy. I am the champion for Onile, and I don't know. It's any other promotion for me? What's your football going through? Well, this is an eye-opener for me. It just tells me that there's room for more opportunities, and I'm out to explore. Shout out to Cade Esports for organizing this and giving us this platform to express ourselves. Peace out. go stream, go follow them on all social media platforms. Sabidi Flow say so.
Very much was our toughest match. The finals, we knew we were going to win, went through it, our opponents should get better. And now, everybody comes first. Stop letting us win. We're tired of winning.
My name is DT General Zod. I'm the winner for Cage 24 for Mortal Kombat. I think what I'm looking forward to moving forward is having more of this kind of events, next year and the years coming. It was pretty nice. My toughest challenge actually was the first game I played. My opponent was really, really, really tough. So, but I was able to come with the win in the end. So, yeah, that's nice.
It's been great. I was able to get the W. So thanks to Game Evo and thanks to everyone for coming.
The most toughest moment during the match was probably our final map. That's the last map of the entire game.
How do you feel holding the trophy today?
It feels very good. It feels delightful. Thank you, Game Evo. Thank you, Cade Esports.
And congratulations on your victory. Yeah, it wasn't an easy victory in any way. So,
well, I feel good, to be honest. Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I'll say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro season. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo, and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe didn't meet up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baji Junior here, pro esports player for Game Evo Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated and I'm the best player in Nigeria, basically. So, yeah.
Well, Game Evo.
This finesse was crazy. That finesse was crazy. the pressure is on. The players are ready, the casters are ready. Our online audience, hope you guys are ready for this one. This one is going to be the talk of today because of what it means to both players and all of us in the building. So much has been said in the background. Slimo, it is time for action. No more talk. In Nigeria, we say no more cho-cho-cho. It's time to do working.
Show working.
Yes. Do you think this is the perfect time for Gabriel Josh, or do you think he has what it takes to show his workings?
So you see what happened with NSN versus Killer Freak, where NSN took a point of Killer Freak, then he was the talk of the town for the next week.
Yeah.
If Josh can do same, he will be the talk of the town for not this week, for the entirety till the end of FC25.
Absolutely.
If he can walk the talk, that would be amazing. But let's go into their game stats. What they've been able to do throughout the whole of the thing. We said that there have been only 2 players who have been unbeaten. Killer Freak is one of them. 7 wins, just 1 draw, like I mentioned earlier, against NSM. 47 goals, by the way. He does score goals for fun. And look at that win probability. Insane. For Josh, 3 wins, 5 losses, 32 goals. The win probability, do you think it's too much in favor of Killer Freak, or it's understandable per their positions?
Absolutely understandable. I mean, 7 wins to 3 wins is crazy. But I want to point something out to you, something you might not notice if you're just watching on the background. If you can see on the statistics for Game with Josh, it seems like he is the player that goes all out. He either wins or loses. He has no draw in 8 games. No draw in 8 games. What does that tell you? He's going for it. He's going for it. He knows he might lose, but he's going for it. He's not relenting. And sometimes that's like the most dangerous people to play against. The people who have nothing to lose. People who are going all out for it. But he's up against a monster in an opponent. Listen, 7 wins out of 8 games.
Yeah, it's humongous for him to go into this game with that kind of expectation. But that will not be the only game that's happening. We also have Blaze versus Adefola. Adefola, 5 wins, 3 losses. He's also not played any draws, by the way.
Absolutely.
That's Adefola. And then for Blaze, 1 win, 6 losses, 1 draw. So 24 goals for Blaze, 35 for Adefola. Also a huge win probability in favor of Adefola. Him going into it, Fola is actually playing Rufai later on. Rufai has also lost. Fola will need to take momentum into this game, go into this game with confidence, win, not just win, but win convincingly. Because what happened last week was, when he played Imagine earlier, I think we're speaking about it during the sessions that if Imagine didn't get that red card, I don't think Fola would have won as comfortably as he did.
Absolutely.
He will need to do something. Exactly. You need to do something different against Blaze to build up that momentum against Rufai. Because Rufai is also pissed off with the way he lost that game to Boyd. He'll be coming in strong. But we'll go to our main featured broadcast. Josh is just taking everything in. Like, you know what? I'm sure he's reading a couple of the comments and it's like, okay, I know what is at stake.
I mean, he better know what is at stake. Like, he's on the edge of glory, so to speak. I mean, he is the underdog going up against a monster. This is, I don't know if this even works in a David versus Goliath type of a matchup. But the reason is because he has said so much. Now, when you talk, you need to back it up.
I mean, for those who don't understand the context, just to let you understand what happened. I mean, pre-tournament, we had to build up the hype, and we asked everybody, who's your most overrated player? And Game with George said it's Killer Freak was his most overrated player. And the reason that he gave, it felt like Killer Freak just came into the scene. So Killer Freak, Killer Freak feels like a Michael Jordan to me. Because when Michael Jordan came into the scene, there was the Magic Johnson, the Larry Bird.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan beats Magic Johnson. You know what he told him then? There's a new sheriff in town. If Killer Freak ends up winning the National Youth Soccer League, I think he tells Fola, he tells Farouk, he tells Bad, he tells Game with Josh, all of those guys that have been there tells you there's a new sheriff in town. Well, if you want to knock that new sheriff off his bench, Game with Josh, you have to back the talk.
To be the best, you have to beat the best. And you have to not just be the best, but show workings. You have to show us in 90 minutes of a 9-half.
9 minutes half.
It is crazy. The second half have not always favored Game with Josh. I think this is the first time being in such a long stretch of competition in terms of the minutes. So if you notice, the composure and the concentration have dropped towards the 60th minute. I don't know if he has been able to change that. We just saw him lose to Mitchell again in the second half, a region of it. But now he is in deep water, swim or sink.
Well, that's going to be the big questions that will be answered pretty soon. Not just this game happening, like we previewed earlier. Adefola taking on Blaze will also be bringing you all of the updates when the goals do go in. You're currently watching on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. This is National E-Soccer League Match Week 4. If this is your first time here, we've been here for 4 straight weeks with back-to-back action. If you've not been able to see the catalog of the action, everything is on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. You can go through them and see what we've been able to do. If it's something that you're also interested in, it's something that will be happening frequently these days. So if you want to be a part of it, of course, you can hit Cade Esports app on Instagram, and I'm sure they'll give you a response. But the game is here. Enough of the talk. We're ready to do action. Killer Freak. First time on the main broadcast today in his favorite black and white strip. Game with Josh. You've already seen him earlier on today against Mitchell, where he struggled. He'll be looking to change the fortunes early on with his orange and the black strip.
Now, very, very interesting to see Rashford playing the right back for Killer Freak.
Yeah, part of those shapeshifter items. And for Killer Freak, he's been looking at utilizing Rashford in the best possible way, in the sense that maybe he likes overlapping fullbacks. He wants his fullbacks to be the type where they have offensive attributes. As Killer Freak almost opened the scoring. His favorite item, he always says, Human Son. Almost causing damage like he always does.
Yeah, with that finesse. And now here's an extra pass for Killer Freak, trying to ensure he starts out this particular game the way he wants it, with all the pressure being piled on his opponent's Game with Josh. But now this is a Game with Josh opportunity to probably get something out of this one.
There have been a couple of changes in Killer Freak's squad already. I'm seeing a Mycon item that was just released into the SBCs and the footies item. It's also got a lot of statistics that really does well for a fullback in that sense. So I'll be looking closely to see, because I was wondering if people will complete him. It seems the man who's been unbeaten so far has got him in his squad. 7 minutes in, and it's still pressure from Killer Freak up top. And he's still holding on to it with a Pedro Neto item. Twisting and turning and finding space to operate. Petit into Saul. We see the first finesse that might go in, but this time red time. Are there signs of the nerves maybe getting to Killer Freak? Maybe because they poked the bear a little bit, it's kind of tensions a little bit.
I wouldn't say it's here's an opportunity for Killer Freak. Well, if there was any talk of nerves, it's already very.
He clears it early. If there were any talk of nerves.
If there were any talk of nerves.
I mean, he's brushed it off aside, and now game with Josh. Now this is where you have to be able to keep yourself calm if you're Game with Josh, because the game can be blown out of the water at any minute soon. So you have to find a way to keep yourself in the game, at least keep the scoreline respectable, but it's not looking like that might be happening.
My, oh my.
Back-to-back goals already.
I mean, just as we still had that one in your mouth, and I think Killer Freak heard you and said, okay, before he takes that advice, let me quickly pop him like 2 goals, 2 quick ones in immediately. Now, here's where what I said earlier in the first game that Game with Josh had against Mitchell. Here is where the battle experience is very, very vital. The battle experience, it shows you, as soon as that first one went in, all of a sudden, it seems like the jitters, that fear of conceding too much, just...
Whoa, come on now. This is ridiculous.
No, come on, man.
Wow, and you see, that's the confidence oozing through Killer Freak. 13 minutes in, he's 3 goals up. And the record for Killer Freak was in match week 1 when he beat Simply Uzo by 12. And with how confident and ruthless he's looking right now, it might be even more.
Do you know what's crazy? All 3 goals have gone in 4 minutes.
It's insane. He didn't use the whole of the entirety of the 13 minutes. It's within the last 5 minutes that he's gotten. And he might get more now. Son on the 10. That's Bruno Fernandes. I mean, right now, every single attack of Killer Freak, he's hunting. And Game with Josh has to find a way to stay in this game, or it might get out of hand. There's Game with Josh on the attack, and the pressing of Killer Freak, like you said, all season long, he just makes that pitch look so small. If you find the ball in the middle of the area, you just seem to lose it every single time. There goes Killer Freak on the attack once more.
Yes,
Bruno Fernandes on just that pocket of the wing. Petit into space once more. There is Son just dancing in the area, and it looks like he might just have more.
Great timed efforts into the top left corner near post, and you can see the smirk on his face. He feels offended. He feels insulted. And whoever it is that's going to be bearing the brunt of it is Game with Josh himself. Talk about put your money where your mouth is. This time around, Game with Josh money might just be taken away from the big bully that is.
You know, I don't want to even have a peek at the comments right now, because I know people will be going crazy. But 20 minutes with 4 goals is insane. I think Killer Freak heard all of the chatter. He did indeed hear all of the chatter. Game with Josh, maybe a chance for him.
First attempt by Game with Josh, very, very interesting.
Yeah, and a very good one as well. I think he caught him off guard a little bit with the step over into space. Josh comes in with the corner. He gets one back.
Wow.
Well. Game with Josh is not going to lie down easy. 5 goals already in 22 minutes. We are in for a goal fest. So we're bringing you all of the updates also from the other game. Blaze taking on at their Fallout. But this one turning out to be a very interesting one. Game with Josh just restoring, I'm not saying parity, but restoring kind of a sense of hope.
Okay, a semblance of hope to this one. I absolutely agree with you. I thought you were going to go for Game with Josh restoring parity, and I was almost taken aback. But here's another opportunity for Killer Freak. This time around, I think Game with Josh is leaving it unnecessarily late to lock in terms of the defending. You see, in that 13 minutes, 4 minutes we're talking about where he conceded 3 to 4 goals, that has been the cause of his. So far, so good. He has these moments of lapses in concentration. Game with Josh himself. He has the ability. You know, he can really play.
Oh my! Konate with a big stop, and that's credit to Killer Freak for the goalkeeper movement. But Josh just showing us signs of getting himself back into this game, but he leaves the defense wide open. Neto with space to operate. There goes Son. You save the hair.
Oh, that was so beautiful. The fact that he baited the shots to go into the net post. Now I think he's beginning to come into it. He has just left it a little bit too late, in the sense he shouldn't have considered the 4 goals to be able to get himself back into this.
But Josh should be finishing those chances. Those chances do not come regularly against a player like Killer Freak. Josh would have to be very careful as this game goes on. He's now building momentum a little bit in the game, and Killer Freak will have to be wary. I know he's already started with the 4 goals ahead, but like, you've got to be careful of what happens behind you. Cross comes in, Josh deals with it as he goes on the break. What a start to this game this one has had already. There's 30 minutes in, and we've had some action to enjoy.
I actually agree with you. Both players going for something. Josh trying to get himself back into it, while Killer Freak trying to make an absolute statement saying, I'm the best and I'm not even rated properly in this ecosystem, while Josh is trying to see if he can back himself up and not be disgraced totally with this one. But this is 4-1. Game with Josh having that crazy lapse in concentration that allowed Killer Freak to just tear him apart with 4 goals in like the 13th minute. But he got that one, and since that time it seemed almost as though it's been balanced, but there's so much still to play for, and that's why we're here to bring you all of the action. Here's Huming Song for Killer Freak. That triggered pass going in. Killer Freak toying with Game with Josh this time around.
There's just this seamless sense of continuity with Killer Freak's offense. There's no breakage in his passages, and that's one thing that our Game with Josh has got to work with, as we've got when Anthem is back in the groove. If you were disappointed with his gameplay last week, well, he might win you over because he's out by 2 goals to 0 against Blaze, and those are really important goals that do go back to this game with Josh, building some much needed momentum. The 10 from Henri's
hits the post.
When you need luck on your side, where does it go?
My I thought he had space and time to go in, especially as there was no defender in sight, but then he rushed it a little bit, and this time around the post denies him. What an opportunity to get himself some needed momentum, especially going into crunch time in
Now I feel like the scoreline doesn't really do justice of how the game has entirely gone. A 4-2 scoreline would have made a little bit more sense.
I mean, at this point, a 4-3
scoreline wouldn't have been so usually you have to take your chances. Where did that one go? Wait, was it a missed time shot? Because it didn't also go out for a corner.
I think the position was the thing. Killer Freak saw that whole mind shift, that mind game that was played the last time, and tried to catch him this time around. And it just doesn't work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Well,
you know how crazy it is? We could have actually been 4-3 by this time.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm surprised that the scoreline is actually like this. But, I mean, the most important statistics still in favor of the man who's kindly joints at the top of the table, and maybe he could pull away with another goal here. Back comes in Petit. This guy has been amazing so far.
Imagine what the comment section would have been looking like if this was 4-3.
I'll totally be having a different conversation. Ooh. So all of you who are disrespecting Josh in there, over the top,
game with just getting Get in there. My, oh my. You can see the players in the background hyping him up, clapping. And ooh, what a way to get yourself into crunch time. I told you this guy, he has to play like he has nothing to lose. He definitely has nothing to lose now. And he has everything to prove to us that he could back himself up. 4-2 already. And it seems like the momentum has shifted entirely to him.
Who does not love an underdog story? And maybe we might have one developing here, but there's still a lot of time to go. And still so much work to do for game with Josh. Can he hold on though? There's Shelly, maybe playing for the last attack of this half. Kaka, can he find one? There goes Rich James. You saved Konate. He comes up clutch for Killer Freak. 1 minute to go again with Josh. Building in confidence slowly. Rich James again. That tap too heavy as Van Dijk holds on to it. Now this is crucial. He cannot concede again. Son with space around him too. Killer Freak just stands into danger, and Mamad Philly will win it back as this one will surely come to a close. Well, ref actually gives one more opportunity for Killer Freak as he goes up top. Game with Josh has to defend and defend well. He has to go into halftime believing as a
wow. We've had 2 crossbar attempts by both players now. Listen, you know what's absolutely insane to think about is like, you know, we're talking about how seamless and smooth Killer Freak's passing was in the first 25-30 minutes. All of a sudden, in like the last 5-10 minutes of that first half, it seemed as though Game with Josh now was able to imbibe that. He now started having those slick moves.
That's what happens when you let players build in confidence. I mean, Killer Freak led by 4 and kind of rested on his laurels a bit, and it's building with confidence with Game with Josh. When you let players do that, they'll always play their best. And now the second half is poised to be a blockbuster one. It's something that you cannot miss. If you are here enjoying this, all of the action, don't be greedy. Share the link, drop the link for others to enjoy in the action as well. Everything is going down here. National E-Soccer League, and we hope that we get blessed with more. Killer Freak doesn't like the way he ended that first half, and he continued the second half just like the way he started the first. He's got the fit go, and now the much needed separation for him.
Yes, I was going to say just before Killer Freak scored that one, that Game with Josh absolutely needed to be locked in for the next 10 minutes or so, and he needed to ensure he didn't concede anyone. It's a tall task to ask for someone who is playing against a monster like a Killer Freak, but Killer Freak gets himself the much needed separation, just like you rightly said. Now Game with Josh with all of that mountain to climb again, but he has to take this one step at a time, one chance at a time, one goal at a time.
What the best players do is under adversity, under pressure, they do deliver, and currently Killer Freak is showing that he's not fazed at all by the pressure. He's relieving himself of the pressure. These 5 goals, pretty important, but you have to give thanks to Konate in that first half. I think that goalkeeper was huge for him. Can he be first in the header? Yes, he will. Bruno Fernandes, we have more and more and more as this time the hair comes with a big save. These minutes are so crucial for Josh at this point. He cannot let that lead be 4 goals. 4 goals is just impossible to come back from, especially against a player like Killer Freak. The pressure just keeps coming. And how do you just deal with this? As finally now he gets a goal kick.
Absolutely, he gets a breather. He needs those moments where he was able to lock in, just like he did towards the end of the first half. But he needs it
locking in. And therefore, like well and truly locked in. He's back to his usual best. He's got 5 in the first half. He's just setting the table for what could be an amazing fixture in the last round to come when he takes on Rufai. So definitely stay tuned for that one. That should be a big game. We've already previewed it earlier on. Rufai losing that game to Boyd means that one is going to be super important as it counts. But Killer Freak now wants to just finish this game and finish it off brilliantly. And he does it in style. There's number 6.
He gets number 6, and it seems like that is the end. However, I will quickly let you know, of course, in the game between NSC and Baji Junior, NSC was actually coming back from a 5-2 aggregate before that forced Baji Junior into going into that game management mode. We did see that in the last game we did broadcast. But the gulf in quality between both players, what we have seen so far, I don't think we might get to see any of that happen. This beautiful use of that skill move roulette to get himself into space there. Game with Josh always leaving it a little bit late to get into these games, and that is the reason why he is still struggling to get himself into the top 8 position of this competition. I think this time around he's trying to carve something. He might just have woken up a little bit too late, just like I said, because it's already 4 goals down. And he needs 4 against a killer freak. He needs a miracle.
He does indeed need a miracle. 16 minutes in, still more time to go. And presumably more goals to come as well. Don't know where it's coming from, but at this rate, it looks like Killer Freak might have more in him. Game with Josh will need to lock in at this point. The defending has to be good. And I think I'll side with Manny on this one. He leaves a little bit too late to make that one last crucial tackle. I've not seen too many scenarios where Game with Josh is stopping Killer Freak in the midfield before he gets into the
Absolutely.
attack. That should be happening way many times for you to be able to get a chance against Killer Freak. And that's what NSN did to be able to get points off of Killer Freak. So that's one thing that Josh has to work on in these last 30 minutes to go, or else it could get from bad to worse. There goes Neto once more. Bruno Fernandes, I think he's been brilliant so far. I wonder if this Bruno Fernandes is the footage item that was just released. I'm sure Killer Freak has definitely updated the Portuguese man in the squad from one Portuguese to another, and it almost ended up being another goal. The persistence from this guy to just winning the loose balls is insane.
It is like a battering ram at the moment. I think for the first time in a long time, we are seeing Killer Freak having those mistimed shots consistently. Now, if I'm Game with Josh, of course, you know what I'm going to be trying to get for? I'm going to try my best to see if I could just reduce the goal margin. I mean, if I lose by 5 goals to 3 or by 5 goals to 4, it isn't so bad for my reputation. I mean, I might just be able to say, you know what, yes, I did lose, but I did prove my point. That's so maybe, I just maybe. But Killer Freak says no time to do that. And while we are previewing Adefola going 6-1 up, we are also previewing coming back to see that Killer Freak has 7 now, put past Game with Josh.
Well, he did say earlier that he wanted to catch up with Farouk when it came to the goals. Well, he's doing that in that category. Farouk was leading him by 4 goals at the top of the table. Well, right now, he's done that and he's added +1 as well. Goal difference for this game is 5, so it's really important for Killer Freak in that regard. Farouk is yet to play today, though, so we wonder the number of goals that he would be scoring. Of course, we'll bring you one of his games on the main broadcast. Killer Freak going for more and more and more. This time going near post, trying to play a little bit of mind games with Game with Josh.
See what we spoke about earlier in this broadcast when we spoke about a Game with Josh loss in concentration towards the second half, especially once we got to that 50th minute mark. And I think it might be another reason might be the fact that these guys are not used to at this level. He is not so used to those 9 minutes half game, but that's not an excuse for himself. He has had enough time to go work on this with time and time again. If he wants to do this at the highest level, he has to be very, very comfortable playing high intensity games for the full 90 minutes in a 9-minute half match.
Well, playing the full 9-minute half and being logged in throughout, it's not an easy thing to do. We've seen numerous times where some of these players have failed to do that, and it has cost them dearly. And that seems to be what's happening to Game with Josh as we speak. Down heavily, 7 goals to 2, and it's in danger of possibly conceding the 8th as Bruno Fernandes just dancing in the area. Unfortunately for him, the hair comes up clutch with a big save. Corner comes in. We've seen numerous times where Killer Freak has had an opportunity to score from the corner, but the goalkeeper making very important blocks at the back. Pull it once more. Persistent wins it back. And at this point, Killer Freak just wants to, demolish his opponent in a sense that every single time he gets the ball, there's no chance for a recycle. He immediately wants to get into the 18-yard area of Game with Josh. And Josh is just struggling to deal with the kind of pressure that Killer Freak is bringing at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. The concentration from both players seems to be on a different wavelength. Killer Freak going for the absolute kill. I mean, he's already killed his opponent. He's just trying to massacre and prove a point in it. But Game with Josh, I don't know if it's anything he's fighting for at this moment.
Well, I went into the comments a little bit. I'm seeing so much slander for Game with Josh, and it's kind of understandable in some sense. But what I want people to realize is Game with Josh is also a very good player. I mean, one of the best players from Unilag, coming out of Unilag, should also tell you that this guy elsewhere is highly rated, and here as well he's highly rated. He's one of the best 16 players around, and he has got 9 points already. But Adefola, I do believe, has got another one in that game. Killer Freak also registering 1 more, 8 goals to 2. So just to let you guys understand how good Game with Josh is, he is a pretty good player as well. It's just that when it comes to the National E-Soccer League,
the quality, the gap in quality,
the intensity rises.
Absolutely.
The level has to rise to another level. And currently, with the likes of Kelafrik, Farouk, all of the best players around, you feel like maybe he's just not at the level yet as he is on the verge of conceding possibly another one.
I mean, you know, the beauty of having such a well-organized league competition is that it's no longer maybes, it's now for sures. You know, it's not a maybe this person isn't ready, but it's for sure from what we can see so far, this person is not ready yet. This person isn't at the level that the other ones are at. And I think we were having some network connections or network issues, but whatever the case is, it seems like Kelafrik is running away with that one in its entirety. We did see what was like a healthy comeback from Game with Josh in the first half. He did leave it late. We thought, okay, he was going to come into the second half with something to say. 4-2 in the first half, 8-2 in the second.
But now it's something that we are seeing too many times. If you look at how he lost the game with Mitchell, in the second half, in fact, at the end of the first half, he kind of
was very close. With
exactly.
2-1.
The second half,
Comes this
first 10 minutes, he scores once more. Now all of a sudden, the game is being blown out of the water. That's something that Game with Josh has to work with. Then you've said it time and time again. His concentration across the full 90 minutes, 9 minutes per half, that's what he's struggling with. And if he can
agree with you.
Work on that, then maybe we get to see him get to another level. But at this juncture, Kelafrik cruising at this point. I'm sure I had a little bit of network problems on there, but Adefola also in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, I want to also add another thing before we go into the comment section. I think this is one of the cases where maybe he would really, really benefit from having a coach with him. Hopefully in next season, we're going to be having an opportunity for the coaching staff of these players to be seated with them to help them in that mental category. Yeah, we'll go straight into it. Okay, I think Fortune Excel said the network has seen enough. That's crazy.
Oh, come on now. I don't think that's part of the reasons why we had network problems. Come on now.
Even network providers had to intervene. Wow.
Well, one coach says, Omo, he's not one of the best 16 players in the team, guy. Wow, are you ready to back that up? If you feel like you are one of the best 16 players, you know what? You can come to Game of Evolution Studios right now and try to battle it out with Josh.
Yeah, this Game with Josh has gone to quarterfinals of 2 major competitions that's been hosted in Nigeria. That I think the last one was Cade 24 or the Omniverse. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but he did beat the likes of Adefola. He did beat the likes of Image, if I'm very correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, for someone who has done that time and time again, it was not one time. Yes, he might not be a number 1, number 2, but when we say top 16, out of all the players here, he has 3 wins. There are players who haven't had. I mean, Blaze only saw 1 win. Out of which he played
as we currently speak, he's got more points than Image.
Absolutely. So, I mean, think about it. You know, Image did lose by 7-2 also against Kelafrik. The whole reason why we're having this conversation is because he did say, you know, he backed himself. You know, he did say Kelafrik was overrated, but that doesn't take away from the guy's quality. Now we have to go into Kelafrik. While we're giving Game with Josh his props, we want to also give Kelafrik his props. This isn't glazing. This isn't us just saying the man is too good. The man has ice in his veins. The man is on another level than what I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen time and time again since I moved to Lagos in 2020. I've seen players come. I've seen eras come and go. But my goodness, what an era Kelafrik is having.
Well, his era looks like it might be one of dominance, and he has certainly dominated in this game. We go back into the last 10 minutes of this matchup. Kelafrik up by 8-2. And he's looking to just add as many as he can. The fact that he still wants to catch Farouk at the top of those goals looks like it's really important to him. And he gets in again with some finesse, surely coming in. And of course, he was finding the back of the net. There's number 9.
There is number 9, and that is one that adds salt to the injury, if you so to speak. For Game with Josh, he wants this to be over as soon as possible. This is not doing him any good in terms of the goal difference, the way he looks down at the league table. He needs to stop the bleeding, and he needs to stop it now. But Kelafrik doesn't care. Kelafrik doesn't mind. He wanted to make a statement from the get-go. You saw the smirk on his face when he was asking if this was the guy who was talking when he scored. I think that was the 4th goal in the first half. But 4 goals considered in first half, 5 goals considered in second half is not good enough for somebody
definitely not good enough, especially in the 9-minute half. Your defense cannot be that leaky, especially against a really good player. Just about 4 minutes to go. It's just been more or less like a routine win for Killer Freak as he continues his surge into becoming the very best player in Nigeria. Kaka now with the ball, intershelling for a game with Jaws, just trying to see this game out and possibly preventing more damage in these last few minutes. It's been a very interesting one, just looking at the build-up and what has been said.
Hype around the build-up, yes.
The thing is, we've bought into the idea that Game with Jaws was the only one that said it, but actually just wasn't him. But Junior also did make a statement that he feels like Killer Freak is overrated. So maybe, just maybe, that Killer Freak Buddy Junior game also have a little bit of spice to it.
I mean, absolutely. That's what I was about to say. You know, like today is Game with Josh Day. Tomorrow might just be Buddy Junior's day. To either make prove the point or be exposed.
But I think one thing I can say for certain is, even if Killer Freak is going to beat Buddy Junior, I don't think it's by this margin.
It would be very criminal.
He's currently top 3 in the standings. He just went over Rufai. I don't think it's this crazy, but that signals the end of the game. Killer Freak says, "You say I'm overrated? Well, this is how I show you 9 goals to 2."
Very interesting.
On an absolute massive show against a game with Josh, and just reminding everybody why this guy, he's highly rated by so many players. Killer Freak picking up very important points. And I just love the fact that even after all that was said, they both have like a little bit of sportsmanship in there. There's camaraderie in there as well. There's no hidden like
bad feelings, bad blood.
Yeah, we just know it's the competition. It's something to spice things up, and I just love the fact that we still have things that are cool. The sportsmanship is at a high level. That's what the National E-Soccer League is all about.
Yes, I mean the spirit of the National E-Soccer League is the spirit of sportsmanship. That's one thing. Every single player who is here, have mutual respect for. Well, or not have mutual respect.
On the virtual pitch, you can take away the mutual respect, but when we get to speaking, still show your respect. You can talk the talk, but
you have to walk the walk at all times. But whatever it is that is done has to be done in good faith. Let's go into the comments, and we have Emmanuel saying Baji Junior is next. Then I think you must have set Baji Junior up for some drags now. We have T Coded say Baji, you are next. Robo Obiku says this is what happens when all you can do is one-time obtrudes.
That's what I was asking earlier. Is he too over-reliant on the first-time obtrudes? And it makes it a little bit predictable for Killer Freak to defend, because he's faced players that do that maybe even way better than Game with Josh. He plays Farouk almost all the time, and the first-time obtrudes, Farouk, that is his bread and butter. But just that Farouk can mix it up in so many ways and do different other things. But if that is going to be your one way of attack against Killer Freak, he'll figure you out pretty easy.
To be honest, if that's your one way of attack anywhere, even in real life football, any sport at all, you only have one model of attack, you're always going to be found out as quickly as possible. You have to be able to, like you always say, mix it and chop it up well every single time, especially when you're going to be going up against some of the very best in your country. You have to be able to chop it and mix it up. And T Coded said a live apology now. I don't know if you could get that.
I've seen another interesting comment. YB, I can stop Killer Freak, and in capital letters as well.
Wow, that's tall talk. YB, let us know what country you are from.
I think it's from Ghana too, actually. I do remember that account's name, YB.
So YB,
are you sure you're ready for that smoke?
If you're from Ghana, the Nigeria boys are coming to Ghana very soon, pretty soon. There's going to be a Nigeria versus Ghana cook-up happening very soon. So stay connected to Cade Esports on Instagram. You're going to be notified when that is going to happen. And then you have your opportunity to, as you said, stop Killer Freak.
Yeah, just show us what you can do. And of course, the Ghana League is coming up right after the National E-Soccer League as well. So maybe we might get to see YB also in all of his glory. Junior says, Baji Junior will give Killer Freak a close match. He isn't winning, but certainly won't be a blowout. He agrees definitely with what I said earlier. I think Baji Junior's game might be a little bit closer in some sense. Shaquille says the press from Killer Freak was crazy. Every single Killer Freak game, we get this comment.
We get it a lot.
Is his best attribute, I would say.
Yeah, we get it, but we've seen a couple of chunks in that pressing armor. A couple of people have been able to play through the press. But whatever it is, you have to be very, very concentrated over a 90-minute gameplay if you want to do justice to that press at any good time. YB says, I'm underrated at, okay, I think he's responded. And he said, I'm the best in Nigeria.
Wow.
Wow, that's tough talk for someone who don't.
Is YB Ghanaian or Nigerian? Wait, there's a YB in Ghana that I know. Is this the same YB that's in Ghana?
So YB, if you can hear us, let us know in the comment section where you are.
I like Jeffrey Asaribuate's comment. So it says, is there anything like Pride? Killer Freak has the best player lock and switch package I've ever seen so far. How can you beat someone like that? So
I would disagree with the player lock, but the best switching. Absolutely.
Player lock maybe Farouk.
Yes,
in that category. But when it comes to pressing, player switching, the finesse package, he probably has it on lock. And with Killer Freak, when you hear him speak, maybe you might say arrogance. So there's the confidence.
It's not arrogance
if you're that good.
You know, we've said it consistently on the broadcast. If you're able to back it up, then it's no longer arrogance. It is a statement of fact.
You try to set us up. There comes the Nigeria versus Ghana again. Matalawa says that Nigeria versus Ghana, you won't kill Ghana. Not only Montana good for Ghana. Come on, how many Ghanaian players have you seen? You just can't write us off like that. But definitely that matchup will surely come.
Yes, you know what? I think for at least a whole year after that matchup happens, we're gonna have something to go back to. Every single time this conversation happens.
Yeah,
so that's one of the reasons why we want to see that happen. We want to see the best of the best from Ghana come up against the best of the best from Nigeria, and the top 5 here is gonna go meet the top 5 in the Ghana League.
Well, it's why we love the National E-Soccer League. Amidst all of the banter, amidst all of the action, amidst all of, the talk and the talk, there's always love. There's always one thing that we all love, the passion for esports. And there's still more passion oozing with the National E-Soccer League. We'll take a quick spin around. There's still more big games to come. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, it must be really tough. But what do you feel were the key moments that really defined or changed the game?
I can say the mistakes we made in the game was that we were slow to respond to some situations. So that was what made us have that second position. If we had actually responded better, we would have been much more better than this.
Okay.
As a proud sponsor,
My name is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I'll say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe didn't meet up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baji Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd. And yeah, me, on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything and come first position and, win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
time to wake up to a new reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is the National E-Soccer League. If you're just joining us, this is game week 4, day 1. We have already seen 3 games on the live broadcast, 3 crazy games, entertaining, totally outclassing, and one that was a very, very end-to-end stuff. This is the one we're going to go in that will make it match 4. Don't forget, this has been an absolute blockbuster moment today. But we have one more in the ranks for you. Mr. Olga going up against Farouk Mamzo. A game which I saw you and Tomide while you guys were talking, a game that has couple history. In the time that Mr. Olga actually beat Farouk in that semi-final of that integral tournament, which he went on to win. The first tournament.
Wait, since then Farouk hasn't played him in a competitive setting again?
I don't know. At this level, I'm not so sure. At this level, I'm not so sure. So, but we can see the statistics. I'm going to let you get into that one.
Yeah, the statistics are pretty important for us. Like I said, Mr. Oga, when he started slowly, he has been building back some of the momentum. I'll put him and Mitchell in that same category. They've turned things around. When he started with all of those losses, now he's got 2 important wins on the board, 30 goals, and the win probability, 90% in favor of the #1 ranked player, Farouk Mamzo, going into this week is insane with 49 goals, and also one of the unbeaten players, just like Killer Freak. Farouk will be going in. See Killer Freak score all of those goals is definitely going to motivate him to also possibly go in and try to be the best he can. But Mr. Oga, the mindset going in is, I've beaten you before, but that was way back. There's a whole different ball game. When he went with that same mentality against Killer Freak, we all know what happened. It didn't go well for him. He has to change the mindset a little bit. But I like where his head is at right now. The momentum has built up from somewhere it wasn't, and then now he'll be able to get some motivation going on. Elsewhere, off the main broadcast, we also have the other one, Imaji taking on Simply Uzo.
Absolutely. Now you can see it doesn't seem like there's so much of a gap between these players. But, however, I think Imaji has 1 win and 2 draws. But Simply Uzo has nothing to his name.
Looking for a point.
Yeah, nothing to his name. The interesting thing is the goal difference, the goal tally, goal score by both players is very, very close. But the difference is, Imagine knows how to hold back his defense. He knows how to set up his defense. I don't know if it's going to be a win for him in this one, but it most likely is an added advantage. Now, you can see in that win probability, it isn't so outlandish. However, it is not close either. Imagine going on with 66 win probability, while Simply also has 34%. Their position is almost similar, 13-15, both of them in the bottom half. As it stands, both of them are going to be going back to the lower leagues for next season if it ends like this. So both players are not just fighting for their honor, they're also fighting to stay afloat for next season.
Well, with how things are shaping up, some players are learning about how good they are. Because if you come towards a tournament and in a weekend, in a Saturday or Sunday setting, you go on and win. Some people might say, you just had a really good weekend. That's
Absolutely.
But if you're able to win across multiple weeks, we know this is actually your level.
Yes.
So we know this is the level of Farouk. He's somebody that can do it time and time again. We know this is the level of Killer Freak. Is somebody that can do it time and time again. But across 5 weeks, there have been questions asked of Adefola if he's still Mr. Consistent. Well, all of the questions will be answered because at the end of the stream today, we'll be having that Killer Freak, Adefola versus Rufai game, which will be very interesting. But going into this one, Farouk Manzo just saw what Killer Freak did. And then he'll be going into this Mr. Oga game as confident as ever, because the last match that he had on the main broadcast was against Adefola, and we all know how that one ended, 5-1. Any score predictions for this one?
I think this one will be overwhelmingly in Farouk Mamzo's territory, because not just the fact that he is chasing 3 points, but he is chasing to stay close to Killer Freak. Don't forget, both players are still in the running to win all of this. So he wants to stay nowhere out of position. He wants to stay close. I think this might see a 6-7 in favor of Farouk. I don't know if Mr. Oga is going to be scoring much, but I think this is overwhelming.
Well, drop your predictions in the comments, people. Who picks up this one and by how many goals? Farouk Manzo, the LASE sportsman, who I saw him do a lot of streams over the weekend, and I was quite confident that today he'll be able to get 6 points out of 6. Well, for the Farouk fans, your first time to catch a glimpse of him on the main broadcast. The resurgent Mr. Oga also in your shot, looking poised as ever to do battle. Maybe, just maybe, he gets to upset a couple of people. We've already seen the memes going on in the groups. We see it keep on coming in. I think that was from Killer Freak's first goal where he scored and gave us a little bit of the Alexander Isak celebration when he scored against Liverpool. It was indeed insane, but it's all here for the fun and engagement. Just keep it respectful, people. It's still the esport that we all love. We still show that sportsmanship like always, but we are here to enjoy the fun. Farouk Manzo in your shot, and it's in action against Mr. Oga.
Already you can see him, Farouk, trying to take direction down to Mr. Oga. But that time around, Mr. Oga survives that onslaught. Now he has an opportunity to do this for his own. Mr. Oga's best game week so far was
definitely last week.
Game week.
That game he had against, I believe, was it Mitchell? Where he played like really well, and
he had also Baji Jr.
Yeah, Baji Jr. where he put off the draw, I think was insane.
Yes.
So he has picked up a bit of form, and maybe that form can carry on here this time. McTominay's effort well blocked, but Farouk Manzo has got to be careful. I know he's all confident and everything, but the kind of form that Mr. Oga is coming in is one that could give him a lot of confidence going in. So Farouk will be in the black and the white. Like I said earlier, it's also go Hullet and Matuidi using the newly added Matuidi Footies item in the squad. There goes Owen on the left-hand side for Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga is also just one of those OGs who like to attack in the unorthodox way. Doesn't really abuse the new things that are in the game. Likes to do things by on his own terms and just tries different ways in doing that.
Wow. My, oh my, what a way to kick things off. That one, as soon as he left that left boot, you know it was destined for the top corner. But my goodness, he has stung Farouk, and now there's so much to still play for Mr. Oga there.
Well, we could be in for something crazy. Farouk Manzo looking for a quick response, but not coming on that 10. On Mr. Oga, I told you guys about this guy's resurgence. There's just a different feel with how he's playing right now. He's a little bit more confident, a little bit more relaxed, and now we are seeing the best out of him. And it's not like this the first time he might be going up against Farouk Manzo. He's got experience of playing a great player like Farouk, and he's looking to do it again. There goes Pele that time. The effort being blocked. That's that one flag for offside.
Absolutely, and I can imagine the smirk on Killer Freak's face watching this one now, because he knows how important it is for Farouk to drop points so he can have some breathing room and some breathing space. But what a way to kickstart things if you are Mr. Oga. You're giving yourself an opportunity to get into it. Mr. Oga was talking to me the other day, and he was speaking to me off camera, and he said his only expectation of this particular league is to make top 4, make it to the next season, and then see where he goes.
Farouk Manzo is in, and those are two huge opportunities where he's missed.
Two huge
Konate coming up with a big save, and Farouk early on looking cutting a frustrated figure in there. But just 12 minutes, people. There's still a lot of SC to be played. That's one thing that you can't guarantee. And Farouk Manzo, he won't stop knocking at the door. And there he comes again with Hullet. Trying the Trivela for the first time. Hullet wins the header back.
I don't know if this is maybe Mr. Oga, seemingly in Farouk's head, but we have seen him attempt some passes that are not so accurate. We haven't seen some of his free flow play, free flow style in regular fashion. But if I quickly check,
well, he's in again. Ronaldo surely now he will find the back of the net.
Talk about the commentators.
It didn't take him too long, people. It's what he usually does. The great players, when they are unsettled, they'll force the situation, and that's what Farouk does. This time, you know what? One good thing about that goal as it went in for Farouk is when you're that frustrated and you feel like the game is not going your way, well, immediately you got the chance with Ronaldo. Somebody else was thinking, why didn't he shoot? But he's not that confident in himself right now. He needs to build up the momentum, and that's why he went with the extra pass and going for the easy goal. Really important. Farouk Manzo getting on board.
And that's kudos to him. Knowing that you're not in the most free-flowing state of yours, but ensuring that you got that goal that can boost your confidence. We said it here time and time again. Goals get you confidence, and now this is a good way for him to get confidence and get into this one, because 1-1 it is in 19th minute. Now he has some breathing room and he's able to execute some of his original game plan as he intended.
Well, the original game plan will surely be interesting to see how it does go through with it, because Mr. Oga is pulling up surprises. Well, so far, Farouk Manzo has actually attempted those over the top through balls, and it's worked on like 2 occasions, which has got him chances. Right now, Mr. Oga doesn't look like he's defending those situations pretty well. That's something that you have to look at, especially when you're playing against a guy like Farouk Manzo. I think the angles are totally different from the likes of Game with Joshua. I think that's a little bit more predictable. Farouk Manzo can come from a different angle, trigger a run that you're not even looking at, and it might end up being a goal for him. Pele can't tell, and he did have a lot of people crowded beside him. Is that onside? If that's onside, that's insane. Ronaldo is in, and he lost the goalkeeper as well.
Oh my goodness.
Where did that pass come from?
Talk about the unpredictability of Farouk's first time up.
Come on now. How did he see that?
Oh my. You want to talk about first time up choose? Remember we had that conversation last week of who had the better first time up choose between.
And Farouk is just certainly getting into the groove. You don't allow players like this to get comfortable. And within the space of 3 minutes, he's 3-1 up.
All of a sudden, he is no longer going for the extra passes. He has that confidence back from that first goal. We say time and time again, goals give you confidence. And as soon as he got that confidence boost, you can see, he seems like he's running away with this one. Mr. Oka now has a mountain to climb, because this is a wounded Farouk trying to get himself not just the 3 points, but the goals.
Well, with Farouk Manzo playing like this and not dropping the intensity even one bit, it tells you there's only one thing on his mind: regaining his top spot back. I mean, the live standings live in play show that Killer Freak is currently on the top of the table, but Farouk Manzo with a win in this game will be going back to the very.
I mean, he really needs to have those goals in. He had 4 goals, of course, as a difference between him and Killer Freak.
And then Killer Freak went on to win 9 goals to 2.
Was that 9 goals? Okay, that was 9 goals, yes. So he had 5 goals in. And talk about goals, Farouk is getting it. You can see the resignation on Mr. Oga's face. He has absolutely no idea what just hit him.
Well, it hit him like a truck right there. 30 minutes in, and we might have another demolition job right in front of us. We get away from that Imagine Simply Uzo game. Imagine now settling in calmly. This is the Imagine we know. Total football to get back into the game. Another over the top through ball. Come on now, Farouk. He's in once more.
At this point, it should be banned. At this point, this guy has to be banned from using these moves. He has to be stopped. My goodness, where are those angles coming from? And he doesn't even seem so fazed by it. You can see the concentration level by Farouk is still pretty high.
And the most difficult thing about defending Farouk is because you are being aware of the fact that he can use the over-the-top through ball so well. You are trying to, you know what, in your subconscious, you're trying to think of, is he going to play it? But the thing is, he's also so good creating in different ways, not just being over-reliant on the over-the-top through ball. So it's just so difficult defending him and how dynamic of an attack that he's got. But right now, Mr. Oga is feeling the pressure. 5-1 down.
He's
this
going.
early.
He is absolutely going through it. You know what? Once when you get Tomide again on this, or if you're able to get somebody like Killer Freak or Farouk on the broadcast, I want you to be able to ask them for me, what would be the best depths to use for someone when you play somebody like Farouk, who absolutely enjoys this.
The way man is asking questions like this, are you trying to play them anytime soon?
You can never know.
If you are trying, well, all the best to you, because I know that's not easy at all.
I have to think about my mental health.
Rude Hole comes in for Farouk, who's absolutely cruising at this point. Just a couple of minutes ago, we thought Mr. Oga had something up his sleeve. Well, he's brushed those opinions aside, and he's up by 5-1, 35 minutes in. Mr. Oga, it has hit him like a lightning bolt. Didn't see where this one came from.
Well, I think it's fair to say that those sleeves were short-sleeved because this time around, with what Farouk is giving Mr. Oga, unless he scores this one, he doesn't, he would have had an opportunity to stage something that seemed like a comeback. This is 37 minutes in the first half, and Farouk is currently leading by 5-1. All that hard work being done by Killer Freak now, it might just be going to waste if this continues like this, because it seems like Farouk is totally getting his groove back in terms of those goals. Imagine what will happen when we are going down to the wire in game week 5. When this is
people have just kept on predicting the fact that we'll be going into game week 5 with Killer Freak and Farouk still being on the same point, and it will be decided by goals, which is insane. I mean, if that happens, it tells us just the class and quality they have above everybody else. But I mean, it could happen, but I don't think it will happen. In my opinion, one of them might drop points anytime soon. So we'll see. We'll see. Farouk is in again with more speed boost this time. Went for the chip, and Mr. Oga very fortunate.
Goodness, that defending there was a little bit terrible.
Like
by Mr.
it's
Oga.
just so easy, like hot knife through butter. Right down the middle, Imaji. Speaking of players who are gaining confidence, the man who needed points, the man who needed goals. Harry Kane is in on the scoring. That's 3-1 to Imaji now. We've said it time and time again. He's played some tough opponents already. Now it feels like he's playing opponents who are at the lower end of the leaderboard. He needs to be grabbing points, and these goals are pretty important.
Absolutely. This one, if he stays like this, is going to get him 6 points. At least another opportunity.
Well, is there Mr. Oga could find a way back? He's had 2 huge opportunities.
Oh my!
And he can't finish from them. Wow.
How do you miss that from such a...
So this is one concern that I've got with Mr. Oga. You look at everybody's shooting technique. Everybody's going for low driven. Have you seen him even try it once?
Actually, no, he hasn't.
Every time he's going for, that's what I'm saying. He likes the unorthodox things. Like the OGs, you need to adapt to what works newly. And look at Farouk Manso adding all of the new things, and you finish at the near post. There's number 6 in the first half.
My goodness, this is a very wild way to end the first half. The mechanics in the game, just like you said, you have to adapt as quickly as possible. In fact, personally, on a personal note, as soon as I think a couple months ago, I decided, okay, you know what, I have to go back to precision. I was using the assistant, but I was like, you know what, I have to learn the precision. Why? It seems like it's here to stay. So you have to quickly adapt to the precision, because by FC26, it might be that the assistant is no longer there. What do you have to start doing? You want to start learning the precision in 26?
Nah.
No, you have to figure out.
But all the other players are far gone.
I have not seen a precision from, the low driven shots from him. I've not seen the Trivela shots from Mr. Oga.
No finesse, all of the new, no player locks, all of the new things that works in game. Yeah. I'm sorry to say, but Mr. Oga, he's playing like it's the iteration in 18, 19.
Yeah.
You've got to add those new things to the game. You've got to show the fact that you're adapting to what is happening now. And if you aren't adding that to your game, if you're not shooting with those low-driven techniques, I mean, you're missing out on a lot.
Then you find yourself in situations like this more often. You know, a player...
Because he had 2 prime opportunities where if he had shot low-driven, he probably
definitely going into it. I mean, you think about this man's potential, not just potential, this man's immense talent. He doesn't deserve to be where he is on the table. But just like you're saying, the reluctance to take on all of these is going to be biting him. Sultans, I don't know, I think this is more of a mockery. Mr. Integral, I don't know if this is what you'll be telling him at 6-1 down. And we see Valentine Kayon, they say, I predicted 6-1. Naim Farouk, Nakam first half. WTF. Masala one said, see how Mr. Oga is missing chances. I mean, we say it and we are shaking our heads also with you. What the OG gamer said, Kai Manzo. Now, Jeffrey Boateng said the chance you're not getting some. The
once you are getting to your bottom as well. I mean, that's what Manny and I were speaking of. The fact that he's not using the low-driven technique, he's creating some of these chances. But when you play against the likes of Farouk, you can't be missing any of those. Junior JSS, Oga needs to start playing some GTA or Mario.
I saw a very, very interesting comment that said Mr. Oga can come back. I don't know what's coming
really? Back from. 6-1 down. I don't think so.
I definitely listen. If that does happen, I don't know. We should do something crazy in the broadcast, because that would be.
That for sure be the biggest highlight.
Yes, it will be something of insane proportion. Come back from 6-1 against Farouk Mamza. Now that's more of a pipe dream.
We don't hear that too many times.
Absolutely.
Rafinha for Farouk is looking to just get into the groove once more for the second half, and just like before, just score as many goals as he can. But Mr. Oga, one of the more important things will be righting his wrongs and preventing Farouk from getting in behind him that easily. Farouk.
The muscle to brain connection between these both players, if you notice it, it is so far apart. The speed with which Farouk is player locking, the speed with which he's doing his one-time up choose, everything. It's like he's taking 4 or 5 moves ahead of the next move. But you just see like Mr. Oga is taking it 1 step at a time. Meanwhile, his opponent is playing 5 steps at one time. It is chess versus checkers, so you know how that story goes. That's why we have Mr. Oga currently down by 5 goals to 1. You see what I just said? That first taking it step by step. Okay, who's going into position next? What do I do next? When you have the ball, you have to do it before you get the ball. And maybe that's because the quality gap is very huge as it stands right now. But I think this is an opportunity for Farouk to right his wrongs in 2023 when he lost to Mr. Oga in that semi-final match.
Well, indeed, I've always called Farouk the best off-ball player when he's in possession. I think that's what he does better than anybody else. The fact that he can manipulate the player lock so many times and make those runs. Well, speaking of runs, there is Imadi. He's looking to make a run for the top of the leaderboard. I do believe he's got a goal directly from the corner kick. I believe that's 6 goals to 1 in his favor. But like I was saying with Farouk, in possession of the ball, when he's off the ball, like what the other players do around him, whether he's sending runs or he's using the player lock,
yes,
he is the best at it. And maybe it's quite dissimilar to how Killer Freak plays. I know Killer Freak also sends runs and all of that, but Farouk Manto, when he does that off ball, it's just such a joy to watch. And he almost predetermines what he's about to do. And it's insane to see him in action here today. Mr. Oga just trying to cut into that deficit a little bit. That's some great passing.
Oh, the decision of the player to just take that animation, just ruin that moment for him. But I really hope we got to see that one between Boyd versus Farouk. Both players very, very offensively minded. Both players sort of like poised in their brain to muscle, muscle coordination. And that would have been an intense and insane one. But unfortunately for Boyd, we're not going to be able to see that one as he got that one on the walkover. That is Farouk himself. But yes, the quality on display here, we have spoken about it so many times, but you can see it on your screen. These guys, I mean, it's crazy to think about when people were talking about the whole game we just talked conversation. Mr. Oga is definitely in that conversation of some of the best FIFA players ever to be in Nigeria. But now look at what is happening in the first half.
Well, as for that conversation, I don't know if somebody will put him. Wait, is he top 3 all time?
Nah.
All time.
Nah.
But can he make it to top 5?
No.
Is that a valid conversation for him to make it top 5? Well, speaking of top 5,
I would say he probably is in the top 20, somewhere around the top 20.
All time?
Yeah, all time. But definitely nowhere near the top 5 or top 10s. But he's definitely in conversation around top 20. But then, I mean, that's the way he's been treated. Oh, this might be start of something crazy.
Oh, that's of the post. He should be scoring those. And we get to hear the signs everywhere from the studios. An opportunity comes his way, and he's missed about 3 of these.
Absolutely.
3 huge opportunities, and Mr. Oga just can't find the back of the net. Farouk has kind of slowed down in the scoring in the second half. And just as I say that, he gets a big opportunity to do so, and fumbles the opportunity as well. But Mr. Oga must be kicking himself with all of these chances that he's missing.
I mean, right now, Farouk is really in the grind. He just needs to ensure he's scoring as much as possible. As it stands, right now, he's probably tied with Killer Freak in terms of goals. He needs to score more and ensure that Mr. Oga doesn't score the next couple of goals because that's not going to be doing him any favor.
So there's one thing that I've always been meaning to ask. In Ghana, usually we have tournaments that are like creme de la creme, like the tournament everybody plays in, and the prize money is huge and all of that. There's serious hype about it, and I think in Nigeria you can put that integral tournament in that bracket. Aside that integral tournament, have there been tournaments that Mr. Oga has won as well?
Major tournaments, absolutely no, not that I can remember. Major tournaments, no. But I think I've seen a couple minor tournaments where he, went there and got the win. But in terms of major tournament, that was his first. I think that was his first win and only win anyway since that time. But he had been like one consistent person consistently, in the background, always doing his stuff. But Integral was his opportunity to shine, and he took it with both hands, and it was absolutely.
Well, you definitely applaud players like those, the ones that build through all of the adversity, and sometimes when they are not in the best position.
Oh my!
Farouk drops number 7 in there, 73 minutes in. He is surely keeping his lead at the top of the table, wanting to just ensure that lead is not in danger anymore. And he comes up on the attack once more, sends the run out of Rafinha. Farouk Manzo surely putting this game to bed with that goal, and maybe number 8 might come that time. The player look not being able to use to his fruitfulness. And at this juncture of the game, with what we are seeing in Farouk's game, is just an elevation of what is probably to come in the next coming weeks. We also get word in that Imaji Blaze game that Imaji still leading pretty comfortably in that one. The National E-Soccer League brought to you by Cade Esports. We're currently live from Lagos, Nigeria, if you are wondering, inside the Game Evolution Studios where everything is going down. Farouk Manzo is somebody that I feel like has understood what the meaning of that 4-2-1-3 formation is. He's just got that down to a T. He's got the whole idea of the way to play with those type of players. And I had him on the broadcast last weekend. We had a conversation of what you have your DMs on, whether it's a deep line playmaker, whether it's holding, or Farouk, he plays them on deep line playmaker. He wants them to be that deep and dictate from that deep. So it's quite interesting to see him being able to just utilize that. And I think the fact that he has them on deep line playmaker, he needs them to also have the play styles to be able to play that position. And that's why we see so many over-the-top through balls that sometimes we can't even catch, because they are that deep and they play those passes that we don't even see.
True balls from absolutely. Also, don't forget the player behind the striker also doing so much damage for Farouk. That's the crazy thing. I just want to quickly highlight that with what you just said. That you have, now you're going to mark the player behind the striker, but then there's the deep line playmakers. They have so much. Now talking about that, just look at how this one went ahead. It was offside a little bit, but that craziness in the sense of the over-the-top through balls, this guy is something else. I cannot wait for the penultimate moment of this competition. It is going to be absolutely insane.
I just noticed in the comment, someone's asking why are the pro players not using 4-2-3-1 anymore. It's just the evolution of the game. If you've played any version of FC, even in the old ones, there was always formations that were like OP. At that point where everybody just kept using. At this juncture of the game, it's 4-2-1-3, and everybody seems to be hooked. It feels like the best balanced formation out there. And if it's working, just join the bandwagon, and that's what everybody's using these
Absolutely.
days. You don't want to be the one that is out of the loop. If you're using something unique and it works for you, fine. But if you keep ignoring what's happening, guys, that Farouk Manzo pausing number 8 in there, if you keep ignoring what's happening,
you see that smile.
Then you might be in trouble.
You see that smile from Farouk. He is on cruise mode. He gets the 8th goal. And
he's practically matching what Killer Freak did to Game with Josh.
Yeah, I mean,
Killer Freak got 9-2.
Okay, we might
and with the time that's on the side, possibly the goal might come as you get a tactical foul from Mr. Hug. I think we might see a red card as well.
We might see a red card.
Yeah, yes, indeed. The red card counts, but we know Farouk Manzo is also pretty good with this set pieces. Maybe he gets number 9 from this one. That's a big block at the back from Van de Ven.
Very huge block there by Mr. Oga. Was able to see that opportunity there for Farouk and stop it. Now Farouk has really done himself so well in terms of this goal difference. They're going to come in handy because the next couple of games, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if Killer Freak is going to lock in, get into his craziness. I think the one between
Imaji and Simply Uzo has come to a close with Imaji getting his biggest win of the whole tournament, 8-3 3 in his favor. He's finally getting back to that group that we all know he can settle it into, and that game comes to a close. We wrap up here with our featured game of this round. Farouk Manzo, just route 1 football, going back to the basics and making sure that he grabs 3 important points on the board. Ronaldo, as he bulldozed, wait, how does he keep doing that?
My goodness.
That time, Van de Ven, though.
Van de Ven are absolutely dominant in terms of the physicality in that tight space and that tight corner. And this is not something we see often. We don't see Cristiano Ronaldo lose out on physical battles that often. You can see it means so much to Farouk to get just that one goal that might match Killer Fish run. But he gonna get it?
I think I'd already commented with the player, so he was trying to, just reverse it a little bit, but the angle was a little bit too tight. Maybe it might work something from this corner. But all in all, it's been one hell of a dominant performance from Farouk Manzo, right from when it looked like he was going to lose. There is the knife. It just felt like it was coming.
He looks at you. Love to see it. The brazen confidence on these kids. Absolutely insane. Well, absolutely insane. Mr. Oga seems like he has been blown out of water. You can see some of the other ones who have tried today and didn't really make it in terms of Simply Uzo and Game with George as they watch greatness happen real time.
Well, the greatness happening right before our eyes. Farouk Manzo remains unbeaten. That's 8 games that he's gone unbeaten. That's practically 8 wins that he's gotten, and then just that one draw.
8 wins, 1 draw for both of our first and second contestants.
Well, it is indeed something spectacular to go into. I'm hearing the comments are going crazy with Farouk Manzo's performance as well. If we can see it up on our screen, so we'll read a couple of them before we go into the next break. But it has been something intense. But just away from that Farouk and then Mr. Oga game, how important is that win for Imaji for the next coming weeks?
Very, very important because, I think we have said it time and time again, his performance have not really resulted into points. And I think this time around, he can now build on these 3 points, 3 huge points. Let's go straight to it. I've seen some very, very funny comments. I cannot go further. Carlos De Oliveira says Mr. Oga should be in the army. What do you mean?
I mean, there's something behind that, Carlos. Let us know.
Come on. Khalifa Yakub said Martin's scoreline is insane. Eric says no chance. Boateng says Mr. Oga smiling.
I mean, nobody's going to be smiling.
No, that's not nice. Mr. Oga looks like, oh my goodness, this is just
like India.
Mr. Oga slander.
All these comments are killing me.
9-2 each. He literally had to take his foot off the pedal in the second half. Wow. Chico, funny enough, they played in champs yesterday and it was Farouk 5-3 Farouk. Farouk almost lost. Wow, this is very important.
I think I was in that stream too, but I didn't get to see that part. So that's quite interesting. But when it comes to tournament, it's a whole different ballgame. That's why when somebody beats you in champs or in rivals, I know you can get enraged, but like sometimes that person is even doing something else, or maybe Farouk, like of course when he's playing on stream, he's reading chats a little bit, so he's maybe a little bit distracted. I'm not saying that's the reason why he lost 5-3, but like if he has full concentration like he just did, I mean, it might be a big gap, and we just saw 9 goals to 2.
Let's just leave this last one, and okay, I'm going to just say champs does not matter from OG Gamer, and Junior Ghana says Farouk will definitely play in the World Championship. I want to read this one from Forts to Excel. He says, Mr. Oga, honestly, I don't know how he won Farouk, but at that time he was a more level-headed player. Now he rushes to the wind.
Well, I'm sure Fortin is speaking from experience. Maybe he's watched Mr. Oga play, and now the way he's playing right now kind of surprises him. But we've got to the halfway point of day 1 in match week 4. It's been a blast already. We've seen some amazing games. We saw the blockbuster one that was building up, Killer Free Game with Josh. We know how that one ended. We just saw Farouk Manzo do justice to Mr. Oga.
My personal favorite is the one between Boyd and
Rufai losing his second ever game in the National E-Soccer League. There's more to come, people, but at this juncture, we are at the halfway point. We'll go for another break. A quick word from the sponsors just to get you guys energized, because there's more to come. There's still the big one. Adefola versus Rufai, slated for later on today, is one you can't not miss. And I'm sure, Manny, is one that you're looking forward to.
I'm salivating to see that one happen. I'm absolutely salivating to see that one happen. Oh my goodness. I just want to read this last one before we go. It says Max Turner. From Max Turner, it said, no longer Mr. Oga, but let's call him Mrs. Oga.
Come on now, Max.
Really? Really?
I know you guys are having fun in the chat, but like,
wow.
This is Mr. Integral you're speaking of. Come on now.
Yeah,
the respect still has to be there.
Apparently, it's not Mrs. Integral. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. The live action continues in a couple of minutes. We have so much blockbuster to give you guys. 4 games on stream, 4 games off stream. You know how it is. This is the National E-Soccer League. From I and Slimo, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I've been playing competitive for at least 4 or 5 years, but it's not been a smooth ride. So making it this far has been an achievement in itself. My experience so far with Cage has been one of respect. They've treated us nicely, and I appreciate what they're doing here.
Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Oumbe Lionel. Mon nom de gamer c'est Cade Esports et je viens du Cameroun. Donc c'est ma première fois. J'ai pu me qualifier pour le top 8 et c'est ma première fois de venir ici au Niger.
On thermometers, 2,000 surrounding us.
5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for La Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I would say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro scene. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe didn't meet up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baji Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated, and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
I'm ready.
Should they be quiet? Should they be quiet? Should they be quiet?
All right, guys, I'm back to your screen and I'm here for the analysis for the top players in the National E-Soccer League. We have Baji Junior with me, and we're going to be analyzing some tactical differences between Adefola and Blaze. One thing I noticed in the attack of Adefola was Adefola came quite prepared today, or like usual. He was more quick with his attack, and there was something I noticed in one of his attack. I just had to pause and said we have to do some analysis on it. Now, Baji Junior, you're the pro player here, so I'm going to be asking a few questions, and you're please audibly because the viewers want to hear it.
No.
Now, in my mind, I'm seeing Adefola right here. This is Adefola with the ball.
Yeah.
He has Blaze has defender 1, 2, 3, 4. Now he has 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have this player. We have this Ronaldo right here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry, let me do that real quick. Okay, we have Ronaldo right here. Ronaldo right here. Okay, good. Now, is this bad defending in your opinion? In my opinion, first off, this is what I think. Okay. His Corso is with this centre back here.
That's Rudiger. Yeah.
That's Rudiger, right? Mm-hmm. And then his second man pressing with Hulit. Now, in my opinion, this is good defending because there's a clear pass here, right? There's a clear pass here. But at the same time, Petit is left-footed. He can Trivela, yes, right? Which I would have done, mind you. But watch what Adefola does here.
Before you play, this is bad defending.
This is bad defending, yes, really. So what do you think? What do you think should have done?
But you defend in areas. This area is for your DM to defend. You should not be here. Your DM should be right here instead of marking with.
So you are saying that the cursor should be on Hulit and drag him in instead of him here?
Blocking this pass.
You don't think if the cursor is here, it's going to take a longer time before he gets to...
If this pass goes through, he can spin him easily.
Oh.
Rudiger, I don't think Rudiger is the best defender, but he can spin him easily.
So
Hulit should be here.
So you're saying Hulit should be in this position here, covering this space here?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, around here. Should be jockeying this way.
You really think that this pass is not going to get through to CR7 before?
He won't make the pass. No, reaching here, I don't know what happened before, but looking at this.
Yeah.
Looks like bad defending.
Okay.
Because your second man should never be a DM. Your second man should be with your fullback or something, not your DM.
Okay, so let's see what Fola does. He tries to Trivela.
Okay.
He blocks, which I anticipated. Now watch this. Pause. Right here. Right here. Now watch this. We have player. Right here we have player. Defender 1, 2, 3, and him right here.
Yeah.
Now we have only one player making the run here and here. In my opinion, I don't think this is a threat. This pass is not going through.
This is a decoy.
This is a decoy run.
Yeah,
This is a pass.
Yeah.
This pass can come in, and we all know that if he gets this pass here, he can see Trivela with James. But the problem I have with this defending is his cursor is on the right back. And I'm wondering why exactly. What do you think they should have done right here?
Yeah, it's okay on being on the right back because of speed boost. He went to close up the space between your right back and your center back. So when you close up that space, your opponent has to make a different decision than the speed boost.
So you're saying this right back is meant to cover this space right here?
Yes, and close.
So to close the space for the speed boost. But at the same time, the cursor is then I see him run in that direction. And I think Folasti goes ahead to do the speed boost.
He switched it to his second man.
Oh,
he switched to his second man. So that second man will not
I get it. Are you guys seeing this? This is what sets apart the pro from the casuals. Let's play. I want to play that clip right. Okay. Pass. Here. Boom. Watch. Okay. Hold on.
He already switched. This is the cursor.
So he already switched.
Yes.
He already switched.
So for this, he switched for this pass, not for him.
Oh.
He switched for this pass. He should have been on the right back. If the ball is farther away from the post, that's better. If the ball is in,
So you're saying
manage that.
So viewers, I want you guys to learn it. So you're saying when a player's in this position, he has a cutting, passing lane here. You're saying what you're meant to do is bring your right back still to close the entire gap.
Yes, because of speed boost.
But don't you think if it closes gap, you give a true pass here and then
that's calm. You should leave with that.
You're sure?
You leave with that and you try and defend after.
You try and defend after
but
that.
This scenario,
but
your
this
right
scenario,
back close that space. Man.
Your right back is meant to close the space.
But if you leave here and even if two-man marking wasn't there, the AI will stand. It won't close the space for you.
Okay.
And two-man marking is just going to contain. It's not going to tackle for you.
And I think Fola did see the fact that his cursor was in the wrong player because Fola then takes in that space. He baited him and then took the space. And watch this. It goes. In my opinion, I was thinking he was going to give a pass, an extra pass. What do you think? There was an extra pass, or don't you think? Right here, pass. Because when he came here,
Flair not make pass.
I think there was an extra pass.
Yeah, I would have done that, but I mean,
I don't know how he saw the goal there.
That's
maybe it's because of the low driven, but it's cool. That's just the brilliant mind of Adefola. Let's roll the clip to the next goal. All right, so this is the next goal. This goal was actually scored by you. The reason why I had to pick out this goal is because I did see a decoy run, and then from nowhere, you hit a red time Trivela.
Okay, I think that was the first goal. This one was the green time Trivela.
Okay, so the pass came in from here.
Okay.
You had Griezmann on player lock. You were going in. Watch this, right here. I will never understand how you were this quick to Trivela this. Did you plan the Trivela or it just came like...
No, Olise is a wonderful player. If you can take it back a bit, once I got to this position and his DMs were not active, the plan is to bait him and Trivela it. If not, just give Henry the pass. He was trying to track this Henry run because one pass, true ball.
So do you think this was bad defending, in your opinion?
No, good defending.
So what could he have done to have stopped this?
I mean, nothing.
Nothing. You think it was just a special move? All right. Because I was wondering how you could just take off the Trivela so quick.
Yes.
Like
it was a bad animation. I don't know how he can time the ball. It was maybe.
But don't you think he went through? Is this not the new Saliba item?
He doesn't have block. No, he doesn't have.
He doesn't. Block. He has block plus. That's what I'm saying. Like it went through him. He has block plus.
Yeah. I consider that a lot.
I don't think this will score every time. I think it was a 50-50.
Yeah,
my opinion.
It was a 50-50.
So he's not entirely bad defending.
Yeah, no, but it's not bad defending. Just a good attack.
All right, cool. All right, guys, there you have it. Sometimes the game gives you a 50-50, but I didn't know how he saw the Trivela from that point. Well, we'll be giving you more analysis as we go on. This is Baji Junior. I am playing with Tommy on all socials. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, we take you into the world of game. Organizing to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best
Time to wake up to a new reality.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is the second round of action. We are about to have another ball. You know how it is. This is another one. We already have our players getting ready in the studio. We're going to be bringing to you guys another exciting one. This one.
Wait, that was too deep.
Well, we did a poll in the comment section. We asked you guys who you wanted to see on stream. The game between either Bright and Killer Freak or Rhymes Bobo and Boyd. And the overwhelming majority said they wanted to see Killer Freak
again
do his thing. Maybe this time around we might have a case for manslaughter, for manslaughter in the studio. But whatever the case is, we're going to be seeing the game between Killer Freak and Bright. Now, Rufai Tomiwa says unemployment final bosses. I have no idea what he means by that, but let's go on. Just plays COD. No mind them. You know, allow pro player talk. Interesting. Josh, if you can hear this, tell us who you're talking about. Shakil Kivumbi says we want to see the best football gameplay of Killer versus Bright.
I'm sure I was part of those that voted for the Killer Freak versus Bright game 14. But this has been a very entertaining day. I mean, I agree with you.
I agree with you.
We've enjoyed ourselves.
Yes, and I'm glad you also are entertained. Absolutely.
The votes have started coming in, and I don't think you'd see a more one-sided vote ballot like this one. Killer Freak with 89% of the vote. 2 votes do believe that Bright might pull off a big upset.
I'm genuinely curious as to who the 2 people are.
I might be one of them.
3 people said, 3 votes says it's going to be a draw. I don't know. This is one of those ones where you should see like 100% in favor of one.
Nah. There's no way we are seeing 100%.
No, I think this is the first time I am going to categorically state I don't think this person deserves or stands a chance, rather.
Well, we've gone through first rounds of action through the first 4 matches, and Neef and Mitchell started off great, with Mitchell picking up that 6-4 win. Mitchell, who also, of course, had to carry out of here, played his games quickly, so he's got 6 points out of a possible 6-beating game with just 6-2. Rhymes taking on Bright, also important win for him after the really bad week from him last weekend. Also gets 3 points on the board, 6-2. Boyd versus Rufai, one of our featured games, which went right down to the wire. Boyd picking up really important points in that game, 4 goes to 3. Badji Jr. versus NSN did not disappoint as well.
Yes.
I think if we are ranking the best 2 games that happened simultaneously, it has to be those ones.
I agree with you.
For all of the games that we've had, none of them are finished in just a 1-goal margin. The ones that happened simultaneously.
Yeah.
So it was indeed excellent. We had the big build-up to game with George versus Killer Freak. Ended up being a demolition job in favor of the man who's currently joined at the top of the table. Blaze took a beating from Adefola, 10 goals to 1.
That is
Adefola,
absolutely insane.
He needed to get back on course. And
what a way to do it also.
Exactly, perfect way to do it. Farouk saw Killer Freak score 9 and he said, well, if he can't do it, I can do it as well. Picked them 9 goals to 2 against Mr. Oga as well. So that's just first round of action. Now we are into round 2. And round 2, we begin it with the Killer Freak matchup against Bright. Bright is one of the very few. Him and Simply Uzo are the ones looking for points on the board. He's still looking for his first points.
After
9
games
losses is
played.
insane.
9
losses is something else.
Yes, 9
and
losses.
And this is the biggest win probability we've seen so far. 97% to 3.
Also, probably the most deserved we have seen so far. Also. let's just be honest about this.
97% to 3%.
I mean, just look at the contrast between both players. It's 56 goals scored versus a 19 goals scored. That's terrible. That's like the gap is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Second position, one is 16th position. 9 losses, 0 losses. I mean, I hope that explains.
That tells a full story. It tells the story of where this game is positioned. Killer Freak will be looking at this game and be looking at this game as an opportunity to just keep racking up the points, keep scoring the goals. And Bright, I mean, if there was any game for you to announce yourself to the crowd, it will always be against a guy like Killer Freak. We get to see that action, but also elsewhere we'll be having that Rhymes and Boyd game.
Remember at some point during the competition, the whole league session, somebody in the comment section mentioned that Bright might just leave this competition with about 300 goals conceded.
Today,
I don't know what the goal difference is looking like right now.
Right now,
for
it's
him.
50.
It's 50.
Oh no, maybe like I think it's more than. I think it's about minus 54.
We don't know yet, but
at that game, 80. Who knows? Hopefully, we get to see some crazy goals.
We don't know yet, but other game happening as well will be the Rhymes and the Boyd game. This one should be interesting. Very
interesting. I want you to take note of this, right? After 9 games being played by both players each, you could see in the goals, the goal section that there's never been like a one where like, okay, both players, they look very similar, but in the position, they are so far apart. 41 goals scored by Boyd and 40 goals scored by Rhymes. But those 40 goals is keeping Rhymes in place in 9th, while 41 goals is taking Boyd all the way
that
to
tells you the amount of defending Boyd has had to do to keep that top 5 position. And him winning against Rufai,
very
crucial. It's a serious momentum booster. And if he can carry on with picking up 3 points against Rhymes, that is a big one. Because right now, the likes of Adefala behind him, looking at him as a target to possibly overtake.
Absolutely. That will also be a great opportunity for him to solidify this game week 4, day 1. Going into game week.
If he picks up 6 points out of 6, that's insane.
Exactly, because tomorrow he's going to be playing Killer Freak. Now that's a game you don't want to like be scared, in terms of like, oh, okay, what's happening behind me? Ensure you get this one done and dusted. Adefola is also playing a very tough opponent today in Rufai. So this is the best opportunity for you to ensure you get those 3 points and make it a steady ship for tomorrow.
Steady your roll, people. There's more action to come right here on the Cade Esports YouTube channel, National E-Soccer League. We're just going through the paces, going through the necessities, giving you and drawing you the perfect picture of what to expect. Like I said, we are just your tour guides, taking you through an amazing journey of the National E-Soccer League. Everything is just moving smoothly. But if someone had asked me if I was expecting the National E-Soccer League to go like this, in some parts, yes. At the top of the table, yes. But I've seen some surprising performances that, we have to commend. Anderson, I think he's done a great job. Boyd has done a great job. Rufai has done a great job. Right now, it will leave and change perspective about so many of these players. As for Rufai coming in, of course, online demon, the fact that he can do it on a LAN event as well changes the whole perception about him.
Yeah.
Exactly. Boyd gains a lot of respect from people. Baji Jr. is also one that deserves a lot of love.
Yes.
The Game Evo athlete has definitely done himself some good. He's been brilliant so far. Imagine is one that I think needs to regain the confidence from the fans. I know he just won his game convincingly, but we need to see a lot more from him. Adefola also we need to see a little bit more consistency. If he goes on to be with Rufai later on today,
then maybe, just maybe, it might be a start of something great for him. Also, I want to quickly mention the fact that we saw rather Rufai come from the online part of it, into the LAN tournament and was able to do this well. I think that might give some credence to people, even people who are online telling us, okay, you know what? I think we might be in one of that conversation. This gives people credence. Okay, you guys, if you guys are online and you believe you can do this, come down over here, come down, register, attend these tournaments and prove your mettle.
Wow.
So that's one thing I think that's a positive that Rufai has brought in this competition so far.
Well, sometimes doing offline and then online might be a taller. Sometimes sometimes your personality will count. If you're a shy person, it can be quite difficult for you to pull it off. But Rufai has just set an example. If you're online and you're playing, you feel like you're good, you should definitely be looking forward to the esports community, outdooring you to the world. And that's what Rufai has done. And he's done.
The next game tomorrow. Wow. Now let's look at number 3, number 4. That's Game Evo athletes, Baji Jr. and Rufai. But in 3rd and 4th, 22 points for Baji Jr., 19 points for Rufai. Boy, it's not far off. He's on 19 points.
Not far off at all. That's what I'm saying. This game against Rhymes could prove to be really important.
Absolutely.
If he picks up points against Rhymes, who currently sits in 9th position, it's a big game for him. And like you said, tomorrow he'll be playing Killer Freak. So knowing that he's got all of the points in the bag, you're not having to worry about what's happening elsewhere can be very important. Adefola finds himself in 18th position. The Cade Esports man will be looking to make a huge bounce back. Like we've previewed, he will be playing Rufai later today. Mitchell is currently completed all of his games today, 6 points out of 6. We remember when he was languishing at the lower half of the table, he turned his destiny around.
Yes, he's turned
now
it around.
He's in conversations for a top 8 finish. In fact, even a top 4 finish, because he's just 2 points away from Rufai. I know Rufai has 1 game in hand.
Absolutely.
Mind you, that game in hand is against Adefola. Anything can happen. So Mitchell, he's gradually climbing.
Yes.
He's gradually climbing. Anderson is also one that, I mean, after the Killer Freak draw has kind of been disappointing a little bit per the expectation that he's put on himself.
Right.
He just lost that game against Baji Jr. He'll be looking to bounce back as well. Rhymes in that big game against Boyd, can he find a way, you know what, to just channel that match week 1 energy? The match week 1 energy, which saw a lot of people go behind him. Rhymes will need to tap into that a little bit. Game with Josh, not a good day at all. Not a good day at the office at all. 0 points out of a possible 6. That Killer Free game, possibly breaking the confidence a little bit. Now still stuck on 9 points. Mr. Oga, same boat as game with Josh. They both lost by 9 goals. It's not something that they really like at all. And then Mr. Oga, Imaji, when he had 5 points earlier, this win is pretty important to him. 8 points on the board. And Neef 7 points. Blaze on 4 points. Simply Uzo and Bright yet to still pick up points.
This is what the standing currently looks like after 9 games played by almost every player except Mitchell, who has played 10 because he had to quickly hurry out of the studios today. Now we're going to have one more game to take it straight into the 10th game of this season. Now, once we get to that point, now each player has 5 more games. So talking about crunch time. Yeah.
If you need to pull up clutch, this is where you need to show us your metal.
Yes.
And if you can do that in this setting, you earn a lot of respect across board. But it seems like we're ready to rock and roll. Killer Freak in your shot, looking poised as ever. Bright knows he's got a difficult task on his hands. As you see behind the one in 16th position, the other in 2nd. Will the big disparity in their positions show on the virtual pit? We are yet to find out. Killer Freak still rocking black and white strip, and Bright will be in the all-white strip. We're bringing you all of the updates as well from the Rhines versus Boyd game. That also has huge implications on what happens at the top end of the table. We'll be looking at that closely as well. Killer Freak making a couple of changes to his squad, looking to bolster what looks like a very difficult team to change already, as Owen will start things off for Bright.
I mean, remember how crazy or how much of a meltdown it would be if by, again, the 3% chance, somehow, somewhere, Bright finds a way to get something in this game. It will be an absolute meltdown. But whatever the case is, I'm so worried for Bright because he's wearing white in this one. Yeah, he might just get to stain his white. I
didn't normally have that one coming, but that's interesting. That's very interesting. Maybe Bright will shock a couple of people. And I've already seen a comment say that Bright will win this game 2-1. If it does pan out,
that will be we'll have a meltdown on
that will certainly be the biggest upset ever.
And I think if that ever happens, then I think somebody like Farouk Mamzo will be internally grateful.
He would be delighted. But right now, Killer Freak going through the races, you'd say, but he gets the bounce back.
My, oh my.
Fortune always favors the brave.
You know how it is. Yes, we say it here time and time again, but he's lucky because he got himself in that position.
He certainly made his own luck with the fact that he attacked with so many players, and when the bounce back did come, had somebody lurking around to tap that in. 7 minutes in, and Killer Freak already on the board. Maybe the tactic of trying to frustrate him a little bit, not working right now for Bright, but there's still more time to go. There's still more time for you to execute things that you've got in your locker. There goes Solid for Killer Freak, something that we don't usually see from him over the top 2 ball as he executes. Human Son trying to work his way back into this one, can't hold on to possession. Yamal for Bright now, who now has to find a way of keeping possession of the ball, because that's one of the most difficult things to do against a player like Killer Freak. The fact that he's just so good with pressing, it always makes it difficult for you to cope with what he can do. We've got word from the Rhine versus Boyd game, and it's already looking beautiful as it's poised at 1-1. Wow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, this is the National E-Soccer League. We've been having an amazing time. Of course, we're having the ball of our life in the studio. I'm here with Slimo all the way from Ghana. We were seeing a game before we had a little bit of an interruption at the game between Killer Freak and Bright. That one was already 1 goal up for Killer Freak. I do not know if that one was going to flow exactly the way all of us thought, but with the way Killer Freak started, I think,
the way Killer Freak started gave us an idea of what we should expect. 1 goal in the first 7 minutes, but the other game was also looking pretty interesting. That Ryan versus Boyd game, it was 1-1 at a point before the interaction came in. So don't worry, your stream didn't lag, nothing happened. It is right from us. We are sorry about that one, but of course, rectify the error. We are right back into it. We just appreciate all of your patience, everybody that's sticking with us through and through the National E-Soccer League. If you've been here from match week 1, we salute you. Or if this is your first time here, you're welcome to the family. This is what we do here. We bring you the best of esports action live from Lagos, Nigeria. But if you got to see what Killer Freak did against Bright in those first few minutes, I think Bright kind of looked like he was panicking a little bit. The passes, giving them away.
It's been a major feature of his game throughout the competition. He has not had any moments of composure at all. And someone should explain the format of this tournament, John Williams. Okay, this is a league format. We have 16 players who are playing 15 other players in a one-off match.
So all playoff situation.
Yes, this is not a home and away, of course, just a single match, but you have 16 players going up against each other in a league format. That's why when you go check, you can go to Cade Esports on Instagram, John Williams, and check what the leaderboard is like to give you an idea of what we have been doing so far and where we are.
Said by now, Freak scoreline, I don't know. The interruption happened for everybody, so his game also paused. But of course, the fact that we are playing in compete mode also helps. We can just go back to where everything ended. So we are bringing the game right from where we left it to you. So just keep the comments coming in. We apologize for the break-in transmission. Like we said earlier, we've got everything back up and running. The guys are getting ready. The Rhymes and Boyd game is also ready to go. Just like we said, the production team does not delay at all, right on cue. Like Manny said, we are going into this game. Maybe that pause also helps Bright a little bit. Just think about what happened in the first 10 minutes. And digress a little bit and try to right your wrongs.
You know what? You're absolutely correct, but I've not seen enough from Bright to decide if this is actually going to help in any way. In a perfect scenario, this is a better time for Bright to settle in and think about the tactic of which Killer Freak is bringing to the table. But I don't know, I don't see much of that composure or that genius ability from, because that's what you need, some moments of brilliance to be able to beat Killer Freak on his day, especially today when he is chasing the goals and he's chasing the points. And I don't see Bright doing any of that. So
well, when you've got Killer Freak in positions like these where he is indeed chasing goals and points, he's always going to be tough to beat. But then goes Bright with a little bit of ingenuity on the left-hand side. Lamine Yamal dancing in the area. Had an opportunity to pass, but I don't know why he didn't leave it. And then now Rashford comes in and then just makes a brilliant tackle to win the ball back for Killer Freak.
I think that shows you a little bit of the mindset of both players. Killer Freak, if he does a dribble, he's looking for the pass, the next opportunity where the ball needs to be in. But we saw Bright there dancing around, and the ball did not go into any useful space for him. But this time around, that defending is better.
This is the best part of Killer Freak's game. The fact that when he loses it, it takes less than 5 seconds for him to win the ball back. It's insane. Speed boost comes in. You saved. The head comes in. He literally threw himself when the shot was going in. That's really important from Bright as he wins back possession of the ball. But Killer Freak's ability to win the ball, immediately he loses it, is truly intense, and he keeps his opponents on their toes, and that's how come he keeps winning the ball back. Speaking of winning the ball back, there he goes again with it. James on the 10. As you dance with it in the area, Killer Freak, as comfortable as he can get, still out by that early goal that he scored in the first 7 minutes.
This is probably the best performance in terms of phases we have seen from Bright, and right on cue, Killer Freak says no. He has second goal, of course. However, in terms of the phases of possession, aside the wrong passes that Bright we have become accustomed to seeing Bright do, but just a little bit of composure I saw in those moments from Bright. Anyways, he did concede the goal, so practically undoes everything he was working for. And I think we might just have the third one. Yes, we do. You can see there's no excitement in it. We know this was bound to happen. It was like what you expect when a big lorry collides with a small car.
Well. 26 minutes in, Killer Freak already flexing his muscles onto this game. And these imprints are all over. I mean, that second goal was just brilliant. The fact that he took his time with that one, he baited the goalkeeper. I mean, baited Bright. I think he was going to take the first time shot. The reverse elastical, getting him away from the goalkeeper and just slotting it into that open net. Truly masterful. But Bright now has some serious thinking to do. 3 goals down, will be looking to possibly cut into the deficit, and there he goes. Can he get that through ball into Ronaldo? He's hesitant a little bit, and that's why you almost feel like there's a little bit of fear that Killer Freak has put into some of these players. That I feel like once you are still under the spell a little bit, you have to find ways to overcome that fear. And Bright now trying to.
I totally agree with you. At this level, there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. You're going toe-to-toe with a contender, and you have to do your best. And I think, you know how crazy it is that 31 minutes in, we haven't seen a shot from Bright so far so good. And he has done very, very well on that left flank, especially with Lamine Yamal.
Yeah, there's been opportunities where he can release the pass, but I don't know if it's in the subconscious that he feels like Killer Freak has closed down the space already. But once you see the pass, give the pass. You don't take any risk, you will not get any reward. That's what I'll take it from my brother from Ghana, Rondo. If he's what he says, if you don't risk it, you wouldn't get the biscuit. So risk it to get the biscuit. Right now, it doesn't look like Bright is risking it at all. Maybe the risk comes from here as he gets into space. That's a brilliant pass.
First time he has any venture inside that 18-yard box. I was expecting to see him take shots. He went for the pass and was sort of outnumbered in that moment. And Killer Freak has.
But I mean, it takes something to build up on. At least we are seeing a little bit of creativity from Bright in that sense, and just giving Killer Freak something to think of in his defensive yard. As the cross will come, and we also know he scored from crosses. It ricochets off the area, and 2 bullets fighting over it. And unfortunately for Bright, he gets to clear his lines, but just not far away from danger. There's Fernandez once more. Killer Freak in more promising position. Step over comes defense, reads it down to perfection.
And again, he loses the ball in timely manner. And
just like I said with Killer Freak, he loses it in a couple of seconds, he wins it back. How do you deal with this type of pressure? It is absolutely insane. Reminds me of the old Barcelona days when once they're holding on to possession for forever, and then immediately they lose it, they want it back immediately as well. The pressing is just intense as it counts. Finally, we get word from that game. Boyd taking on Rhymes, and it's actually Rhymes who's up by 2 goals to 1, and he possibly making it 3 here.
Oh my.
This is the most subtle finish you would see. Perfectly slotted home. And Rhymes.
Talk about Rhymes. It seems like to be having his groove back. This one, he had that very, very terrible game week. I think that was 2 weeks ago. Game week 2 and game week 3 didn't really favor him. But now, look at him going all the way.
Getting a big result against Boyd should do him so much good.
Yes, not just so much good in terms of confidence, but in terms of the points and where he's placed on the table. But let's go back into this one. I want to see Bright take some risk. I mean, there seems to be a pause, in the pressure level from Killer Freak. I've noticed it consistently where Killer Freak goes all the way in the first 10-20 minutes of every game. And then
we saw that as well also from
Josh.
The game with Josh game. I think it's also something that will have to do with the stamina levels of his players on the pitch. If you press the whole of the time, of course, all of them will be down on stamina as the cross that's coming.
I mean, so that's an opportunity to know when he's pressing. If you can hold your fort, hold your line for a bit, and as soon as that press dies down a little bit or that pressure simmers a little bit, you take your own opportunities. You go all the way, push him.
Because you're just allowed 5 substitutions in game. Yeah. And sometimes if you press too many times, you realize that going into the second half, around the 60th minute, everybody's down on stamina. You can only change 5 of them. Rhymes up by 4-1, but Boyd now working his way back into the game. Lofted pass, there goes Dalglish. And now that game looks like it's as feisty as ever. But Rhymes, he's not out of the clear yet. There's still more work for him to do to possibly.
Especially because he's playing Boyd. And I'm backing Boyd to have a say in proceedings. It's just 35 minutes, still so much to play for. If Rhymes wanted to get that one, he should have taken that advantage into second half. But this time around, he doesn't, and he has given Boyd a sniff of blood. And when you know how it is, when you're a sniff of blood gets into a shark nose, you know, they can smell it, they become aggressive. Let's see how much that turns out for Boyd, especially with the updates coming in. As it is, speed boost there by Killer Freak. This time around, somehow. But then, yes, I want to talk about the press from Killer Freak, but then also the loss of possession from Bright is actually a criminal. You cannot do that.
I think it's more or less like Killer Freak has already established that he's going to press in game on the virtual pitch, and it's also in the subconscious of Bright. He just kind of feels like, nah, Killer Freak is around, and he just gives the ball away wastefully. And I know this happens with a couple of players as well, but if you don't fight that out, like I always say, with esports tournaments and games, if you're beaten mentally, you're already down by
Oh, absolutely.
And you almost feel like Killer Freak, he's in Bright's head at some point. The pressing, sometimes it's not even forced, and he just gives the ball away. It is not something pretty good for Bright. But this one is looking like it's poised to be a big one as Rhymes. Now that's the power of the low-driven shot.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Such an angle for him to score from that is truly insane. As Killer Freak will be looking to knock at the door of possibly the 5th goal in this game.
I mean, I just want to also note that I spoke to Olga immediately after that game, and he was based on the tension of what you said, Olga, not taking into account the new mechanics in terms of those low dribbling. He's like, oh no, that's not something he's used to. He has tried it, and I was telling him, at this level, you have to do it. You have to do it consistently. You have to do better and better with those things. Those are the mechanics that can give you an advantage. And also, let me just quickly say, in this particular game, I think we spoke to Killer Freak sometime today or last week, where he's talking about he will be very, very displeased with himself if Bright scores him a goal.
Wow, he's expecting to keep a clean sheet in this game.
Absolutely, he's expecting that. The way it's gone so far, it seems like we might have something on that level. I think we have an update in the game between Boyd and Rhymes. Maybe that one is a 5-3. We're going to find that out as time goes on. But meanwhile, this is a game between, talk about that possession loss again happening time and time again. He is not holding on to the ball enough to make a better decision, and he's going to get punished this time around. The game saves his blushes.
When it comes to losing possession of the ball, it also boils down to who you are playing. So, you know, Killer Freak is going to press you all the way long, and he's going to hold possession for forever. And the thing is, when you've defended for that long, the few stints, the few minutes that you have possession of the ball, you start to panic a little bit. You want to make your decisions as quick as possible, and it can lead you to make rash decisions, and that's how come he keeps giving the ball away. But 60 minutes gone, still just those 4 goals that have gone in for Killer Freak. The reason why I'm saying just those 4 goals is he has the goal tally to catch with Farouk. Farouk is currently on top of that table with a 4-goal margin, and that's why I keep emphasizing on the fact that it's just those 4 goals. We saw everything in the comments. Everybody was asking, you won the Rhymes versus Boyd game. Well, you know, the National E-Soccer League is not just for the players, it's for the fans as well. All of your pleas have been heard. I will bring you this one. Boyd Rhymes, with Rhymes currently looking like he wants to run riot. 5-2 in this one.
Yeah, this reminds me of the game he had, I think, against Rufai, where he was also leading, if I'm correct, and he sort of lost it out in the dying embers. He has to lock in. Concentration levels has to be really, really high. I hope he's been able to fix that one over the course of these 2 game weeks. But whatever the case is, he has a very, very good advantage. A healthy one, if I may add, also against Boyd. 53 minutes into this one, 5-2.
Boyd was making a case for himself as a top 5 player. He is currently top 5 on the league, but losing this game could go a long way to, you know what, kill that energy that he was playing with earlier on, and the fact that he was on such a good trajectory, because now he leaves the window open for someone to take his spot. But I mean, just 55 minutes in, it's still a lot of action still to be played. We didn't get to catch the full action of the first 55, so this one is sort of new to us. Looking to see who gets to impose themselves on this game. Rhymes in another really great position, hosting a post this time. Allison is there.
Yeah, that was great. A great move there by Rhymes. Gets that finesse in, but this time around, the goalkeeper with just fingertips get that one over.
Important save from Allison coming in. Boyd, we need to, you know what, go his way, the unorthodox style that we all know he loves to play, the way he did it against Rufai. You need to channel something in, and maybe this could be the start of something great.
Oh, talk about calm and composure.
I thought the shot was going in first time.
I think
so that's a shot cancel.
Yeah,
Wow.
He wasn't so sure where the goalkeeper movement was headed, and the ability to do that quick cancel and time the next
You always
shot.
speak of hand-eye coordination. This is a perfect example.
Perfect
the way they are just able to execute. And now Rhymes has to be in a position that you have to be careful with what he does next, because the next goal is going to be so important. I mean, if Boyd ends up getting it,
I mean, this is PTSD area now, because he's be thinking about all of those times where he had to.
Yeah, he had a similar game against Rufai as well.
And then he conceded, I think.
How did that go in? Rhymes with a pretty important goal.
Oh my, this is the Rhymes we expected to see in this competition. This is the Rhymes we all came to watch. My goodness, where did that come out from? That one was strictly from...
That has to be some of the benefits of using time finishing.
Yes.
Because near post finish just like that, when the goalkeeper is right there. Oh, come on now. This is insane with that way that one goes in. Oh!
It has been for Rhymes in this game week 4. He is currently leading this one by 7-4. We apologize for that breaking transmission, but we are back to give you guys the hottest FIFA action in Nigeria. And I want to give you guys an update on the game between Killer Freak and Bright. That one ended in 8-0 for Bright against Killer Freak. Oh, sorry.
8-0 for Killer Freak
against Bright. My goodness. That would have been that's a deadly mistake.
That would have been the biggest surprise of the tournament. But it looks like this one is all said and done with Rhymes picking up a pretty important momentum boosting win, 7-4, and how confident he's done it as well is truly, truly special. And the final whistle goes Rhymes, the deserving victor in this game. Both of them putting up a stellar performance, but indeed, it was Rhymes who walk away with 3 pretty important points.
Very, very huge points, in my opinion. The points that give you a very, very good boost up the ladder, which is where you want to be in. Rhymes deserves to be in the top 8. The past few game weeks have not been helpful to his claim, of course. But, you know, we spoke about him from the beginning. He deserves to be there. And I think he showed in this one that he has everything it takes to compete and stay at that level. Now he needs to ensure he maintains this momentum down till tomorrow. 7-4 is not just a small win, it's a big win, and a big win for him.
And indeed, the caliber of the opponent he was playing as well can also be taken into context. The fact that he's beating him and beating him convincingly is pretty important. Just like Manny said earlier, a big update in that one. Killer Freak picking up 8 goals against Bright is pretty important to him. He wins that one and packs up all of the 3 points to go back up the top of the table. So just to give you guys a little bit of an update as to what is going on elsewhere. There are still more games to come. We've just played 5 games on the main broadcast. So there's still more to come. So I apologize that we couldn't give you this one in full flow, but in the next subsequent games, we've rectified everything out. Everything will be smooth from here on out.
Absolutely. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We have more and more and more coming your way. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have, I think, about 2 more games to go. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. This is about to get better and better.
bringing you front row seat to the action.
This is Bright Joseph. I'm a professional UFC player. The most overrated player in the league is Boardman and Game with Josh, of course. My expectation for the tournament is top 5, not 4 or 3 or 2, 1 obviously. And I'm going to give my all, hoping to face the best for La Farouk or Freak. Hoping to give my best against them also.
Hey guys, my name is Game with Josh. I'm a professional EAFC player in Nigeria. The most overrated player in the league is Killer Freak because he just came to the esports scene and there are a lot of good players that have played before him. The most underrated player in the league, I would say myself, because I've not been given so much of an opportunity to play in the pro season. Yes, I think I can win the National E-Soccer League, so you guys should bring your A game.
Hello guys, my name is Anisim Vio. I'm a professional esports player in Nigeria. The person coming last in the league would definitely be Flick. Yeah. I think my rival would be Yemi because he's a very good player also and also underrated in the scene. I think I have a very good chance of winning the National E-Soccer League. So you guys should bring your A game because the league is going to be on fire.
Hi, I'm Simply Uzo and I'm an FC Pro streamer for Dodge Gamings. I'd say Game with Josh. He's a very good player, but amongst the players in this tournament, I think it'd be a good match against him. I'd say Baji Senior. Yeah, we've matched up before, but I guess I was expecting quite a lot, but maybe didn't meet up to expectation.
Hi guys, Baz Junior here, pro esports player for Game Esports, and I'll be taking part in the league tournament that's going to coming up soon. And yes, the overrated players I think maybe Killer Freak, that's John, Boyd, and yeah, me on my own ends, I'm looking to win the tournaments, win everything, and come first position, and win most of my games basically. And yeah, what I'm going to do to the guys I'm playing, the overrated guys, I'll show you guys that they're overrated, and I'm the best player in Nigeria basically. So yeah.
In the Game Evolution Studios, brought to you by Cade Esports. This is National E-Soccer League. I and Slime Mob have been bringing to you guys back-to-back action, back-to-back entertainment of FC25 premium action throughout today. Now we are going to go into crunch time. We have 2 or 3 games that absolutely you have to see. You actually have to see this one.
You can't afford to
You
miss.
cannot afford to miss this one. Sly, tell them the one we are going in for that.
I'm sure if you were here on the preview screen, you probably saw Farouk Manzo taking on Ernestine. This one is a big one. For those who are joining for the very first time and haven't heard the name Ernestine, spoiler alert, the only guy to take points off Killer Freak. And I just saw Killer Freak say he's looking closely at this match because it feels like maybe Ernestine could get that chink in the arm of Farouk Manzo. Maybe, just maybe, he also take points off of Farouk as well. Elsewhere, there'll also be another game. Blaze and Simply Uzo will be doing battle as well. So we'll be looking at those 2 games as our main ones for this one. But also the build up to the big one later on with Ufai and Adefola will be coming on pretty soon. But as we go into this one, our main focus being Farouk and Ernestine. Farouk has already won his first game, 9 goals to 2 against Mr. Oga. He's blazing with confidence already. I'm not sure it's going to be changing a lot of things. The team, the players on the pitch, all of those things are going to be practically the same. But going up against Ernestine, he'll have it in the back of his mind that this guy took points off of my rival, my competitor. I'll have to lock in to be able to beat him.
I mean, he absolutely has to lock in to get this one over the top. Of course, you know, we have seen it happen time and time again. The Ernestine is quite one of those fishes that is very hard to swallow. So he's not a prey in this one. He is somebody that is actually going for something. And he's going to prove a point also. You know, at the end of this one, if you can prove a point that, oh, I took something off Killer Freak and I also took something off Farouk, it will be very good for his CV. And we begin Farouk in the white kit, while Ernestine maintains his bright blue kits and white shorts.
Well, very important game for both sides. Ernestine struggled earlier on as he lost his game, and he'll be looking to get back on the right track in this tournament. He's built some really good following after that impressive draw against Killer Freak. But now, if he's able to do it against the 2 best players, I think that'll be the best thing to happen to him throughout the whole of this tournament. But that's much easier said than done with how blazing Farouk is playing these days. It might just be too difficult to stop him. And he almost got a bounce back with that one after the reverse elastico. Almost fell to a part of Ronaldo once more. But knowing Ernestine, somebody who can soak that much pressure. I remember vividly what happened in that Ernestine Killer Freak game. He soaked so much pressure from Killer Freak, hit him on the counter, and that was where he found his success.
I mean, he was able to also go toe-to-toe in terms of possession and press it. And you could just see that he tries to hit Farouk with his own medicine with that first time up through ball. It didn't work out this time around, but that should be warning shots to Farouk.
Those are the cues that we will be looking for. Both of them are pretty good with those first time through balls. We're looking at who can execute it to perfection. And in this game, I think Ernestine will need to be right on the money with some of those because he will be on the receiving end on a couple of himself. But I mean, possession stats, I mean, I think the low-hanging fruit is probably that Farouk Manzo will have more of them at the Trevor.
Are you joking? Are you joking? Oh my, that makes absolutely no sense. For over 40 years, ball Trivella to the top right corner. Slide, make it make sense.
How do you defend these? And when you have so much space to cover, there's no way you're going close to your man if he's traveling from, if he's trying to travel from there.
I mean, you're expecting a pass. You're expecting
exactly, you're expecting to, like me circle, something else. But traveler from outside like that, Farouk Manzo is made of different gravy. And he's showing us what he's made of in this game. All of the big games that we've previewed for him, he finds a way to just finish off the game early. And then he goes again. Farouk feeling through the paces now. Matuidi, the OAS man, that feels like he's on top of the world as we speak. Step over into Maradona. He's getting comfortable. You don't want him to get into those spaces. Van Dijk makes a pretty impressive tackle in there. But what a start to the game we've had. Farouk with an outrageous goal to open the scoring in the first 11 minutes.
My, oh my, that goal kind of gives us a prelude to what we should expect in this one. Here's MSC with a power shot. That one flies wide. And goodness me,
the 12 minutes coming in, that's giving us a little bit of things to expect in this game. Ernestine has got to be careful with this one. It just decides to start things over, and that's pretty important. as he loses possession of the ball. And for Anderson as well, it's quite have been a different routes that he's taking when it comes to selecting some of these players. I haven't seen too many players. He's Bradley Barcola, Scott, and all of that. So it's quite surprising that he also goes in there for his choice. But I mean, like I always say, if it works for you, why change it at all? Often pass comes in, decided to go for the ball. I was expecting like a first-time shot with the space that he had created. But Farouk is just so good at closing down the spaces when you feel like you're in the most comfortable position to shoot.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. I think one of the reasons Anderson lost out in that moment was he was also anticipating an early tackle from Farouk. So he was trying to do a ball roll to give himself a better space into that option. But then this is where Will meets Wits. And let's see who's going to be able to find that next crucial goal. One more for Farouk, sort of gives him some breathing space in this one. One for Anderson, kind of puts on the jitters on.
Yeah, we're already having a discussion about the defensive play style they are supposed to have. And currently, Anderson is still using the Lukaku item. We know he's got that bruiser plus play style in there. So it's quite interesting to see the choices of some of the defenders that these players use. Farouk, quite surprised he went near post on that one.
I mean, we don't see that often.
The far post looked like it was pretty clear for him to aim at, but just trying to pick his spot in that moment as Anderson will try to clear his lines. It's very similar to the way that Killer Freak and Anderson game went in that first half, especially by the press. Anderson just couldn't express himself the way he wanted to, and now he's facing the same fate with Farouk Manzo down early. But in that Anderson Killer Freak game, it was Anderson who actually took the lead pretty early on.
I mean, the thing I have to give Anderson in this one, and also in the game between him and Killer Freak, was regardless of the press, he was willing to suffer for a little bit without possession. You know, I'm able to do his own job and do it perfectly. And as soon as he got the job, he did what he ought to do, that which is bury the goals inside the bottom of the net or the back of the net. And that's what he has to find a way to do also this time around. He's going to have multiple spells without the ball, without possession. He needs to know how to suffer. And I think if there's anybody that can do that, it is him.
He has shown a track record of doing that as you get back possession of the ball. 23 minutes in, mind you, there's still another game going on right here in the Game Evolution Studios. Blaze and Simply Uzo are also doing battle. We'll bring you the live updates from that as well. Farouk is in.
You cannot allow Farouk in that angle. You know it. He would absolutely punish you day in, day out. I wonder how good and how quick his hand to brain connection is with that Trivela shot. Right now, it seems like it's a second nature.
Well, it is a feeling like muscle memory at this point. Farouk leaving his imprint all over this game. And for all of those who are watching, trying to see if NSA might possibly prove to be a difficult task. It's not looking like it is at all. 3-0 already.
Talk about a two-horse race.
Who stops these guys now?
Absolutely not.
All of the contenders that we thought could possibly pose some problems, they are just not up to the task. Wow. As we get our first updates from the Blaze Simply Uzo game, and it looks like it is Blaze who will take this game by the scruff of the neck, pass into Salah, Trivela from right there. Special finish. There was a video uploaded by Tommy Day earlier on, and he was like, it feels like the three of them, Fola, Freak, and then Farouk, they're just miles ahead of everyone. And I saw a lot of people disagree with what he said. But based on the performance,
the results speak
from
for
them
themselves.
today, it's looking like Tommy Day looked into a crystal ball and knew that today his guys will cook, and then they have totally cooked with these results. 30 minutes in, Farouk Manzo 3-0 up, and he looks as confident as ever.
That's one thing I absolutely love about the league format. The league format allows you to show your talents in consistent levels. You know, this is not a one-off situation. Okay, you had a bad day, what happens tomorrow? Or you had a bad day game week 1, what about game week 2? You know, if both players have locked in from game week 1.
That's a brilliant through ball. Anderson is in. Maybe a chance for him to mount a comeback. Can he finish this off? There was so much time that I feel like here, you're not supposed to be moving your goalkeeper. And Farouk Manzo kind of anticipated too early, tried to move it, but Anderson, kudos to him for still taking his time. Under this kind of pressure, some people rush, but Anderson is showing us that he has that composure.
I mean, we saw that today where someone threw on goal, rushed it and flopped his lines. So kudos to Anderson for staying composed and calm in that moment and in that instance. That's a very, very good one so far from both players. But then, I don't know, this has sort of changed the face of the game. Now, I'm sure Farouk has to be a little bit hesitant when he's moving now because he knows that Ederson could catch him on those counters. But meanwhile, Ederson has to ensure he doesn't concede again. Does he do it this time around? Beautiful.
The lofted pass is just so unpredictable these days. How did that pass almost get through the defense? Like, you almost feel like Anderson has done enough to cover it. All of a sudden, the ball is bubbly everywhere, and then it finds a way to get into the striker's path, and it almost did cause some havoc at the back for Anderson. There goes Rafinha with Farouk Manzo. I know likes using this card a lot. Player a lot comes in, and look how he switches so many times. Cross comes in, we see the power shot. It is indeed the cancel of the power shot, and he's just settling in pretty nicely into that defense of Anderson. But then the man who's fighting at the end of the league clock, there is Blaze once more, and he is truly setting that game ablaze, up by 3-0 very early on. Blaze, one thing I admire from him is in the games that he needs to pick points from, he is picking those points and picking them.
Oh, my goodness. Even Anderson appreciates the beauty that forced that fourth goal. Pass upon pass upon pass into space, and it just crawled into the post. My goodness. Talk about a finish of the highest quality. See, I'm going to say something very quick, and I want you to give some credence to this. I feel like Farouk has forced Anderson to play his type of game. And that's one of the reasons why Anderson is currently losing out. He's been forced to play that fastball game that Farouk absolutely loves and dominates at.
Well, right now, the OAS Esports actually looks untouchable at this point, and what a brilliant finish that was. And you summed it up perfectly. Even Anderson applauds. And we just saw a shot of Badji Jr. there. He was just shocked at what he saw. Like the ingenuity of that finish, the creativity of that finish, truly something special. That first half comes to an end. And that describes the brilliance of this guy, Farouk Manzo. Just the understanding of the game, what to do at every moment in time when he's composed. He doesn't rush chances.
Yes.
He always almost makes the right decision in the 18-yard area, even when it's a crowded situation like we saw for his fourth goal. It was truly something spectacular. I'm sure this one will definitely go for a contender as a goal of the week, one of the very best you've seen.
I agree with you because that was absolutely insane. I hope we get to see Tomide talk about this one, the ingenuity, what you should do, what you could do if you ever find yourself in that type of situation.
Well, I mean, is there any defensive strategy to be able to prevent this?
To be honest,
I don't know. We'll leave that to Tomide and his analysis crew if they can find a way to defend that situation. But Farouk Manzo just giving us an insane finesse comes in.
As soon as we left the boat, I knew that was destined to the top corner. You love to see it. This is absolute pure madness. Anything doesn't know what hit him once again, and he's totally bewildered. My, oh my.
Well, this is something that you only see in books. It's something that you only see people write folklores about. But I've seen it right before your eyes. And the beauty of these goals as well. Farouk Manzo knows how to score them, and he knows how to make them look pretty. Up by 5-1. And he's on the verge of just thrashing his opponent. He does this time and time again. Any game that we put in the headlines about Farouk Manzo, he's blown his opponent away. The only game that it has seemed like he didn't have control of that game was against Rufai. And even for that one, if he had held on to that lead, he would have probably gotten the win. But against Anderson, a game we've previewed as Anderson being somebody who could possibly take points off of him, 5-1. Same with Adefala as well. This guy doesn't know what pressure is at all.
At all. He has ice in his veins. He's calm. He's cool. He knows what he wants to do, and he delivers like a UPS driver. My goodness. What a way to shock us. Or we're expecting this one to be tight. So maybe sometime in the second half, he's going to go somewhere. But how do you blow out such an opponent in the first half in this manner? My goodness, there's still so much time for so much more. And that's the crazy part of it. This could still get either worse for Anderson.
I'm going back to the statement that you made in the sense that Farouk is forcing Anderson to play his way. The rate at which the game is going so quickly.
Too fast.
If you're not looking carefully, you cannot seriously keep up with this. Farouk just wants to play so quickly, like every time. Quick. Look, a game between Farouk and Killer Free could go at speeds that we can't keep up with. It will go back and forth so quickly that we'll not even know what is happening at some point. And hopefully, if we get to see it in the last matchups, it is in a position that will decide who takes on the league title. But right now, it doesn't look like anybody is in any capacity to even stop both of them.
I mean, whatever it is you need to do, you have to understand something. You have to slow it down. If Anderson had done his research well and taken a leaf out of the book of Rufai in that game week 2, where Rufai was able to get that 1 point off. Oh my goodness, that was so close. But in that game week 2, where Rufai was able to get off 1 point off Farouk Mamzo, what he did was he slowed down the game. I mean, at the beginning of the match, if you go back to it, you see that it was very fast also. Farouk doing his regular aim, and then Rufai found a way to slow it down. You cannot beat Farouk at these levels of speed. You have to slow it down. You have to slow him down and force him to come down to your level. Anderson has not done that very, very well. I assume he hasn't done his research on Farouk, of course.
I mean, what if he's done his research? And I mean, you can learn for an exam, and then you read the kind of questions that they're asking. You'll be like, yo, what is this?
What's going on?
I mean, maybe that's the situation that Anderson is currently facing, but insane stuff and insane levels of FC that Farouk is displaying to us as Anderson will look to try to cut it to the deficit here.
In the past 5 minutes, you see Anderson trying to slow it down, trying to force Farouk now to stretch out a little bit. This is where he excels. This is where probably he can get more goals into Farouk's net, and that will do him so much good if he's able to get it. Just as I'm saying that one, he gets it. Beautiful ball there by Anderson. He begins to understand it. You have to slow it down. You have to cool it down. And that's the only way you can get something.
And you certainly hit the nail right on the head. If you're playing Farouk and you play at his quick pace, he always have an advantage off of you. And if you've been listening to Manny, he said the word slow about 10 times already, and it has proven that if you do slow it down a little bit, you have a chance against guys like these. But he himself, even Manny, knows that it's much easier said than done.
Absolutely.
To slow the game against someone.
That's why we're over here.
Yeah, and that's why those guys are there.
Where the pressure is on.
Yeah, on the hot seat. 65 minutes in, Farouk Mamzo still pretty comfortable with that 5-2 lead, but Anderson just reminding us that maybe, just maybe, he could post something crazy over the way Farouk Mamzo is playing and controlling affairs. He's just dictating so many of these things. And the fact that the player...
Oh, my goodness. Somebody should stop this man.
You see,
somebody stop this man.
Every time a Trivela goes in, you see a little bit of just an emotion from Anderson. The shake of the head tells you, how does he stop it? Is there a formula stopping this?
Oh, my goodness. Now we have first-time up-choose, which we haven't seen much of throughout the game.
He hasn't needed it. Man. I mean, he hasn't needed it at all. Anderson has done a great job of preventing him from scoring those, and that one is certainly onside. The seventh comes in.
My goodness. My goodness. What do we say about a talent this immense? What do we say about the talent?
So there are players who learn the meta, but then there are players who crack the meta. Exactly. Farouk has broken the code. He's cracked the code when it comes to SC25, and nobody seems to have an answer for him. And he just wants more and more and more as he goes up on another attack. Maradona writes the challenge, definitely giving us what a look of prime Maradona looks like this time. The power shot straight into the goalkeeper. But this is absolutely absurd with the way he's executing on the main stage.
This is a masterclass on dominating your opponents. I mean, Farouk Mamzo, take a bow, mister. You know, we talk about the Trivela on how to stop it, how to push your attack, or your defenders to be in those positions to, stop those, I think, edge of the 18-yard box Trivela. But this man is doing Trivelas from the middle of the pitch. How do you stop that? And if you tackle that one, he has a first time up through. If you do that one, he has some dribble in. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Somebody stop this man.
Well, 15 minutes to go, and he's certainly regaining his top spot back. At this point, Farouk Mamzo wants to show us that he's a little bit like Prime Man City. You don't want them to go back to the top of the table, and that's what the feeling I'm sure Killer Freak is feeling right now. It's like, how do I knock this guy off his pitch? Immediately, Killer Freak dropped points against Anderson. Farouk Mamzo has taken advantage, and he has never looked back. He never wanted to be like Lot's wife in this situation. He has never looked back. It's forward he goes. He keeps going forward, and Anderson gets one back, but it's certainly not early enough to be able to mount any comeback. Farouk Mamzo has definitely put this game to bed.
Oh, beautiful defending there by Farouk to be able to track that first time up. He saw it, and then now he has gone on another crazy first time up of his own. Does a finesse from Bruno Fernandes, pursued by Farouk gives an opportunity maybe to lock down shop and absolutely stop any more goals from going in. He needs at least 5 goals to ensure he's dominating in that race. Yes, the goal defense still, I think, is still in favor of Farouk right now, because Kilafik currently, before this game, was 3 goals up. Now with this one, I think he has 4 goals. So now
he's certainly going back to where he was before. Like how many hours, how many days of the week do you need to practice to get to levels like this, to be able to have all of these things in muscle memory? Because first of all, time finishing is muscle memory. Absolutely. The fact that you can utilize precision shooting is muscle memory. And then to be able to do it with the Trivelis in sight is muscle memory plus.
I mean, talk about
is insane.
Doing a precision, a time finish, while using precision to do a Trivela and you time it. Okay, so just while we're talking, he takes the word right out of our mouths. My goodness, this isn't even glazing. This is just a wonderful appreciation of. You know what crazy thing is? I think this is going to be pushing these both players, Kilafik himself and Farouk, now, because both players are going toe to toe. They want to get that top spot. We are going to expect craziness from both players right now. I pity. In fact, I do not envy whoever is playing these set of players in the next game.
You know someone who I feel like is going to have a torrid time and hasn't played these two already. Badji Jr. And he's in a very good spot right now. But I don't think he's played any of them yet. I'm trying to confirm in the game.
I don't think he has played
any of them yet.
Also, Boyd is going to be playing Kilafik tomorrow. So let's see how that one turns out. I know both players are going to be looking very, very carefully at each other, the opponent's games going forward, because you want to see if there's any chink in the armor. Any draw will be celebrated rigorously. Not only...
Yes, confirm. Badji hasn't played Farouk or Kilafik. So, Badji Jr., you've got a level of craziness on your heart. I'm sure you'll be playing him a match week 5. This is your only cue to know that on match week 5, if you are not here, you're missing out on a lot. Spread the word that the National E-Soccer League is not only bringing you entertainment, it's bringing you excitement, it's bringing you high-level FC. If you want to improve in the game as well, this is the place to be. No, if you are seeing things that you don't understand, don't worry. We've got SC experts coming in to help you out with, because some of these things I don't understand myself. Farouk Manzo in again. Does he want to possibly get a night in this one? He's just been dominating on all platforms. There he goes again. Bakola.
Oh my goodness. Talk about
it's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, and that's it. 9 goals to 3.
You might remember when I told you this in game week 2, that Farouk is the type of guy, and when we were discussing about Adefola not scoring enough goals, not absolutely tearing apart his opponents, Farouk is the kind of guy who would be winning you 10-0 and still want to go for 5 more, because he knows goals are very, very important. And you can see that now. 9-3 against Edison, and almost gets the 10th. My goodness. Like, when you come into the stream, if you don't know anything about the stream, you'll probably think, oh, Farouk played a noob or someone who doesn't understand. You wouldn't actually understand the depths of talent NSL is, because of the way Farouk has absolutely outclassed him today. Wow.
Now, I understand when people are torn between, if you ask someone who's better, Farouk or Kilafik. I understand now why the votes are almost like the same.
Yeah.
Because if you admire the way Kilafik plays, where he's pressing you, he's not allowing you, he's suffocating you basically. But what Farouk does on the offense,
bro,
I mean, look. At this point, there has to be a serious argument as to who's better defensively, who's better offensively. Offensively, who are you going to give the crown to? Because Farouk just has a dynamic to his game that makes it so special.
Listen, I would tell you, if you ask me on a regular Sunday, who is better offensively between Kilafik and Farouk? Farouk takes the ball.
And defensively, who's
it would be Kilafik, because his press starts from your attack. So from the moment you pass the ball or anywhere on the pitch, you have the ball, Kilafik chokes you out.
So the thing is, they both deploy different strategies in the sense that for Kilafik, it's defending from the front. So his players up front are pressing you
from the beginning. So to get the ball is easy.
But you almost feel like Farouk is giving you the leeway to pass his midfield. But when you get into that defense, he's still pretty good defensively. So I understand where you're coming from with that narrative. But for me, if I'm going offensively, I'd go Kilafik, because I think some of the situations that I've seen him in, when you feel like someone has packed the bus against you, Killer Freak still finds a way. But that's just my preference. You can let me know your thoughts in the chat. Who's better offensively, Killer Freak or Farouk? Who's better defensively?
Let us know in the comment section. But let me paint a scenario for you. We haven't seen this amount of varied way to score. Like, it's so varied. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the Trivela are coming from the middle of the pitch. The passing lanes are crazy. We are seeing things, we are seeing triangles in every single part of the pitch. As Clinton Farouk will play John for his last game. Okay, yes. Boateng, I feel sorry for whoever meets them, band for band. It's almost as if when they are meeting you, they want to score.
And the fact that they keep scoring so many goals, it has put that fear factor into the opponents that will be playing in the subsequent game. So already he's laid down the marker and he's told everybody else, if you meet me, you're in trouble. So you're already panicking. And we kind of saw that when Killer Freak actually played Bright. We saw so many situations where Bright could play a pass, but then subconsciously he's like, nah, Killer Freak is already there. So it's part of that mental aspect, and Farouk Manzo just keeps going.
Yakub Khalifa says, give me Trivela or I retire.
I know where that one is coming from. Definitely from one of the streamers. I know that line pretty well.
Khalifa says, offensively, it has to be Farouk. He can never read what is next. But the Vibes disagrees. He said defensively, Farouk,
offensively, Killer Freak. I mean, I am with the Vibes. I feel like with Killer Freak, his pressing makes his offense the best. In a sense where if Farouk loses the ball in the offense, the possibility of him getting it back still in the offense is kind of low. Killer Freak, he loses the ball in the offense, in the next second he's getting it back.
But isn't that the defending we're talking about? Yes, but defending from the front.
So like, it all contributes to the offense. That's why I compared it to Prime Golden State. And you guys were saying I was glazing because there were good shooters around. They put good rebounders there. So immediately they shoot. And in case they miss, someone is catching your back. So they're getting second chance opportunity after second chance opportunity. That's why I put him as my favorite offensive player.
I'm just going to add this one to the conversation. Is like, see, here's why I'm looking at it gets very tricky. So let's say Killer Freak plays someone who knows how to beat press.
Okay.
Then you now know it's going to be a little bit serious. But whoever it is that plays Farouk Mamzo is going to suffer. Whether you know how to beat press or not, you know you're going to suffer. But if you know how to beat
press, have you seen someone play Killer Freak that knows how to beat the press?
I mean, we saw Emerson sort of beat his press.
I mean, the first half, Emerson couldn't handle the press.
And we also saw
second half,
we also saw plays almost in a certain level beats that press, but he did it very unconventionally. He did what, like, it was as though he was doing every single thing you were actually told not to do in that game. And that's sort of like true Killer Freak off. But my goodness, I mean, whatever it is, the levels to this has been absolutely insane.
I need a break, to be honest with you. It is truly insane. Both of them, they're like well-oiled machines. And the machine just keeps revving and revving and revving. Well, the production team here at the Game Evolution Studios for the National E-Soccer League, we're also a pretty good well-oiled machine. And we need to keep revving and revving for you guys. We'll go for a quick spin around. Still more to come from the machine of the National E-Soccer League. The big game. Adefola taking on Rufai, still in the works.
Drum
we'll
rolls.
begin that one to you pretty soon.
All right. See you guys. Don't go anywhere.
The way he's playing.
a proud sponsor.
It. As each passing moment comes through, we are going into our match of the day, the last game of the day, that one between Adefola versus Rufai. But right now, we have two interesting games for you, one on stream and one that is going to be happening in the background. The one between Anife versus Baji Junior, a very interesting game because both players are fighting for different things, of course, but for the same 3 points. Anife is currently fighting to get into the top 8, while Baji Junior is trying to cement his place in that top 3 where he is, given the fact that he's playing Farouk or Killer Freak next. That is tomorrow, so he has to be very, very careful of that position he holds. It's a very dicey one. He wants to ensure he's not anywhere apart from that.
Well, indeed, and for Baji Junior, it's all part of building that momentum. And I'm sure if he just saw what Farouk did, he knows he can't afford to drop points against anybody. I'm not going to say especially against Anif, against anybody. Like against anybody that is not named Farouk or Killer Freak.
Yeah.
You can't afford to drop points against anybody because those two guys, the level that they are playing at is insane. But we will still have to give the massive credit to Baji Junior. I think he's turned up in this National Esports League. All of his games have been pretty entertaining to watch, and even the ones that we don't get to see, we've heard word about it that it has been immense. And of course, when we bring you the updates on your screens as well, we've seen that he's got some amazing goals. But Anif will also be going into this with a lot of confidence, with a chance to get to the top half of the table, like you were saying. So it's quite a fascinating game that we can get to watch. I'm also hearing a Magic versus Mr. Oga.
Yes, I was just about to say that one is a game between two OGs.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Absolutely. Two old cats are going to be going up against each other aura for aura. Let's see whose OGness is going to be coming up trumps. But that one is one to watch out for. That one will be happening in the background. We're going to be bringing it to you guys as it's happening live. We just saw a craziness, absolute craziness that was ended in 9-3 in favor of Farouk when he went up against Anderson. A game that has set so many tongues wagging, even on YouTube, even on the comment section. Let's know, guys, in the comment section, what you guys are predicting for this one. Who do you guys pick to make this 3 points?
In the comments right now, everybody's just going crazy. Says Junior Jade says top players can beat press for 90 minutes. Wait, it's not that easy. It is not that easy. Match allowance says Killer Freak is slightly better than Farouk. Look, if you have your pick as Killer Freak, I like the fact that he put there slightly.
Okay.
I need them to respect that if it is going to be this is better than this, slightly has to come. It's a very close margin. And so that's one thing that I'll give credit to Machala for saying. If he says it's Killer Freak, put a slightly there, and then you put that in there. Junior GH says, I'm sure it's Dex. I'm sure when they're having conversations about who the best in Africa
I watched one guy from Senegal cook the hell out of Killer Freak.
That surely is Dex. And I think for Dex, we've known about his exploits for a very long time, and he's been truly amazing, special. We wish the Senegalese athlete all the best. I also recently heard he had traveled to America to of course pursue the pro esports scene, and hopefully he's able to make Africa proud. But the fact that we are speaking of these Africans at this level, I mean, you speak of last year's heroics from Ex Sharif when he got to the top 4 of the FC Pro World Championship. It just puts the spotlight on Africa and gives us a chance to perform. The recent play-ins for the Esports World Cup were just announced, and you see ex-Mozart from Egypt, Kaelan also from South Africa. All of these guys just have a chance to put Africa on the map. And mind you, the last chance qualifier to come in a couple of weeks in Saudi Arabia, I'm hearing that our Nigerians are poised to go. And when I say our Nigerians, I mean some of the boys that you're seeing right now, they are working things behind the scenes to be able to get there. We'll, of course, give you guys all of the gist. But we'll go into our featured game of the day. Anif taking on Badji Jr. Anif in the red, Badji Jr. in the white and the black. Of course, like Manu was saying earlier, we also have the Mr. Oga Magic game go on, and we updating you from time to time.
Absolutely. Now, Badji Jr. has to be very, very careful with the first-time up-throws from Anife. It is the primary component of his attack. It's something he has been known for since when we had the FIFA 23 installment. So he has to be very, very careful. On his day, Anife is the kind of player that will ruffle feathers and cause commotion. But this is Badji Jr. who has prioritized effectiveness over the parade or the array of goals. And here's the chance for Badji. One goal gets into Olise. Olise, who has been his main man, we saw him, Olise, with some crazy goals. He gets one. And just as we are talking about it, Badji starts on a good note.
Well, Badji, he tends to start always like this. And I think he was the one earlier to beat Anderson, I believe, when he did pick up the points against Anderson. I mean, what a tough week it has been for Anderson.
Absolutely.
I'm not picking up a single point, but I mean, the two guys that he's played all in the top 3 of the league. So it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, kind of understandable.
The thing is, the standard that he has set for himself,
yeah,
you almost feel like he will be disappointed going in. But the fact that he just nodded to some of those goals from Farouk just tells you how difficult it is. Badji Jr. already leading by a goal to nil in this game. Like you mentioned earlier, over the top 2 balls are and his bread and butter, and he gets in that time. Konate says not on his watch for you to beat him.
This one is, I think, the difference between somebody like Anife and a player like Farouk. If you notice, if Farouk is ever in this position, there's a 90% probability he's burying that one beyond you. And now here is Kroayo for Badji Jr. This time around, he caught Anife lacking in defense, and only him versus 4 now. He delayed a little bit. Badji still holding on to the ball effectively, trying to see if he can get himself a goal from that one. But the referee calls it's for offside and spares Badji Jr.'s blushes in that one.
That attack was quite surprising. I think he did well to just wait for the support to come over, but then some of the decisions right there, not the best, and then he did lose possession of the ball. Still the National E-Soccer League ongoing inside Lagos, Nigeria, Game Evolution Studios, where everything is going down. And if it's in again, he's had 2 massive situations where he's breaking down the defense, but just can't find that all-important goal. We've got where Mr. Oga was beaten heavily by Farouk, looking like things might be working out for him in this game. Alexia Russo with a banger of the finish, and he leads that game against the Magi by a 1-0.
I'm sure there's still so much to happen in that one, and here we're back to the action here between Anife versus Baji Junior. Both players going toe-to-toe for the 3 points. Anife, the kind of player who wants to get the 3 points or nothing, but Baji Junior knows he needs his own 3 points as quickly as he can get it. That chance by Olise there, trying to get the finesse on his weaker right foot.
I mean, the fact you see Olise on the ball and immediately the finesse play style plus pops on his head, you know he's looking for the angles, and that's one thing that Baji Junior has been searching for quite a while now. So that's something that Anif will also have to pay close attention to if he is truly going to stop the man who's in red hot form, kindly sitting dead on the table. Johan Cruyff is in, and of course,
that was
the Dutch icon wasn't missing from the precision to its perfection. Cruyff makes it 2-0. Baji Junior surging ahead.
Low-driven shots, as we always talk about in that moment. Very, very crucial to get him that one effectively into the net. Kudos to Baji Junior for seeing that opportunity and seizing it. I want to just quickly point out that I think for the first time we are seeing Griezmann in this competition. What card is that? Give us a little bit of an update on that one.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Antoine Griezmann. I think he also had a promo item recently, and we haven't seen him at all, just like Manny mentioned earlier, step over space. Oh, Baji Junior, like, he's also smooth with it. I know we've called Alefala the best when it comes to the technical dribbling and all of that. Killer Free called him the best when it comes to the technical dribbling, but Baji Junior might be a close second. He is smooth with it. But this week, match week 1, it couldn't have gone any better for Baji Junior because not just the fact that he's on the verge of taking 6 points out of a possible 6. Everybody around him, not looking at the top of the table as a Killer Free and Farouk, everybody around him
or below
have
him,
dropped points.
Yeah, I mean that.
Rufai has dropped points. Boyd has dropped points. Adefola could drop points against Rufai later on. So like he keeps going and going as a Magi won't rest on his laurels at all. Straight right back in. And speaking of finesse, there goes another one this time. Harry Kane, your man.
The man for Imagine, he has kept facing him right from day one, and most likely Harry Kane has repaid that trust with that equalizer as he always does for Imagine. Here is Hanife. He hasn't had so much to say aside those early chances. Well, you could call that half chances, of course. And then now he's trying to get himself back into the action.
Messi. That's a really great pass into Rating. Is that on?
On.
Well, I have my suspicions about that. Not surprising that was off. I think that was a brilliant set of that offside trap, just a little bit from Baji Junior, just to push up that defense and force Anif to make such a pass. But it's been a quite one-sided affair from Baji Junior so far. I think he's dominated possession. He's created the best chances, and the number of times he's had touches in the 18-yard area tells the whole story. And it's Johan Cruyff on the back. And again, Baji Junior is having one hell of a day for the match week 4. And he's in pole position to finish in 3rd place. He's got some crazy games to go in match week 5, but he's taking care of business that's right in front of him. Kudos to Baji.
Kudos to Baji. These 3 points, not just only crucial, but very, very important in the way it's going to pan out for him. In fact, he's getting the goals up. You know, he needs that. We're talking about this in league fashion. He needs it very, very well. I think we have an update from the other game in the background. Imagine seems like he has gotten himself something in this one. And yes, he slots it very, very neatly. And he now is in pole position to get that 3 points in that game. Still so much to play for, 24 minutes in that one. Imagine currently winning 2-1.
Well, Imagine also having an opportunity to leapfrog Mr. Oga in the table. I believe he was currently on 8 points. If he's able to grab all 3, of course, takes him straight right into a position that he'd love going into tomorrow. I think this will be the very first time that Imagine could take 6 points out of a possible 6 in a day if he goes on to win the second game as well.
I mean, I love the fact that we put in that clause. If he does go on to win, it will be his best.
Yeah, because, you know, Mr. Oga certainly will have a say at some point in the game.
At some point, yes. And Mr. Oga, you know, he's talking about Mr. Oga currently believes he can do better than he has done so far. So he's more of the wounded lion trying to get himself into that top 8 battle. And he's a long way from home. So every 3 points means so much to Mr. Oga at this point.
Well, it does mean so much for Mr. Oga. Not just him, every single player in this tournament. And if he's been in positions like this before, this time,
beautiful double.
He makes the right decision, the pass right on the money, and he set it up brilliantly, and he set this game up perfectly for what could be a grandstand finish in this first half. 7 minutes to go. Badji Jr. was cruising at 3-0. Now, you have something to think about. There goes Rodri, Badji on the 10, and he's cool and calm with it.
My goodness.
His step over exits are just something else. Immediately a step over came.
You know that it's going to be something.
He had an idea where the exit will be. Then at the last minute, Badji Jr. immediately changed it. Cruyff has 5-star a weak foot. You know he can finish from every angle. And that's right there, slots it into the top corner, regains his 3-goal lead back.
He gains his 3-goal lead, and what a time to get it, because this is on the cusp of halftime. If he can take this one into halftime, it is going to be very, very crucial to ensure he sees out this one to avoid what happened in the game between he and Anderson, in a game where Anderson nearly came back from 6-2 or 5-2 to win that one, but he was able to hold on for a very crucial 3 points. That is Badji Jr. So now he has to ensure he takes this one to second half and sees it properly. We haven't seen him score so many goals. He doesn't score those many goals, Badji Jr., but he knows how to ensure he defends properly and see out games.
It's going differently as compared to the rest around him. Maybe not going toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah.
But defensively, he's been superb. He gets the job done, basically.
Yes.
He's also just lost one game in the whole of the tournament. So it tells you the kind of momentum that he's riding with, the Game Evil athlete. And he just wants to keep going and going and going. And now playing surely for the last attack of this first half. And looking to possibly get a 5th goal as this one works its way. Cruyff, he's just been superb today, gets the bounce back, and everything is just falling for him. This time, Van Dijk in his way.
I think he should have taken that one directly. He overthought that. I think he did too much, and sometimes it doesn't pay you to do too much. Just stick to what works and do your basics, and you'll be fine. Yes, but that's it. First half, 4-1 for Anife, for Badji Jr. against Anife, and I'm very, very sure he's happy with what he has done so far. I don't know about Anife. I didn't expect anything different, because Hanife has not really gone from that potential we've known him to be into who we expected him to be, because he was a little bit stuck on the metas. You know, if you see the way someone like Farouk is playing, you see that Farouk is mixing it, chopping it up, different attacks, different variations of attacks. But Anife seems to be a little bit stuck on just what has worked for me in the past, maybe living in past glory. And it shows that somebody like Badji Jr. has come from behind. Anife used to be someone who was competing with Mitch and Boyd at the very top, and also Okoye during that 2023 run they had. So to see this guy still be on this level, it's a little bit sad, but then that's what it is.
Well, as different iterations of the game does come.
Oh, beautiful move there. Cruyff has that one and nearly got into pole position to pull that one out of the water. My, oh my, I think we have something, yes, in the game.
We knew Mr. Oga wasn't going to let this one go easy, but he's facing so much trouble now. But as he gets that second one to go in, he knows he's giving himself something to hold on to it. Did I say a penalty just go in for 3-3?
I don't. I think hopefully let's get more updates on that one. That would be very, very interesting in the game between the two OGs to see who is the better of the OGs.
Things are surely turning out perfectly. The big game that we previewed earlier, the one that is making so much noise about, Game Evil Rufai taking on Kids at the Fola, will be coming up right after this one. So stay tuned, grab your popcorn, and get settled in. I mean, grab your notepad as well, because there's a lot to learn from that game.
So much to jot down in that one. I'm very, very sure of it.
Speaking of jotting things down, I think today we've jotted a couple of things down. From all of the action that we've seen, come on now.
I mean, we've had opportunity to see the defending. We've had opportunity to see attacking, various modes of attack, and also how to press in a crazy manner, how to beat the press. We've seen it all today. We've seen it all.
Yeah, we have truly seen it all. And don't worry, if you're the student who is in the lecture hall and you can't jot things down, don't worry. We have a class rep. His name is Play with Tommy Day. You come and give us some of the notes as well. So later on, we'll be able to get some of the insights on that. But at this point, Badji Jr. just wants to rip apart and 5-1. First 15 minutes, he's losing with class and confidence. And every time you speak to him as well, he knows that there are possibly 2 or 3 guys better than him. But he won't acknowledge it in some setting. He still believes that he's part of the very best. And when the confidence shows like that, and look, you can be confident, but you have to be able to back the confidence.
Absolutely.
I mean, we saw someone who called someone overrated, couldn't back it up today. Now we're seeing confident players back it up. It's just the difference in quality and who's putting the work and who just is the better player at this moment. There's a reason Badji Jr. is in the top 3, and he's just 3 points off Killer Freak and Farouk.
I agree with you totally. You can see the quality from Badji Jr. today has been one of the best, especially against Hanif. Yes, you never expect. I wasn't expecting so much from Hanif in terms of the quality. Hanif hasn't really had the best competition he could possibly have. I know he's probably also told himself that he could do better. Most times here is an offside, but the way Badji has dispatched of Hanif today is nothing but impressive.
It has been certainly impressive. Like the technical dribbling alone just gives you so much. Like when you see players who not only dribble with the kind of things that work, but are so good with their left stick dribbling. The likes of Anthem, like Badji Jr. in that mix is just so brilliant, and he mix it up with the new things that way. This is the kind of dribbling that I was speaking of. This is just pure left stick, and now he adds a little bit of the reverse elasticals in there. I just enjoy this type of gameplay. They are so confident in their build-up, and they're just so predictable with their dribbling as well. Anthem also has that on lock, but the thing is, with the new metas coming into play, if you don't mix that left stick dribbling with the new things that are working, your reverse elasticals, your Magidi spin cancels, your ball roll scoops, your elasticals themselves, you will be found wanting, because sometimes left stick dribbling cannot carry you to glory. You need to mix it up.
I absolutely agree with you. Totally. That's probably the most important thing you have said here today. And I think we said that also when we saw Mr. Oga go toe-to-toe. Well, I don't know if that was toe-to-toe, but toe-to-fingers with Farouk in that game that saw Farouk totally decimate him. And you have to mix it up. You have to be aware of the things that happened, the new things. And my goodness, look at how that defense was for that first time up to. That is locked in concentration from
and that is Lukaku showing us the bruiser play style plus. They can shield you off the ball against anybody. And he was going up against Vieira, by the way. And Vieira, he's no slouch when it comes to strength. But the bruiser play style plus just does the magic in those situations. And if maybe to get a goal back and set something out for these last 30 minutes to go. Call it for Badji. Threatening one through ball, trying to be surgical a little bit with it, but Anif kind of reads it well. Yeah. And for Anif, the likes of Anif, the likes of Mr. Oga, Mitchell, all of those guys who were big kickoff players and transitioning into Ultimate Team, this is a big reality check for them in the National E-Soccer League. The fact that if you want to go toe-to-toe with guys who have been playing Ultimate Team more than they have been playing kickoff, you might be found wanting. You need to put the hours in. You need to put the reps in.
I absolutely agree with you. I totally agree with you, and I think they can do better. Even if that was onside, that would have been one that would have been very, very painful for Hanif. Like you said, these players, some of the likes of Mr. Oga, Hanif, and others who also didn't make it to this particular tournament or competition, these got very, very huge kickoff players. They have to do better. Konate is stretching wildly to deny Badji Jr. of that Trivela chance. That one was great timed and was destined for the top left corner. My, oh my. Like you say, I think if we want to compete with the rest of the world, we cannot rely on kickoff competitions. You know, I say shout out to Cade Esports for insisting on bringing the UT to your screen, to this competition, to the LAN event. So these players have to really learn how to chop it up. They have to go put in the hours. We have one more year. By next year, we're going to be having an expanded tournament. We're going to be having a lower leagues. Here is Olise for Badji Jr. shows this one in, and it is 6. So these guys have to go do better and prepare for next year, which is going to be even bigger and even better.
I think when we do have 2 divisions, the competition is going to be as tight as ever, because if you were playing in the top division in the first year and now you're playing in the second division, as Anif gets one back, it's more or less like the second division, going down to the second division is going to be painful in some
Absolutely.
Sport. And you'd want
the psychological stress, exactly, to like go down the notch, having to go and fight for yourself in the gulag, something like that. You need to have a lot of mental capacity. But then the lure of coming back to play at such a high level, I think is going to do wonders for the mentality of the players.
Well, Baji Jr. has certainly performed some of those wonders here today. It takes him the tally to 6 points out of a possible 6. Today couldn't have gone any better as that one comes off the post. He's not only 1 point, but the players around him as well have dropped points. Rufai has dropped points, like I mentioned earlier, and Baji Jr. is in again. Konate comes and claims. Rufai has dropped points. Fola could possibly drop points against Rufai later on. Boyd has also dropped points. Everybody around him, barring Farouk and Killer Freak, have dropped some points. And right now, he will be sitting comfortably in 3rd position as this game comes to a close. Baji Jr. on possession of the ball. And this is something that he's worked with so well. I think in his game against Ernest, he also held on to the ball pretty well to be able to seal the 3 points in the bag. And for Baji Jr., this is something to build on because he might also have a
very strong week.
Exactly. The most difficult games going forward. He still hasn't played Farouk, still hasn't played Killer Freak. Those two guys, when you're playing them, it's always going to be a tall order. So the fact that he still got them to play, well, he knows that he's got them to play, but that's not what is on his mind right now. What is on his mind is scoring as many goals as you can.
I mean, yes, I think I saw out of the leaderboard earlier, or he had before the beginning of this weekend week, he had about 4 goal difference. So now another extra 5 wouldn't hurt his chances at all. This is very, very good for him, and he knows this is very, very important in the long run.
Well, in the long run, it will be very important. We'll come back to games like these. Match week 4 truly showing us that it had something special for us. Oh, it couldn't finish it off. That would have been the pick of the bunch.
That would have properly made it to Tommy Day's iPad on how to score a screamer. My, oh my goodness me. That would have been, as you said, the pick of the bunch, but it just didn't go in. It flew a little bit wide over the post, and we didn't see any effective chance from Hanif's famous first-time up choose, and I think he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. He has just about 4 more games to go, or 5 more games to go, to see if he can salvage something out of it.
Well, we're getting to the latter stages of today's broadcast, and it's been an absolute joy to be here every step of the way, right from match week 1 into 2, 3, and now match week 4. As this game comes to a close, you've seen nothing short of special FC for you. But I'm hearing word that a special FC, we are not done delivering because possibly the biggest game of the day, Adefola taking on Rufai, is about to begin. And we've waited for this one for quite a while now. Rufai is coming into this game looking like a guy who desperately needs some points. He hasn't picked up points at all today, which is quite surprising against Boyd when he lost to him earlier on. So now he'll be going into this game thinking, this is a must-win game for me. Adefola is also looking at this game like, the last time I played on the main broadcast in a big game situation against Farouk, I lost heavily. I need to redeem
myself and my image. Absolutely, I agree with you totally. Both players are going for 3 points. You know, a draw is not going to be suiting any single one. So we expect both players to go end to end. They have to get this one, and that's what is going to make it a very, very important and interesting game for these players. Now, 3 points on the table. Both players are getting ready to set. We are going to take a little break, and when we come back, it is the final match for the day: Adefola versus Rufai.
As a proud sponsor
big one. And the studios, everybody's ready and set to go. Like we said, 2 players who have come in with a lot of points. Some people had to announce themselves within the National E-Soccer League, but someone else, we already knew him before the National E-Soccer League started.
Yeah.
Rufai has announced himself on the big stages. It's time for him to earn the respect of everybody else. If he does this, goes on and beats Adefola, maybe there has to be a restructuring of the big three.
Oh, no. We can't do that off just one particular game. But I think what you said is correct in the sense that he has taken it as an opportunity to announce himself, and he did it loud. He did it well. He did it in the presence of other people. And nobody can go back and say, oh, Rufai is not worth mentioning when you're talking about the best players in Nigeria. That is the simple matter of truth. But he has the opportunity. It's 90 minutes, 9 minutes, half 8.
So you guys, when we start mentioning of the big three, who, if we take outside of the big three, who has the closest chance of possibly knocking off someone of the big three? Outside
now, are we talking about all time or presently?
All time.
All time. Okay, so let's stick back to it. Adefola is in the big three. Farouk is in the big three. I'm going to take out Killer Freak from the big three because all time, yes, he hasn't won enough to back it. True. Now, I think we'll probably put Mitchell there because he's won the one international tournament. Now, when you're talking about the one who has the opportunity to replace anybody there, Killer Freak.
I saw how smartly you play that.
Yeah, but after Killer Freak, I want to look at it and say Badji. As funny as it is, because he just needs to win 1, 2, 3 things, and he's there.
But like the consistency of finishing semi-finals, quarterfinals,
semi-final, he's in that option. He's like in the conversation. Every single time you're looking at the first semi-final finish, he's somewhere around there. And any competition he goes to, no matter how big, no matter how small, he goes all the way in. If you see anybody beat him, maybe he's the winner of the competition. So that shows you the kind of temerity he has. He just needs to now start winning. He needs to now start winning champions. We have seen Farouk do it consistently. Adefola do it. We've also seen Mitchell do it. Now, Killer Freak is coming in with so much noise and results. He has to get his own results.
Well, the results will definitely show us the way. But we're here for the big one. The last one slated for everything that's happened today. It's been a marvelous day. And this one is going to be the icing on the cake. Rufai taking on Adefola. Rufai, who just lost his 3rd position today after dropping points against Boyd. He'll be looking to get back into those situations once more. Adefola is still in top 8 conversations, but he needs the points to build up on. And at this one, it's a big game. Both of them have 6 wins to their name. Adefola just has 1 more loss in 3 losses. Rufai still that draw coming from his game against Farouk Manzo. Rufai only lost the 2nd game today against Boyd. He'll be looking at this one with a lot of poise and saying to himself, I have got to win this game. I know one category that Manny likes to look at is the goals. Very identical.
Yes, also very identical. And I think this time around, you can see their win ratio, their loss ratio.
I think it's perfectly balanced.
Yeah, so this one is perfectly balanced. But you know what? In the comment section, I saw people going for Adefola massively. I'm going to say something, and it might sound very controversial. I think for this particular game, Rufai has the upper hand. In my personal opinion, listen, in this competition, we have seen something happen time and time again. Adefola seems to have dropped his killer instinct at home. On the big stages, when you need to slay an opponent, when you need to like snuff out any slim chance, any hope from your opponent, I think the best person who knows how to do it so far so good has been Rufai. Just based on that, I think I might be going with Rufai.
I'm going the other way around. Just the fact that Adefola has been brilliant on the day he won his game comfortably. Like that's the type of Adefola we do. The one that wins games comfortably.
But it was against Blaze.
Yes. Previously, he would have struggled a little, but now, once that he's gotten into his groove and he's comfortable with it, free-flowing Adefola is surely a top player. But we'll get to see what happens. The only thing that I'm scared of is today, Manny's predictions have actually been on point so far.
You know.
That's why I'm thinking maybe he's giving us a little bit of an insight as to who picks up this win. But we are all getting ready to go. Rufai versus Adefola. Like I said, Adefola has made his name within this e-sport already. There's nothing that will happen today that will have a knock on his legacy.
Yes,
but if something happens positively, it adds up to what has already been a trophy-leading career, a career that will span years and years to come, where even when we stop doing this thing with esports, his name will still be mentioned.
Absolutely.
He's left his marker in stone. But for Rufai, it's time to start writing his own story. It's a time to write his own chapter in the great history of esports in Nigeria. This is a moment for you. If it's one of those moments where you slayed one of the greatest when it comes to esports in Nigeria, FC esports, it's like the passing of the torch moment. Will Rufai be able to do it? It's one big question going into it. But if you compare and contrast a little bit of the play styles, Rufai looks like that guy who wants to always pick moments and then always operate. If Adefola can be comfortable with his technical dribbling and get into Rufai's box and be as comfortable as he can get, I think he's got a good chance. But that's also one thing about Rufai. He doesn't let you get too comfortable.
That's what I'm telling you. Adefola needs to be in his killer instinct back if he wants to get this one off Rufai. Rufai is a very, very dangerous player. He didn't come into this competition with any plan to win anything, if you're being honest. I mean, even in the conversation we've had with Rufai, he's not telling you he came here to win. He just came here to look for trouble. He came here to like take points.
He's caused a lot of trouble.
You know what I'm saying? He is here to make a name for himself. And when a man is trying to make a name for himself, that is one of the most dangerous persons to play. If you want to get a win from him, you have to be your most killer elements.
Well, being in killer elements is what these two players know all about. The big game for the day, National E-Soccer League. The game to close us for what has been a tremendous match day one of match week 4. All I'll say is sit back, relax, and enjoy. Adefola in the white kit, I believe, and Rufai will be in the black kit, kicking from right to left. Both players desperately need points. They're also so close to each other on the league log.
I agree with you.
A win for either of these players will mean so much on the league log. Somebody also be watching closely is Baji Jr. Because he has picked up 6 points out of 6. You'll be looking at who picks up the points and then who puts the pressure on him. So it's a game that has so much implications on what the league standings do look like. Adefola, we've already spoken of how much he needs to redeem and regain the confidence of his fans, because on the main broadcast, we haven't seen him do too well as we head into the first pause of the game.
Yeah, I think that has to do a little bit of the control. Yes, I think I was very, very correct there. I could see that Rufai went for a tackle, but he performed a sweep. Now he's very,
I mean,
very
that
lucky.
happens a lot.
It happens a lot, but he's very lucky that that wasn't a red card, because that would have been very, very, imagine.
Yeah, it would have been catastrophic in that sense.
You get what I'm saying? Like, having to collect a red card from such a minor mistake as not checking your controls. At this level, we keep saying it. Every single thing matters. The details.
Yeah. So sometimes when you guys wonder why we're taking so long for the games to start, it's some of these things. We want the players to get everything right. If you go into the game and you mess up your controls, like Manny said, you could end up getting a red card and your whole game is messed up. So the National E-Soccer League will give you time to get everything right. And some of these players, sometimes they just forget about it. It's human nature, if you get lucky with them, go on there and rectify your mistake, and that's exactly what Rufai has done.
All right, we see that Pedro Neto card that is really have been favored by Adefola in this game week. Very, very interesting.
Well, the Pedro Neto item is actually a pretty interesting one, because I think Clafric has also adopted that card. The Nations League item, especially when Portugal won the Nations League, everybody received a special item, and that Pedro Neto card has seemingly been in there.
Oh, goodness gracious. Adefola's blushes have been spared by that horrible shooting there from Rufai. I want to give Adefola all the credit for the goalkeeper movement, but then again, that was terrible. And this is how you score.
It's the worst sequence that could happen to Rufai. You miss a big chance on the other end, and on the break, Adefola makes you pay. What a sequence that was. But Rufai must be kicking himself, and Adefola, in some sense, the whole of the tournament, one thing that I've always criticized is his defense. People have had it way too easy to be able to get to exactly. So with Rufai doing that early on, I know the goal kind of shields it a little bit, but still something that has to be highlighted. Adefola needs to be better on the defensive end.
And I mean, if I'm Rufai, I'll be smitten the fact that I just considered from that transition, but I think I would have some respite in the sense that I was able to get myself into that position that early. It means, okay, I can do that again and again, and as long as I'm able to take those chances once more when I get them, I would be able to get some goals and get the points needed. But that, which means for somebody like Adefola, it is bad news, because you don't want to give somebody like Rufai this type of confidence in the beginning phases of the game.
Well, you cannot afford to do that at all. Rufai conceding very early on, wants to get back into this one, but Adefola defends pretty well. Rashford into Petit. I've seen a couple of changes already in Adefola's squad as compared to the one that he started the National Youth Soccer League with. And I think we are seeing the differences very clear. He's also completed that Petit card in the SBC. The footies item.
James as last
Yeah, exactly as well. It's also made a couple of changes, and it tells you he's watching, he's playing, he's seeing all of the cards that are working, seeing all of the new things that are working, and he's making the necessary changes to his team.
We've also seen a little bit of the addition of the Vanja card consistently over this game week. I think that is part of the footies card you've been talking about.
Yeah, Vanja Milinkovic is actually part of the Shapeshifters item in the previous promo that came in, and it seemed like Adefola also added him to his squad. And not just Adefola as well, I think he's also in Rufai's team. He's been a feature everywhere. Rufai now gradually taking control of this game possession-wise as he's building up into a promising possession. Fortunately, it bounces for him as Rafinha will get it back. Petit trying from long distance, but Adefola will come in with aggressive defending and win it back.
That aggressive defending really did snuff it out, and now we have Adefola on his own transition.
This moment has really carried the scene. Imagine just bodying off Ruud Gullit. Not anybody, Ruud Gullit.
Also easily doing that on the transition and saving Rufai from having to do so much of defending them. My goodness, what a goalkeeper movement that was. Did you see that?
Yeah, indeed. Getting Konate at the right place, at the right time, right now, Adefola. Just having to deal with the pressure that comes with playing Rufai. And when Rufai is down by a goal, we know he likes to go all out. Petit with another brilliant interception. I mean, he has been intense in this game already.
Absolutely. Now, if I'm Adefola, you have to ensure you do not allow Rufai any sense of goal, because as soon as that happens, you begin to see the deadly side of him. You cannot give Rufai any reason to smell the back of your net. And I think maybe Adefola understands that because he has been able to lock in a little bit in the past 10, 15 minutes.
Control is a big thing for me. And that's one area of the game that I feel like Adefola locks in. If you watch all of the games of the supposed big players, the killer freaks of this world, the Farouks of this world, one thing that they have is they let you play at their pace and they are controlling their face.
Yes.
But with Adefola, I think he leaves too much room for his opponent to dictate some of the times, because in this first 26 minutes, even though Adefola is up by a goal, you almost feel like Rufai has dictated, he's dictated the way the play is going. And that's one thing that if Adefola can work on, then of course he'll climb up the table. But it's just a little bit of that new stuff that he needs to add to his game. But credit to him, he's still holding on to that lead. 27 minutes in, there's Lauren James on the ball. James once more for last. He send runners everywhere. And when he does this, just know that he's just building confidence in. The player lock comes in. Adefola looking to do what he does best in situations like this. There are not so many players better than him here in the National Youth Soccer League, and he's getting into his groove. But Petit right there, he seems to just be pushing everybody off the ball.
I really love how Rufai was able to have patience in that moment, wait for the right time to make the tackle. I've always also said this, at this level, you cannot afford to make wrong tackles. You have to know your timing in your tackles, your timing in your standing tackles, your defending, your jockeying. Everything has a timing. If you're able to get it right, then you're able to do better for yourself. And I really love that I saw that from Rufai in that moment. He waited for it patiently, and at the right moments when it seemed like it was going to be a loose pass from Adefola, he went in for the tackle, got that one out, and was able to snuff out that attack.
Well, it's pretty important with all of those defensive possessions for Rufai. He cannot afford to concede one more goal, even though he's been very good on offense. On defense, he's got to be careful, because Adefola is building something special. That's a really important step in right there. I don't know if that was manual, because it looked like it was timed to perfection, and he definitely got a spot on. If he hadn't gotten a spot on, but I've probably seen the ref point to the penalty spot. But now, Adefola is putting his imprint on the game. Now we are seeing back-to-back possessions where he's in the 18-yard area of Rufai. This is the control that we're speaking of. That would have been something lovely. We usually don't skill moves like these.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. That's one way he excels absolutely at Adefola. But he has to convert these chances, this moment of momentum shift. He has to convert it into another goal at the very least, taking a 2-goal advantage into the second half, because as soon as Rufai gets any single sniff of that back of the net, you know you are in trouble.
Well, the story can change at any point in time. National E-Soccer League action brought to you live from Lagos, Nigeria. I just noticed that not a lot of you guys have liked the stream. Kindly do so. Really, that's help with YouTube's algorithm. If you still don't follow Cade Esports and Game Evo across all social media platforms, what are you waiting for, my friend? In these next couple of, I wouldn't even call it months, in the next couple of years, this is the place to be if you want everything on Nigerian esports. And not just esports in Nigeria, they've got everything for you. Make sure to join the bandwagon before the train leaves you. There goes Marcus Rashford trying to put his way through. That's quite surprising as Adefola runs that ball out of play. 40 minutes in, and it's still Adefola holding on to the lead and is gradually growing into the game. Now it feels like a balanced tie a little bit, but Rufai maybe has different ideas about that one. There's space for the Brenner to operate.
Oh, talk about it. I said it. You don't let this man in. Now those opportunities are going to be missed, sorely missed by Adefola. He's going to be ruining those chances he didn't take. And Rufai just saw that opportunity and he has taken that one in. And now Adefola has to see if he can get himself back into the advantage seat before the whistle goes for halftime. We have been spoiled a little bit by what we've seen from somebody like Farouk with that Trivela, and we are not seeing it anyway. So now every single time I see a player get into the position,
they're expecting a Trivela.
That tells me there's going to be a green time Trivela from that angle, but we have not seen some of that. So I think really needs to chop it up.
The one thing that I'll tell my is not all that latest is good. Sometimes you see him in that position, but the Trivela is not coming. Just from a couple of players in the game that can pull that off. As first off comes to a close, it's as balanced as we could get it.
Yes.
Just as previewed, separating these guys is going to be important. And on the league log, it's also difficult to separate them. Just 3 points separates both of these guys. Fala currently in 6th position, Rufai currently in 5th position as well. They are both gunning for a top 4 finish
yes.
in the whole of the league. And one thing that Rufai has done constantly well is there's no games that Rufai hasn't been in. Like, there's no games where somebody's leading him by like 3 goals or 4 goals. Every time the margin is 2 or less, and he'll make sure that he'll let you know that he's around. Exactly.
Yes, and I really, really love it. This is what I was talking about from the beginning, our preview. I said, this man has nothing to play for but a name. He came to make a name for himself, so he's taking the risk. He's taking the game to his opponent. He has his strategies. He's not scared of them. He's taking the game to you. Bring it on. As you can see, just before the edge of first half there, he was able to get himself back into this one.
Well,
so a draw would do a lot well for him, but Adefola will be ruining all those missed chances in the first half.
Well, the current and only EMPFL champion facing a difficult task of trying to beat Rufai in this game. But that's an interesting one with the cross that I wasn't expecting that. Or maybe because he had Van Dijk make the run, he was trying to utilize the height. And now that is an awkward one from that distance. But Adefola losing possession of that ball, yeah.
I thought maybe that was going one of those ones where you have something already queued on the button and you're trying to cancel it, but it just doesn't happen.
Ronaldo drops deep for this one. Usually not a position that we see
Ronaldo.
Yeah, that's the Servan in, but maybe it's Rufai trying something new in that midfield area. There goes Reece James. Rufai now, after grabbing an all-important goal just before the first half ended, can he channel that energy and momentum into leading into this game? My word, what a sequence that was. It was chain after chain. The step over exit perfect, just lacking the finishing touch, and picking his spot was his problem there. Cross comes in, trying to locate Van Dijk at the back post, can't find him. But still danger not cleared from Adefola. This has been one of his major problems in the whole of the tournament. The second chance opportunities that he presents to other players have to be something that he works on throughout the rest of the tournament. He wins back possession of the ball, though. Hold it.
We talk about Adefola being able to regret some of those chances, but let's talk about also Rufai. He has had like 2 very, very clear chances, but one in the first half, and now that's one. But his decision making when he is in front of the goalkeeper.
Well, speaking of decision making, he's got one big one to make here. Makes the comeback. There goes James.
He gets it. He makes the right call. It seems like whenever it's a one-on-one situation, it is a bit harder for him. He overthinks it, but once
it's a comeback situation where he has an extra pass lacking in there somewhere, Adefola just can't seem to be able to defend those, and Rufai has turned it around. And how many times have we said that on the main broadcast? He just knows how to do it. The Game Evo man, just showing us that he's probably the new school. And Adefola is looking like the old school at this minute. But look, it's just 57 minutes in. Don't want to say this game is all said and done. But right now, Rufai looking like a man on a mission. And he goes on another attack. Rafinha sends the runner. Double runners coming. And if you notice something that had happened with the second goal coming from Rufai was Adefola made a run with Rashford playing at the right back.
Yes.
He sent the runner and he tried to play a 1-2 and the pass didn't go. But Rashford had already been stuck in an attacking position.
Yes.
So he tried to recover with Ronaldo. And of course, Ronaldo not being the best of defenders, couldn't play that position pretty well. Left the gaping hole. That's how can be played a through ball into Rafinha. Cut back situation. And bang, that's it. It ends up being a goal.
Very good detail in there from you, Sly. And I think it shows you the depth to which these guys are actually trying to outclass each other. I mean, both players gone in for the top position, not just. I was hoping to see a first-time option there. There's so many things we're hoping to see Adefola do. I'm telling you, he's not really in his killer instincts. I haven't seen that killer part of Adefola games like I've always seen at major competitions in the past couple years. I have no idea what is going on, but this time around, he has been stuck a little bit in just doing the basics that he knows how to do.
Well, sometimes the basics are important, but if you don't mix them up with the extraordinary, you get stuck in some places. As Lukaku just tries to bully him off the ball, but the referee pulls that one back for Rufai. Rufai looking for a tear that could possibly seal all important 3 points for him. Mind you, he lost earlier on today in that crunch one against Boyd as he's looking to pick up his first 3 points off this match week. James exchanges with Pedro Neto. That's a brilliant pass to find James once more. The use of the flare nutmeg is always one that I call very underrated because finding the angles are pretty important. And once you can mix it up with the flare nutmeg into the pass or just complete the flare nutmeg itself is very, very special. And some of these players, when they do pull it off, you know you're in serious trouble against them.
I absolutely agree with you. We'll see Rufai trying to see if he can get himself into another advantage is very, very necessary if he wants to get 3 points, especially against a player as deadly as Adefola. Now he gets it. It is 3-1 Adefola. Rufai is now the one who is firmly in the lead. Adefola now chasing it. We have spoken about this time and time again. You have to take those chances. Adefola didn't take all of his in the first half. Yes, granted, Rufai did miss some also in the first half, but now look at it. This is how he's playing out in the second half for Rufai. He is in that moment where you know he has locked in. He doesn't want to step his foot off the pedal. This is one of the most dangerous times to play somebody like Rufai. When, again, you expect him to pull up and he's now leading in front, he's a very terrible player to play in the sense that he is very stubborn and he doesn't like to let go.
Locked in he is. Just about 20 minutes ago, and Rufai has taken his biggest lead of the game. Adefola now has it all to do in this one. He needs something to hold on to, and he needs it now. Maybe this could be the start of something great. And look up, and it's truly one of the goals that comes to his rescue. Lionel Messi with a very important goal. Slotted that one into the bottom corner, and now we have a game on our hands. 20 minutes to go. Adefola giving himself a lifeline in this one. But it's crucial moments now. Adefola put himself in this position. He has to find a way of digging himself out of such of a big hole.
I mean, he has to really, really chop it up. I'm seeing opportunities for the first-time options that are not being taken by Adefola.
But does he even attempt the first time
he hasn't
over the top two? We're like, there are so many movements, but we don't see it being played.
Exactly. We have not seen the Trivelas. We have not seen the first-time options. And I know he has these ones in his repertoire. I have seen him do it time and time again. That's why I'm wondering why. What is the difference this time around? Why is he not going for these options? Could it be?
See, and when you don't attempt those, you give your opponent the idea that you're not going to attempt it at all. So he can be confident and not track some of those runners. And that's how come Rufai has defended this brilliantly as it will turn into yet another attack from the right-hand side. Lauren James step over into space. Rufai is always deadly when he cuts back like this, and he's getting confident once more. That time, the pass not good enough to get past Petit. But Adefola needs to strike, and he needs to strike right now. I know there's 15 in-game minutes, but Rufai, we know when he gets another chance, he surely isn't going to miss. There goes Pedro Neto once more.
It seems like we're going to be back to Rufai time. That time where you know it's going to get very, very crazy. Once we hit the 80th minute mark, anything can happen. It could happen earlier than that. We Ronaldo here for Rufai. Boom. He gets it. Good night. Thank you for coming.
Well, it seems like money feels like this goal might have the last say. But Rufai, speak of clinical. Speak of the guy to have usually the final say. Nobody has been in these last-minute pressure situations like he has, and he has excelled most of the times. Rufai with possibly his most important goal of this game. Cristiano Ronaldo finishing that one pretty important. Now Adefola will have to do the incredible. He will have to do one of the most difficult tasks to do in the whole of the tournament. Be able to beat Rufai in these last minute situations. Nah, no way.
The only person who was able to do that was
actually today, Boyd, yeah.
But you see, Boyd was always around that conversation from the get-go of that particular match. Boyd was inside there. He refused to give up. Here is Rufai going for that near post finish, and Adefola has seen that all the way through, making his goalkeeper seem so tall in that moment. I think Rufai might be going for some time management, and let's see if that is the plan. I think that is.
Well, it is the plan, but they could end up producing yet another goal. That one flagged for offside. Look, when it comes to formations and what you should be playing, I know this year the two formations that are making a lot of noise are 4-2-1-3 and 4-4-1-1. And I think Adefola is kind of playing a little bit of the 4-4-1-1. I know he switched in the middle of the game, but formations can only take you so far. I understand that formations can set you up, but if you've not done the most important things in the game, the formations will still not work. And for me, Adefola hasn't done too many of those new things that we call the meta. Like Manny was saying, we haven't seen him even try the first time over the top through balls. If you don't let, even if it's not going to work, once you let your opponent know about it, he will respect some of the runs that you're sending up front. But immediately you don't do it, Rufai knows even if he sends the run, it's not going to pass.
You know, and that thing always also gives you an option. You know, now when you have a triggered run, you know that your opponent is going to actually try to track, stretching the
and it will open some space elsewhere.
But this time around, he's been very, very lethargic, and I think he can do way, way better. If he goes back, watch this broadcast again, he has to do better. But here's the chance by Adefola. Oh,
I mean, the dribbling come into play, but one touch so many, and time surely not on his side. Rufai looking like a man on a mission, like I said earlier, a man who was here to redeem some 3 points, a man who could not leave this match day without grabbing a single point, and he's on the verge of doing that. He's just got a little bit of hashing out to do and possibly finishing this game, and I think he has done enough to be able to walk away with all of these 3 points. Well, hold on. There are about 30 seconds before the game finishes. I know Rufai is Mr. Clutch.
Do you think he's going to
I don't think this one is happening. I do not think this one is happening at all. As the clock runs out, Rufai yet again picks up 3 huge points. So it tells you Rufai, he's no joke at all. Out of all of the big 3, like you guys call them, he's picked up 4 solid points. He is totally incredible as he gets 3 really important points and climbs up the ladder.
I want to also point out the fact that I was right again. I mean,
money just had to go there.
I was right again. But if you look at the reason why I was right, it's still down to what we're talking about. That killer instinct is not there. We're talking about that killer instinct. We're talking about using the metas. We're talking about using the mechanics of the game to give yourself spaces, to stretch your opposition defenses, think and drive. But he didn't do it. And you see, Rufai was very, very interesting. He was using every single thing. And once he got those goals, from the first half, we saw that Adefola was allowing Rufai so much.
We didn't see too much of a press.
We're not seeing too much of a press. But every single time Adefola had the ball, he was a little bit lethargic. He was focusing more on passing around, trying to stretch the opposition manually. No, you already have the mechanics. As we saw with Killer Freak, as we also saw with Farouk today, doing some triggered runs, doing some first-time up-throughs, doing some trivela. Now you don't know what to expect again.
Well, if you are unpredictable, you are difficult to beat. And we see the comments says, Junior says, if you are good enough, you would be there. I'm sure it's replying to somewhere else.
They're having some conversations in the chat about who is better. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, you could also go to Cade Esports and check the bio where we always have and post for you guys competitions as they're happening. There's no need to just always argue this on YouTube. Come down next year. Come down when every single time we're having competitions. Come and prove yourself. Case 25 is happening this year. I'm hearing that in the background. We might have a date for it. When we have a date, you will definitely see that on the Instagram page at Cade Esports. You can come, register, play the qualifiers, and actually get to tell us, and also other people on YouTube who are doubting you how good you are.
Well,
GG's, Rufai.
Those things are important.
On the block.
Well, new kid on the block is certainly making a lot of noise. But we've come to at a point where we'll have to recap everything that has gone down. And you know what? We'll give some time for production to put everything together. We'll see the changes that have been made on the leaderboard, the results with everything that has gone down. Maybe you just joined, you don't know what happened a couple of hours before. There has been a lot that has gone down here at the Game Evolution Studios National eSoccer League. We'll take our final break of the day. When we come back, we'll bring you the final roundup of what has happened in match week 4.
A day we have had today. I mean, Sly, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've been overfed today. We've seen about 8 games on the broadcast, if I'm correct, and each one of them has given us a highlight, a talking point. We also saw Tomide play with Tomide come out today to do his analysis with Baji Jr., and that one was something else we could pick 1 or 2 things off. So, the National eSoccer League ban matches on. But for today, I think we have come to the end of it. Sly and I were just going to be giving you guys a little bit of a breakdown of what has happened so far. Just in case you are joining us, we have been streaming from the heart of Lagos, Nigeria. Slimer.
Yeah, indeed, it's been a brilliant day so far, just as we expected. It gives us still saying, usually we expect some of these things. You can write some of the scripts, but today it's been nothing short of excellent. So right at the start of the stream, we had Mitchell play 2 quick early games against Anif and game with George, and he picked up 6 solid points out of those, winning 6-4 and 6-2 respectively. Rhymes also took on Brighton. That was brilliant action from Rhymes, winning 6 goals to 2. So it's actually Rhymes was on heat today. And then the first game to give us an indication that today will be a great day was the Boyd versus Rufai game.
Yes.
Spectacular. We got to Rufai time, but Rufai couldn't produce in Rufai time. Boyd actually got the win.
Absolutely. And then we had Baji Junior pick up a very, very close shave win against NSC. It was a 6-5 game. But NSC nearly staged a comeback from when the game was poised at 5-1. Game with Josh was the one that had us cracking our ribs earlier in the day after so much talk over the beginning of the competition, of which he called Killer Freak overrated. He finally got to meet Killer Freak, and Killer Freak probably overran him with the goals there. It was a game that ended 9-2 in favor of Killer Freak, with a huge 3-point split in that one. While as soon as that one was happening, we had Blaze being destroyed by Adefola in a game that ended by 10 goals to 1. While Mr. Oga, the second round of that this one had huge goals scored. We saw Farouk absolutely decimate Mr. Oga in a game that ended by 9 goals to 2.
Well, it was indeed a strong showing from all of those guys. And the goals, they continue to come. Imaji needed 3 points, and he got them against Simply Uzo, 8 goals to 3. Killer Freak scoring spree did not stop at all, and he did, in fact, keep his clean sheet, 7 goals to 0 against Bright. Rhymes and Boyd. Rhymes, indeed, has picked 6 points out of 6 today.
Yes.
He's gone back to the drawing board. He's working on a couple of things, 2 very important games. He's gotten all the wins on board. And then finally, Baji Jr. also picking up a very important win, 7 goals to 3 against Anif.
Yes, that one preluded us till the last leg of it, where we saw Farouk make Anderson look like a beginner in a game that was 9-3 in favor of Mamzo Farouk. While Blaze, in the game of the battle, we call the Battle of the Mids, picked up that 3 points. Very, very intense 3 points for Blaze there in the bottom part of the table. A game that he won by 6 goals to 2. Mr. Oga versus Imaji, a game which we said was OG versus OG, to see which OG was stronger. We saw Imaji pick up a very close shaved win. 5-4, that one ended. But the pick of the bunch was the one we just saw, the game between Rufai and Adefola. It ended 4-3 in favor of.
It was indeed a very big game, and we'll see what all of those mean to our table. Match week 4, day 1. Remember, we'll be here tomorrow, same time as well. This is just day 1. Farouk Manso keep the top spot alive. How many times do we get to see this? This guy's insane, and he keeps it with a 47 goal difference. Killer Freak still chasing closely, also on 28 points, 44 goal difference. Baji Jr., he's trying his best to keep up with those guys. He's 3 points shy, also on 19 goal difference. Rufai regaining the confidence back on 18 points, also closely following Baji Jr. on 22 goal difference. Boyd on 19. Adefola with those 3 points earlier also gets him on 18. Mitchell on 17 and Rhymes on 16.
And we have in the second part of the table, Anderson on 15 points. He won 4, drew 3, and lost 3. But we have Imaji also picking up this huge, I think 6 points today, that has brought him now to the 10th position. He is now just 4 points shy to make it to the top 8. Game with Josh still maintaining the 11th position with 9 points. And Mr. Oga, this time, he climbed up a ladder this game week, and he has 9 points after 10. Blaze, with that very important win he had over Simply Uzo, he has gotten himself 7 points over Anife now, who is stuck in 14th with 7 points. Simply Uzo and Bright are the ones who are still struggling to get a point.
Well, minus 50 and minus 61 goal difference says it all. They've had a difficult time throughout the whole of the tournament. But you know who hasn't had a difficult time? Mane and I. We've had a blast. It's been a true blast on day 1. And if this is just day 1, you know day 2 has crazy stuff in store for us. Manny, fired up for day 2.
Yes, I am, absolutely. Because, as I've noticed, every single time we have a great day 1, we have an even better day 2. There's so many talking points. The guys who have lost in day 1 want to ensure they have something to do in day 2. They want to give something to talk about in day 2. They want the highlights. They want to be on the show reel, of course. So I think I'm very, very fired up. I'm excited. I cannot wait to see that one happen. Don't forget, after day 2, we will now be going into the final game week.
Ooh, I mean, 3 weeks just passing like that, and we're going to the fourth week. It's insane, but right here inside the heart of Lagos, it's been nothing sort of breathtaking. We've had a joy bringing you this one from the Cade Esports team. In fact, Game Evolution Studios, everybody involved in the National E-Soccer League, we say a salute to you for being here every step of the way, right from the start of the stream till now. We write another chapter of the National E-Soccer League. There's more to come tomorrow. We open another page. Be there. Make sure you are here on time as well. We start off very early and kickstart all of the 8 games of the match week. For myself, Manny, and for myself, Sly and Manny, it will be goodbye for now. Stay safe out there tomorrow, same time on the Cade Esports YouTube channel. Stay safe.
Bye.